Alright, we gonna try. Welcome back, y'all. Hopefully everything working out well. It is what it is, though. You know, I stay in the basement of the McDonald's and the Boonies, so I can't help it if all the customers getting on the Wi-Fi, man. It is what it is. Nah, look, if it bugs out again today though, then I just make the best of the day and just make the best of the day, and I'll see y'all tomorrow then, hopefully. But let's try it again and let's keep it pushing. So where we left off was Death's Razor, and I was talking about how the energy transfer is some pretty cool tech because the enhanced version allows you to receive more energy when you guard, and it gives you ability energy, right? So it's pretty cool, fun tech. But my stag users, my Vesper of Radius users, right, you know, it actually gives you a significant amount, and really like using that, and looking forward to leaning into that this coming season, especially since Vesper's getting a tweak. I got a lot of Warlock builds in mind, by the way. Cataclysmic, of course, we got the bait and switch, 4 times a charm roll, you know, good old juice, got the juice. Briar's Contempt, though, easily shooting up there, is a really fun and really funky version of it. Storm Chaser is great and all, but one thing about Storm Chaser that has me a little that I do not like going to it immediately is because the shot pattern and everything does feel off sometimes. But with Briar's Contempt, it's just something about it that just feels like it's pinpoint, it's smooth, it just hits the target, and also it comes with Incandescent in this slot and some pretty cool damaging perks in the right slot. So even though Incandescent, you know, there's probably better damaging perks or in-game perks you could use in this slot, Incandescent is fun, and if you lean into the build crafting aspect, Briar's Contempt definitely is a welcome addition. Let's see. Good old school Half Truths. He said, "Oh, back up." Yeah, man. I'm hoping so, son. This like I was saying earlier, dog. This this McDonald's Booney stuff gonna have to change, man. I can't, you know what I mean? All these customers coming in getting on the Wi-Fi, bro. They crashing me. But yeah, man, we back up. We as long as we up, goddamn. But yeah, we got the Half Truths, the OG version with Thresh, Eager's Edge, right? Still holding on to this baby. I think the reason that I keep those every season is because I can't craft it that exact same way. Not entirely sure, but I think that's why I do that. Two-tailed Fox, definitely. We need a different ornament for this thing that's like the third tail or something like that, right? But as you guys know, Two-tailed Fox is busting this season, hitting a shot up in viability. I actually love running that. Whenever someone else is running Galley, I'm like, all right, bet. Yeah, y'all run Legendary Rockets. I'm slapping on Two-tail, right? It's really been on point. And because of this commemoration is why I haven't taken the time to actually go out and grind the last red border that I need for my final row. But yeah. So, oh yeah, how could I forget? Good old Heart Shadow. I keep calling it Shadow Heart, man. I got that. I cannot get it out of my brain. But yeah, really love the tech behind this weapon. I was surprised that I was gonna get a buff. I wasn't surprised on the usage. But Cool Juice said I got on earlier and got all the class-based swords done in one go. Oh yeah, I'm glad you said that. I meant to do that on the Hunter. Thank you. I still need to do that for the Hunter before the season goes. Thank you so much. I need one more. Bet. So you ended up knocking them all out, huh? That's what's up. They are all really good. I think the Hunter's the weakest because he can't get any verb tech. But apart from that, I mean, I think the Hunter is still the highest DPS sword when you like thread the needle and everything. But the Titan one I really fell in love with because the Incandescent, and the Warlock has energy transfer, so I'm gonna pair that with Vesper Radius for sure. But Heart Shadow, I really love this weapon, man, for utility tech purposes. Allows you to go invis no matter what subclass, right? It has the weaken tech, so it's kind of like you can get away with bringing it in in-game content because you can claim that you the weaken debuff guy. And yeah, it's pretty fun, man. Cool Juice said I was 0 and 5 on Hunter and got all 5 in 5 minutes. Yeah, that's what's up, man. Lady Luck like, all right, you'll get this and get out of here. It's the end of the season. Just go. Shoot. All right. So that's everything on all my characters after it's been split up into like 3 streams because it's crashing for some reason. But yeah. All right, let's go through this thing that I call a vault. Here I'm gonna drop weapon off so it doesn't look you know, it doesn't have that grayed out look. I can't stand that when I'm going through it. All right, here we go. Oh Lord, give me a second. I gotta get my bearings and everything. All right, Regis Claymore. It's OG. Talk about it every season. This is mainly one of the reasons why I do this, right? So we can remember where we came from and everything. But yeah, I remember static rolls. This thing is mainly like a trophy from a bygone era. Introduced in season of the Warmon, right? This was like the carrot on the stick, the bread of the crumb, right? This was the chase. Looking at it now, it is a shell of his former self. However, like I said, it is a trophy. If we remember where we came from, man, we can pretty much see where we're going, right? You know, you don't want to forget your past. But yeah, man, mostly what this symbolizes though is the era and the meta and like how it constantly changes and how you can still have fun in each and every given meta, man. It was definitely the wild west back then because it was like no radar. Arc strippers was terrorizing the Crucible, right? Wormhusk used to regen mad health. Like, it was a time, bro. Shotties was in the heavy slot. Snipers was too. Like, yeah, but it was a fun time too at the same, you know what I mean? The same token for what it was. But looking at it then, you could have never been able to tell me we'd be crafting weapons and all these random roles and where we at now with interactive verb perks. But yeah, man, like to hit the nostalgic road every once in a while. Chatter and Bone. If the rumors are to be believed, if the read between the lines thing is true, or if I ain't been all in Banshee's gun oil, right? Freaking, hopefully the Last Wish weapons will be getting revamped next season. And if Chatter and Bone does get revamped, I do think this is gonna make a splash, simply because it's already a good weapon. But if it being a good weapon is one thing, but people having access to it is what makes great weapons shape the meta, right? You know, it's okay when once in a while everybody can get their hands on, like when Zer's ingredient is a perfect example. Main ingredient been good, but it was when Zer sold that available to everyone, when Zer's ingredient, you know what I'm saying, became the main staple. And so I think with Chatter and Bone, since we don't have that many amazing lightweights, if they do it right in the perk slot, it being craftable and us being able to get enhanced perks, I think Chatter and Bone will make a splash. Transfiguration, hopefully it'll come back with the same combination because I love it. Probably won't come with drop mag, right? But yeah, Rampage, Kill Clip. Doubt they'll ever do mini weapons like this combo before, but you know, it is something to be said about that in particular, being able to craft it. Wishender, amazing, has definitely I didn't think anything would dethrone Arbalest, but Wishender gives it a run for its money for sure. Toil and Trouble, kept it because at the time it was just a unique shotgun with really great stats. Gave it a shot a while back. It actually feels really good in this meta. So yeah, Toil and Trouble, pretty just nice all around slot shot, accurate range, your choice of range barrels. Better Devils. I would not mind if they brought this weapon back. I would love to chase this weapon now, you know. Back at a time where this thing has been sunset. When you think about it, Better Devils was actually a pretty good 140. You tweak the stats a little bit so they're up to par with nowadays. Give it to Shax, you know what I'm saying? So he can get like the 12 perk column. I think Crucible players would be happy with a Better Devils, right? Especially a role like this, rangefinder, explosive payload, you know. In hindsight, I wish I'd have got like focused and accurized round roll, but still, I don't think people would be upset with a Better Devils. Redrick's Broadsword, when they brought it back, nothing too special about it. Shell of his former self, I gave it a shot this season, and man, they did Desperado dirty. Well, they did Desperado dirty on Redrick's, but like, I feel like if they revert it, it wouldn't be a problem, but I don't know, you know. I just know that it doesn't feel as good as it used to, and it's not encouraging to use on that archetype anymore. That being said, I recognize that Desperado on other weapons is actually decent, depending on what you're using, but I just miss my Redrick's, dog. Warden's Law, keeping this because it is basically memorabilia at this point, right? Moving target, Zen moment, not good by any means because of the double shot tech, but something fun to use once in a while. Maybe we'll revisit this thing again once range gets adjusted. We got the Warden's Law, Feeding Frenzy, and Kill Clip. We got the old OG Arrivals Bite of the Fox, Snapshot Explosive Payload. Explosive Payload is literally carrying the weight on this sniper. The moment that I get a decent combo with Snapshot Explosive Payload, it is going to be swapped out for that. Dagger, moving target, time payload, accurized. steady rounds, steady masterwork, and true sight. All in all, pretty decent. Kicks like a donkey, like a 6-pack, but yeah, it's okay. Spare rations, overflow, supposed to payload. Yeah, yeah, nothing bad about this one at all. One thing though that I will say that this reminds me of is curated roles. And I think that if Bungie sprinkled a couple more curated roles out in the playlist, you know, like coveted roles that drop once in a while, even though we can craft something, right? Make something that we can't craft that's curated, right? I think that'd be a nice little incentive to go chase something, or maybe get a flawless and a strike or something like that, you know? But yeah, curated roles, I kind of miss them a little bit. But spare rations, still a decent goat. Hoping it comes back, man, with this season. This one, Rapid Hit Rampage. Rapid Hit was a shell of his former self, but that was back when Rampage used to slap. I'm talking about them damage scale numbers was super good. But yeah, I used to love using this thing back in the day. Night Watch, you know, of course, the traditional overflow explosive payload roll. We got the Lonesome. Went and picked this one up at Banshee. Not Banshee, at Zur. He's still selling this one, but I haven't had time to get in the Crucible with it. But Zen Moment, Slide Shot, Precisions have a really good TTK value, I think, in the Crucible. So, yeah, with pretty good range options, definitely wanted to snag this, to test it for future purposes. We got the R-Stringer. This is one of the OG Sunset rolls. I kept it simply because you can't get, I think, either accurized rounds. Yeah. You can't get accurized rounds on R-Stringer now, so I kept it just to, like, you know, neck and neck with it. But honestly, I'm thinking about getting rid of it at some point soon recently. The Galrin's right hand. Man, if y'all was with me the last few times I've been streaming, y'all know how I re-fell in love with this thing, dog. Whatever they did to Zen Moment, they did it, yo, because you can feel it. But yes, you will be seeing me use this thing on the regular again pretty soon. But Zen Moment demo on Galran's, it was amazing. It was just simply a blast from the past. Really started leaning into build crafting. I paired it with the Epicurean. It had a Void on it with a Demolitionist, I believe, and from the Crown of Sorrow, and I used to use it with Nezarec Sin. So it was, even back then, it was just leaning into as much tech as I could. Demolitionist being one of my favorite perks. Sacred Providence, pretty decent all around, you know. Pretty fun to pull out every once in a while. I love the models on the Garden of Salvation weapons, and whenever they get revamped, I will be farming each and every one of those religiously, because it's something about those aesthetics that feels so good, and you just don't see them like that. And yeah, I would love for them to be viable. The Eye of Soul, I think this is the best PvE version I got. Snapshot Vorpal. Got an Astral Horizon PvE roll. I love the synergy between Dual Loader and Trench Barrel. You don't think it would really be there, but with Dual Loader, it reloads slower, but reloads 2 at a time, right? But with Trench Barrel, after you get a successful hit, you get all those buffs like damage, handling, and reload speed. So, you know, you can just punch an ad real quick, fire off a shot, and then while you're reloading, it's pretty much slapping a nice amount of bullets in there with Dual Loader. And then, of course, we got a Pin and Mag and a Reload Masterwork. So I thought it was worth keeping. I definitely think I'm going to have some fun with it with no backup plan sometime soon. Surplus, Open a Shot, Astral Horizon. This is the OG roll I got. Didn't take my time to farm a new one. I should have, but we got Slide Shot, Oko Punch, PvE pretty much. Same thing with this one. Auto-loading Swashbuckler, just for not having to worry about reload tech at all. Got the Dire Promise, Snapshot, Rangefinder. Really love going back to this hand cannon whenever I feel like, whenever I want to retest the sandbox. This is like my litmus test right here. This is my measure that I'm measuring against, because this hand cannon has always felt good, and it's just something about it. Even though I can't stand the way these, I call them can opener hand cannons, because when you reload it, it's like you opening up a can and you sticking a whole like Chef Boyardee can inside of it, man. I hate that reload animation, but I meme on it a lot. But it doesn't take away by how amazing that gun feels still to this day. And of course, you know, we got to mention the butter bark because of the synergistic the camo on it, right? This one right here, Overflow Swashbuckler. I kept it because of the melee tech. This right here, Overflow E-Cap. max stability if I invest into it, right? Because it got stability masterwork, ricochet rounds, and steady hand. You know, pair that with ECAP, I think you can get to 97. I think is the max stability. So, testing purposes. Enigma's draw. Ironically, Zer was selling this too. So since I couldn't decide on which one was better, the Lonesome or the Enigmas, I decided to pick them up both and delete which one was weaker. So whenever I get a chance, I will either try it in Crucible or delete it anyway, right? True Prophecy, been with me a minute, been putting in a lot of work. I do feel like Round Robin though has dethroned this thing stat wise, feel wise, all the way around, and it's a shame too because I really love the feel and the look of the True Prophecy, that Better Devils model. But yeah, man, just goes to show you how where we are at power creep at one point, and then where we go or get pushed further, man. Just how things change overall. But Overflow Demo still has one of the best combinations though, perk wise, on a 120, I think. This True Prophecy right here, range finder, explosive payload, accurate rounds, almost max range. I kind of scuffed it right here and on the masterwork, but still same thing. I love using it as a test just to see how far other hand cannons reach out and whatnot. Overflow explosive payload on this one, appended mag, reload masterwork, and fast draw. I thought that I would have loved fast draw on the True Prophecy, but sometimes you really just got to get the gun, test the barrel, test the combination you're thinking of, and fast draw just really don't do it like that. I think steady hand is the best one on this particular 120, but I love the way the sight catches the target though, right? It's just in consecutive gunfights, it's very hard to track with fast draw on the True Prophecy, I feel like. But this one, Rampage, this was back when you could do the 2 taps and the 2-tap meta. Right here, we got Escape Velocity on paper, one of a really good SMG. You know, Overflow, Vorpal, had the Alloy Mag 900 SMG. It's pretty good, but it feels like the range, even though the range stat is good, it just feels like it doesn't hit targets at the range it needs to in PvE. And I often find myself leaning into other tech. Steady Hand. This is another one of those weird, funky rolls I've seen on paper and I chased down. Glad I kept it. It feels really good still, though. Iron Grip, right? So you sacrifice your reload speed for max stability. Zen Moment, right? Which got a buff, so the flinching is non-existent. We got ricochet rounds and the stability masterwork, but I messed out on the freaking scope, man. I was wanting steady hand so bad. But with this and fast draw, when I tell you this thing does not move, as soon as you hit your target, it's like pinpoint. It's like you throwing darts. It is so good. This steady hand right here, snapshot moving target. Moving target, I think, is one of the best dueling consistency perks, right? Yeah, coupled with snapshot on the 120. Just feels good overall. Nothing to write home about. I barely used it, as you can see. This one right here. Slide shot, swashbuckler. Pretty much kept it because of the swashbuckler tech. Just haven't gotten around to deleting it. Probably will be on the chopping block soon. If anything else, push comes to shove. Overall, just slide shot, swashbuckler. I can't remember if you can 2-tap in this meta with swashbuckler, but then again, I'm not that type of a fisticuffs player in the Crucible either, so I wouldn't know anyway. And this is another one of those funky rolls that I kept just because it can do what it can do, right? You got Killing Wind, which is going to push out the range, give you a little bit more mobility, right? Increase the handling, so big whoop, who cares, right? But that with Iron Gaze, right? So you're going to massively increase your target acquisition, right? Which is already at 95 aim assist. No, wait, that's because, that is because of the perk, right? Yeah, okay. So initially the aim assist is 70. When paired with Iron Gaze, it's at 95. Also, we have on the target adjuster, so it's at 90. Okay, so it's at 90, right? I guess you can max it out if you went all in on the target and on the helmet. But since you're sacrificing the range, I figured it would be pretty cool to pair with Killing Wind. So if you get on your little spree, you know, you push out the range a little bit further. Now that D2 Foundry is a thing, I am curious to wonder what the actual distance and everything is looking like on that. If I remember, which I probably won't, I'll get back into that. The Eye of Soul Adept. Celerity, used to meme on that perk. This is another instance where I'm glad I'm a hoarder because Celerity, I wouldn't want it any other way on this sniper now. Killing Wind, Celerity, I probably definitely would want something else other than Killing Wind, but this was the best Adept version that I got. So if you guys ever want to know why I never snipe with ISO, it's because this is the best roll I got, and even then I probably would rather take that Bite of the Fox that I was using. It's just something about ISO's scope box aiming thing with me that I just do not translate well with when I get into a duel or a fight. Like I just can't reliably use it, and maybe that's just the role that I got in particular, and I don't vibe with it. But if you ever want to know why you rarely see me use the ISO, that's why, because that's the best one I got. Hawkmoon. Back then, when range didn't matter as much, this one felt really good to me. I can't remember when, but somewhere along the way, hand cannons got adjusted, and now this is still a good Hawkmoon, but I do wish that I had a better barrel here other than fluted. And yeah, I got the perfect grip that I wanted, smooth grip. But hopefully when they bring back those exotic missions, I can pinpoint or actually go and craft the my perfect Hawkmoon, because I have been gravitating more and more to want to use hand cannons very recently. False Promises. Nothing too amazing or spectacular though, right? Zen Moment, Dynamic Sway, Synergistic. I barely pull this thing out the vault, so maybe the last time you guys see it. Unrelenting too. On paper it sounds good, but like 360s, honestly, I think you're gonna need a damage buff with Unrelenting in order to make it justifiable to run a 360 with Unrelenting. But then again, I haven't given it a shot in a minute, so who knows? It may be good. We may pull this one out since it's like the counterpart to Galrens, right? We'll give it a shot if I can remember one of these days. Overflow, Rampage. There's nothing else major to say about that, you know. Overflow, Rampage. Whispering Slab, Killing Wind demo, Unrelenting. Often I'll go to this bow, or used to go to this bow when bows were in the artifact mod and I needed some tech with it. Now that we have more options, I rarely use it, but still, it's a very good combo, right? You're getting the benefit from Killing Wind, you're getting the benefit from demo at the same time, and or if it's a strike where, you know, you need to stay back and need to play your health, Unrelenting in PvE is actually really good. It's just often overlooked because there are better perks in those slots, but when you do mess with it, it is actually pretty decent for sure. We have the Code Denial, Zen Moment, Eye of the Storm. Looking forward to this thing when range or zoom gets adjusted in some form or fashion, because the way they're talking is they're going to generalize all of the range brackets, right, of everything. And so if that's the case and zoom isn't going to matter as much, then I'm definitely looking forward to unique weapons that already fight well, but they have weird, like, you know, zoom factors and stuff like that. So Code Denial is definitely one of them. Eye of the Storm Zen Moment feels so good already, and I can imagine when it can hit inside the range that other pulses can hit. Killing Wind Unrelenting on this. You already know the story about Unrelenting. Multi-kill clip is nice, but I really go on streaks nowadays with it. Zen Moment Unrelenting on this one. Multi-kill clip. Difference of stats on this one, you know. Went for the range combo with the handling. We got a Forward Path. Dynamic Sway. Eye of the Storm. Don't even think I've used that thing. Dynamic Sway, Iron Grip, Steady Rounds. We have a Feeding Frenzy multi-kill clip. 4 times the charm, tap the trigger on this one. They feel okay, all in all, but haven't used them in a while. Honestly, it's been about 4 or 5 seasons. And then this one right here, one I keep overall. Dynamic Sway, tap the trigger. You got one working on the front end, you got one working on the back end. Nothing but synergy right there. If once the little range thing goes into play, right, I'm looking forward to combos and situations like that. And we got the Extraordinary Rendition, Overflow Frenzy, and or multi-kill clip. This one right here, alternative flip side, Overflow One for All, in situations where you can't actually get the kill, but you need to like pepper the ads and it could benefit you more, right? There you go. Or Rampage. I kind of hate Rampage did fall off, but like it's still good in low tier content, but like in high end content, I cannot see me going with Rampage whatsoever. This Messenger, very good synergistically, right? These 3 perks work together so well. Armor piercing rounds, so when ads line up or when you can line it up right, you can get like you can possibly hit 2 ads and trigger stats for all and 1 for all at the same time with benefits. So of course, anytime pulse rifles come into the artifact mod and I need a heavy hitting or hard intense pulse, this is often one that I rely on. Rapid Hit Desperado, relic of his old time, man. Oh man, I'm already getting vibes when he used to just rip through people like a chainsaw. It just yeah. Don't do that no more, man. Now it's like it's all sluggish now. Zen moment kill clip on this messenger. This one right here has rapid hit one for all. I just haven't brought myself to delete this one, but I'm probably gonna ever since I got that stats for all one for all. I don't know. I'm still kind of torn because, like, as you see, I still got the full auto mod on it. But I don't know. It depends, man. Like, because in PvE when you're using rapid hit, it it still feels good on a pulse. So I don't know. Maybe Outlaw Desperado. This one actually might get ready to be deleted. You see, I already got this one unlocked. I probably already considered it. Heating Up, Frenzy, Desperado. Gonna keep this one though because of Frenzy on it, and Heating Up is pretty okay, right? Sometimes I do love going into PvP with Frenzy, just because if you're in the thicket and you know how to stay alive, Frenzy is actually a decent perk. It's like it's a free walking damage buff, right? You got this one right here, the Adept one. This one instead comes with Head Seeker and or Celerity. Definitely holding on to this one. Very interested to see how the new messengers are come out with and what perks they're going to drop with. One that I would love to see, though, more than anything, is Kinetic Tremors in the far right slot, right? Like, I think as long as it comes with Kinetic Tremors, I may grind one. But if it comes with, I don't know. We just have to see, right? It has to be a interesting combination for them to actually bring it back into the pool instead of dropping it in the legacy pool, right? So you would imagine they give it some type of love. This one right here, Moving Target, Frenzy, and or One for All, Maybe one of the other ones on the chopping block. I think this the only one I had with moving target though? I think it was, wasn't it? Yeah. So we're gonna hold on to that moving target version, right? Good old multi-mech back in the day. Dynamic sway, unrelenting. Nothing too major to write home about. Killing Wind kill clip, same thing. I never got lucky and got the good old infamous roll that everyone had back in the day. That was snapping necks. The Iron Reach roll, but surplus one for all. Kept a couple of the good PvP rolls. As you can see, I really want Unrelenting to work, but never really get the. It just doesn't come on the most optimal of weapons, I think. DMT with Vorpal, Chroma Rush just recently got dethroned by the Rufus, right? But before that, the Chroma Rush easily held the top spot in my mind for 720s, though. Still very good, but the fact that you can craft Rufus, it leaps and bounds. And the fact that I can get Thresh in the first slot, and moving target, I think perpetual motion, tap the trigger. Yeah, Rufus just has this thing beat. But still, pretty good. It cannot get kill clip, though. So, subsistence kill clip, still pretty fun to just shred through ads once in a while. Moving target, tap the trigger. This one actually might be one that gets faded into existence now that, like I said, we can craft the Rufus. So we'll unlock this just in case. The ignition code, slide shot, frenzy, disorienting, right? I know frenzy isn't really like the best or perfect thing here, but at the same time, if frenzy does proc, I am getting that extra little damage, even though that disorient grenades don't cause that much damage at all. And reload speed just in case I cannot slide and need to reload manually. So I love the synergy there. And then the flip version of this, if I do end up getting a kill and want to lean into a super build, I have Thresh. I have the option of Thresh there. And then collection of Fate Bringers. Thresh Frenzy. If I could get this roll, I would delete this regular roll. But I've not been lucky enough or taken the time enough to go back into Vogue and farm out another one. So I'm stuck with the regular roll. This one right here, I keep simply to remind me that you can get a max stability version of Fatebringer. Because if this was a time loss roll, I could swap this out for an adept stability roll. And my stability would be at 102. Well, it can't go past 100, but you know what I mean. But anyway, I just mainly keep this roll so I can always look out for that specific roll. Because I love when you can push a weapon to its max. Is it totally efficient sometimes? No. But is it fun to be like, yeah, I got a max stability Fatebringer? Yeah, man, you already know. So, this one right here, Explosive Frenzy, Pendant Mag, all around. One of the quote-unquote best hand cannons in the game, right? Double damage perks, Frenzy, Explosive Payload. Pendant, so you have more bullets in it. Osmosis, Adrenaline Junkie, for any time that I want to just switch it up and mix it up. Use any type of build crafting tech, right? And this one right here, Explosive Frenzy, got the option of Osmosis as well, but I think I kept this one simply due to small bore on it right there. And this Fatebringer here, Explosive Payload, Eye of the Storm. You know, everybody raves about Eye of the Storm being the best go-to perk combination, right? Which it is really good, to be honest, but I prefer the more perks over Eye of the Storm because I find myself having to think about Eye of the Storm when I get in a battle, right? And it's like when I have to stop myself and think about a perk, I often would rather have a more consistency perk that I don't have to think about. I feel like it messes me up when I'm dueling and I have to be like, all right, Eye of the Storm proc, let me make sure you know what I'm saying? Like I'm hitting my shots and stuff. This Fatebringer right here was the highest range I think I got on the Fatebringer. Yeah, this is the highest range I got on it. Full bore accurized. I messed up on the masterwork, right? But it also came with the synergy of tunnel vision and kill clip. Not the biggest fan of tunnel vision, but it did synergize with kill clip, so you know I thought, why not? It's perfect, right? Praetor's Revenge. I think this is gonna make some splashes this season simply because you can roll with rerun rounds and high impact reserves. And with snipers getting the buff that they got, this one basically got the twofold buff, remember, right? Because their ammo capacity or your reserves got increased this season in the mid-season patch. So when snipers get their 10% buff, on paper, I think this is like the best go-to sniper, right? Because with rerun rounds, you can get out more bullets. I think it's like 11. I think you can fire 11 rounds with rerun. And then high impact reserves, right, is just going to proc on the first bottom half. And then once rerun rounds proc, since the mag is already going to come back low, you're going to get the second benefit of high impact reserves on that on itself. And so if you have a Praetor's Revenge, it doesn't even have to be time loss, right? Because I think the only benefit is going to be the reload masterwork maybe. Yeah, if you have a Praetor's Revenge, just even normal, I'm pretty sure that's going to make some splashes. So keep your eyes out for that one. Reese Walker, Quick Draw, Unrelenting. Quick Draw makes it a shell of its former self, but I do like the fact that we got Unrelenting on a special weapon. I know I said I love it on kinetic weapons, and that's because I don't have to worry about running dry on ammo, but you know, those instances where maybe you get in a 1v2 and you need to deal with a third person or something, you know, and you clap both of them while Unrelenting, that third person ain't going to expect you to get your health regen, right? So definitely had to keep that one for the theory crafting. This is the best one that I got back in the day when they first introduced Iron Reach. Slotways, Iron Reach, could never settle for the masterwork, so 4 out of 5 pretty much. This one right here, Slot Shot Demo, kept it for the demolitionist tech, pretty much. Didn't want to have to reload, right? Maybe you might see this one in some of my builds coming up with no backup plans in the future. Hung Jury, Rapid Explosive. Just nothing else to say about that. Hung Jury just feels amazing, man. It's one of those guns where they brought back from D1 that just feels so amazing. You can tell that they got some of the D1 like homework vibe or feel to it because it feels better to me than any other 180 by far, bro. This Hung Jury right here, Surplus Firefly. You know, we like explosions. What can we say? The Vulpecula. We like explosions. I always want to like this gun, man, but I feel like his model is too big for its own good because when you get into a serious duel, it does feel like you lose the target very easily. But Encore Explosive Payload, pretty good synergy combination on paper. Fractitus. I talk trash about this thing almost every single Vault Hoarding video until this season, or I think it was like last season when they adjusted shotgun pellet spread. But this is an example of like one of the rare instances of like when being a hoarder pays off, because this is easily one of my most consistent shotguns that I lean into. And I don't even shotgun like that, right? Like I am a bad shotgunner. I am a bad ape. I can honestly say that about myself. But I feel like I'm confident when I got this thing in my hands, right? With Slash Shot, opening shot. Like, yeah. Fractitus in the kinetic slot right now. Until we get another precision frame, this is, to me, the best precision in that slot, man. Feels like old school Dust Rock. Like, nothing will ever be old school Dust Rock, but, like, if that was sitting there at the lunch, that's the predecessor. We got a good old Peace Bond, Subsistence Surrounded. Sidearms always slap. And high, hard in-game content, you're often surrounded by ads right before you end up dropping them. So I do find a lot of use out of this every once in a while. Subsistence Headstone, Good for the synergy builds and whatnot on stasis, making crystals, breaking them, making shards. Of course, you know we had to keep this combo right. Rangefinder, Iron Reach, Range Masterwork, Accurized Rounds, but we scuffed the what's the name? So you see, even me as a hoarder and playing as much as I play, there's very, very rare where RNG is just like 5 out of 5, like, oh, you know, she ultimately shines on you. But it just goes to show you, like, you know, sometimes, you know, you just take the best thing you got, right? But yeah, it just goes to show you, man, sometimes. And also, when you do have a role in mind, don't let nobody tell you that you cannot grind or get it, bro. The moment that you think of that role, you can get it. The only problem is how long are you willing to invest in obtaining it, right? And it might not be the perfect of the perfect, but you can get the core of what you're looking for. So always keep your mind open when you be chasing stuff, yo. And this one right here, I think just feels better, or this was the first one I got, and I haven't determined which of the two deserves to keep. So I kept them both. But yeah, this had to be the first one I've gotten since it came with Pendant Mag, the Stability Masterwork, and Small Bore, right? So all in all, pretty decent, you know. It's pretty okay. I will say the Sanuna, after using that one though, I really have fallen in love with that. It's something about the consistency, or maybe the sight, or that Omalon weapon model that makes the Sanuna, if not better than this one, at least sit at the same table in the conversation. And then this one right here with the demo tech, rangefinder demo, just all in all, pretty good for both build crafting and PvE. I'm pretty sure a lot of those, I mean PvP, I'm pretty sure a lot of those are a mix of both. This is back way when I think it was the Season of the Lost. Yeah, I think that's the Lost symbol, but that's back then when I used to build craft and mess around with that one. And the last Peace Bond, I used to use this one specifically with a Star Eater build, where I used to use Star Eater scales, use the shurikens or the stasis shurikens, right, on the hunter, where you could make orbs, right. I think Thermoclastic Bloom was the artifact mod. Now we got heavy-handed, so I actually should revisit that build. But yeah, Thermoclastic Bloom, you would throw the shurikens, get a kill, make an orb, pick up the orb, proc Star Eater scales, boom, create some good old synergy going like that. And then once you become charged with light, back then we also had striking light, and so I was making orbs for my allies as well. So every shuriken blow, I was making 2 orbs. And yeah, this is one of the weapons that was just synergized so beautifully, because Swashbuckler would proc, you would get the final blow, subsistence would help keep the mag up. Just all in all, really good synergy going on there. Servant Leader, these scout rifles are pretty nasty. Just don't see a lot of them because I guess we don't have a lot of them. But Randy's is coming back in the Crucible, and if it keeps the same trend of being a vendor road weapon, which I don't see why they would change it, right? It's gonna have 12 perks in each slot. And because of that, if they do it any justice PvP-wise, I think we're going to see a lot of Randys around, bro. I really do. Because Servant Leader itself isn't bad, but it's the perfect storm of, like, not wanting to grind from it, right? It's a scout rifle, for one. It comes from Gambit, for 2. And then the chances of you getting the exact combination you want with 12 perks, yeah, I know you can reset, but who's resetting Gambit 3 times specifically for a scout rifle? You see what I mean? Crucible, you're more than likely to get it over the season, which is why I think Randy's will make a splash, because you'll see a lot more people getting their hands on a perfect roll that is actually viable. So we'll see. The Judgment, Demolitionist Osmosis, synergistic all the way around. I think the only bad thing on the Judgment is that if you give it 5% stat boost in like every category, because honestly it needs it, I feel like, and it comes from the dungeon too, and it used to be a Trials of the Nine weapon, so please, right, why not? Judgment would be in the conversation, maybe, right? When the range and zooms get adjusted, maybe it will be in the conversation of the table. But all in all, pretty good setup. Demo and Osmosis there. We getting contacting y'all. On this one right here, Demo Time Payload. Demo Explosive is probably one of the best combos on a hand cannon to me. But this is the next best thing we got ever since they sunset the old-fashioned, I believe. So, yeah, Judgment is eating its lunch until we get another combination like that, right? Can't remember. What can the Zalories roll? The Zalories can roll, like, Explosive. I know it can roll Explosive Incandescent, but is it Demo Explosive? Or is it Demo Incandescent? I can't remember, man, because I know Demo and Pugilist aren't in the same combination, but it can be next season. Last Breath, Dynamic Sway, Rangefinder. I actually checked the stats on this, and it actually reaches pretty good for its overall stat package for 600. I was actually surprised. Really love that that website D2 Foundry. You can get a lot of good information off of it. This one right here, Demolitionist and One for All, synergistic as well. The reason I kept most of these, honestly, is because there's no way I'm going back into that cube room and grind. And y'all do not know how many hours I spent in that MC Escher Rubik's Cube, yo. This is probably my favorite overall go-to auto rifle season to season, just because of the damage perk of Frenzy being procced. And if you're in any kind of content, right, for an extended amount of time, the benefits are gonna be up. And then you got Demolitionist too, right? So it's like one of those weapons you don't even have to think about. I don't have to think about throwing my grenade, but when I do, my weapon's reloaded. I don't even have to think about getting a kill or anything, just being in combat, and the damage perk is procced. So I wish I had better other things here and there, but all in all, I would take this. Like I said, this is a pretty fun roll, man. Looking for something to top this, so I can retire it out. Killing Wind Rangefinder, one that I like to go to once in a while, just because of the synergy of Rangefinder and then Killing Wind pushing out a little bit. Nothing too amazing. Demo Adrenaline Junkie, super synergistic. I rarely use it. I could see it being useful on something like a Ahmkar Hunter or something. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe now that we got Lightning Strikes twice, we can do something with that this season coming. Last Breath on this one. Subsistence One for All. It's okay, you know. Scathelocke, Heating Up Rampage, synergy is there, right? Both of them proc at the same time. Scathelocke, Subsistence Multi-Kill Clip, okay, meh. The IS Luna, Snapshot Rangefinder. Yeah, one of my favorite dueling hand cannons overall. There are better ones in the sandbox, to be sure, for sure. But it's just something about how me and the IS Luna sync up when I'm using it, right? Like it's just like it feels like an extension of me when I'm using it. So I often recommend that any time that you feel that you can vibe with a weapon or whatever and you're comfortable with it, always give it a try over whatever the perceived meta is, because you never know. You might be able to outduel or outplay somebody with it, man. So that's the first step, is always that confidence in it. This one right here, we got the Perpetual Motion Harmony. The idea would be to pair it all the way with a full harmony setup, right? So a heavy harmony, an energy weapon harmony, right? And a kinetic harmony. Just get into combat and just keep all the buffs going at the same time, seeing how long you can keep it going. Demolitionist and Unrelenting. Amazing perk combination, right? You know, getting the health proc on the baby ads or whatever ads you're destroying, and then getting the grenade, you know. All in all, nothing bad about that. Unrelenting Kill Clip, flip side of the coin with it, right? Instead, you're getting a damage perk. So I was thinking this one would be better in PvP, but just really haven't gotten around to using it like that. Rapid Hit Snapshot, okay roll, right? This one right here, I would say, is my main IS Luna roll that I gravitate towards. The consistency of moving target, the range push of Rangefinder, high cal rounds, true sight, and then you got the handling masterwork, you know. All in all, just very well rounded and feels good consistency wise when I'm dueling and whatnot. Plus the aim assistance for an old fella like me, you know what I'm saying? I need all the aim assistance I get, dog. Put training wheels on my scopes. I need every little bit. Rapid Hit Demo on this one. This one used to be my main go-to, as you can see, with PvP kills. But that was back when Middle Tree Dawnblade used to be my favorite, because I used to get a kill, hold the healing grenade, then use it, and then slide right back into combat. And back then, the healing grenade used to heal you for full, and I think give you a 35 overshield. So, yeah, times have changed. This one right here, Rapid Hit Kill Clip. And this one right here, Moving Target Perpetual Motion. I want to like this one as much as I like the other ones, but I think Perpetual Motion is actually an instance of something that throws me off. Still pretty decent overall, though. Then we got the Crafted Partner Dust with enhanced auto-loading and enhanced demo. Of course, you already understand the tech behind that one. Disorient nades, stopping everything in its tracks if you can. You got the Subsistence and Harmony Wastelander. Yeah, so pair this with another Harmony shotgun. I used to use the Titan Captain Falcon build back in the day, right? Where you just use the Subsistence and then not even have to reload or just swap to the other shotty. But really fun when paired with the Comedian, because the Comedian has the role of subsistence as well. So the whole thought process was just run straight up shotties, which I actually might use that, Acreus, and the Comedian actually with the no backup plans. We got a lot of shotguns to choose from for sure. This Wastelander, perpetual motion, open and shot, and of course the random roll I obtained. I do have the option to craft it. I just have not went and crafted it, but that just shows you how much I personally use shotguns like that, right? Osteostriga, nothing too special about that. Empirical evidence, and it has some makeovers. It's really good, honestly. Of course, enhanced thresh, you know. We got the Forensic Nightmare, same thing. It has been over some makeovers recently too. It's often a forgotten SMG. It's not the best by any means. It actually feels sluggish here and there, but it's still it's a really good SMG overall though. I like the look and the vibe of it when it comes to unique weapons and usage and everything. Thoughtless right here. We got the Overflow fire alarm roll. Nothing too amazing or anything special like that. Used to use this a lot during Golgoroth, I believe. Was it? No, it was War Priest. Yeah, it was War Priest. This piece of mine right here, you know, perpetual motion moving target. Used to be the go-to back then, you know. Ever since they nerfed the zoom on it, though, I haven't really given it the time of day. Fourth times warp weapon. I used to religiously use this thing back in Val, yeah. When I had to pop the crits for the freaking caretaker, when I had to be on caretaker duty, this was the role I used to use. Because for one, I used to hate reloading. And then for two, with Vorpal Weapon, you know what I'm saying, it was just easier to hit either the beehive on his back or just peg the crit and just be done with it. But yeah, it definitely served me well. And also the Vorpal Weapon, I believe, worked on Rook with his crit spots too when we had to hit the crit. So it got a lot of mileage out of me in Val. Perpetual Motion Frenzy was pretty fun back when Stasis Shards used to allow you to become Charger-like. Auto-loading multi-kill clip. I could probably get rid of one of these to be fair. I'm going to unlock this one and probably get rid of it. The Fortissimo. Surplus, opening shots, accurized rounds, fluted barrel. Pretty good on the handling overall. It should get 100 handling with surplus, actually. And then opening shot pushes the range out to 91. So pretty okay overall. Demolitionist Thresh. One of my favorite combinations as well, right? Because you're getting the benefits of your abilities. If you have your melee and your class ability charged, Demolitionist and Wellspring gives you a nice chunk of abilities. And when you have a weapon setup that takes this combination to the next level, so basically you have a kinetic weapon, an energy weapon, and a heavy weapon with this combo. I'm always looking out for this or any similar combo, right? Like Demolitionist Thresh, Demolitionist Pugilist, anything like that. So yeah, definitely really good Fortissimo. And it came with lead from gold and or fourth times. But we also have this one right here with 4 times Vorpal. So if I do need to have a DPS slug option, we have that meta pick as well. Would have loved to consolidate it in the same option, but you know, you get what you get, right? Deliverance, Demolitionist, and Chill Clip. I seen a video over this past season. I think it was by Cree. And he made a good point about how instead of using Chill Clip, you could actually go with bait and switch. And it actually made a lot of sense. And so I'm thinking about going back and recrafting my Deliverance because I use Riptide anyway, right? The auto-loading Chill Clip roll. But what he was basically saying is, like, I guess if you're the tractor cannon guy or if you're just doing a lot of hot swapping, bait and switch actually is a 35% boost. And it's actually worth it over Chill Clip, you know? So, yeah, I was definitely thinking about that. He made a really good point about that. It was, so I might have to go back and recraft the Deliverance that way. Submission. I want to love this gun, but I just can't get jiggy with it, man. Every time I'm shooting, the little reticle be bouncing all up in the air and stuff like that, and I'm trying multiple barrels, multiple different stat packages. Me and the submission is just like oil and water, man. We can't vibe. That being said, though, it's still a really good 900 SMG, and yeah, I love this combination. I thought Overflow Thresh would have been the one I'll go to more often, but I do find myself, like, when I'm using this SMG, even though I'm fighting to use it, I often use it to the point that I'm still reloading, over swapping to my special. And so Perpetual Motion gets more mileage to Overflow than me on that one. The Duty Bound is in the moment, Vorpal Weapon. May pull this thing out for with the Actium War Rig Titan, popping some barricades. Now the anti-barrier comes back around, right? As a whole thought process behind keeping a Vorpal Weapon kinetic auto rifle. And then this one right here, you know we had to keep, right? Triple tap 4 times the charm. One of those weird, wonky, once in a blue Sabbathoon moon weapon drops, but at the same time it has some unique tech behind it. So you slap that on with Actian War Rig, and you. I'm curious to see if you're hitting all crits, which one would have the longer shot time, right? Would this have longer shot time, or would the Rufus, right? It would probably be this over the Rufus with rerun rounds, right? But yeah, very, very curious to see. And I love whipping this thing out whenever it's anti-barrier. So you can definitely expect to see that a little bit. The Ragnarok, auto-loading Thresh. I normally use mine for PvE because, yeah, now, especially now that since we got the Imperial Decree, I just never felt like, ever since they touched the zoom on it, I never felt like Ragnarok was a PvP shotgun, you know. This one right here, we got the Perseus D, rapid hit, explosive payload. I think everybody can agree that no one really was expecting this 150 to feel as good as it did. And it actually feels really good for 150. It feels kind of like the hung jury treatment, right? The crate, overflow, headstone. Nothing too spectacular. Subsistence headstone. Debating on which one I actually want to keep. You know, that one's for low tier and that one's for higher tier. But the problem is the stat package on this one was really good when it came to range. And this one was really good when it came to stability. So I'm kind of torn on which one do I want to keep if I got to get rid of one. This crate right here, though, is just like, just in case I delete the wrong one. This one handles the situation, right? This is the synergy that I love to look for. When armor piercing rounds pairs with one for all and stats for all, it's one of them things that you don't really think about, but at the same time, you know what I'm saying? You can lean into it a little bit and get the synergy going. What's good with you, mister? How you kicking, man? We finally up and running a little bit longer, at least till the McDonald's Wi-Fi kicks off, man. I need to move closer to the router. Tears of Contrition. We got the triple tap 4 times the charm combo. Really good, man. I'm surprised I don't see this thing talked about that much more, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's a scout rifle, right? And hung jury exists, but this thing shoots for a really long time with this combination right here, and it feels amazing. And I mean, can we just appreciate that shader though? Like how it just seems to absorb the light all out of the room. Every time I mess with this, it's like, this is a darkness weapon right here. I love the way it looks. But yeah, Tears of Contrition, really good scout rifle. If you have it and just haven't given it a try anytime recently and need to deal with scouts, give it a shot. Yeah, Overload's gonna be in the scout next time. So yeah. Mr. said kicking bones like I'm bad to the bones. The 9. Word, bro. That's what's up. That's what's up. You ready for next season, man? You hyped for season of the Bikini Bottom, you know? We got to Burden the Guilt. On paper, really good. But this is one of them instances where it's like, I'm glad I got the role and actually got to test it out, because I go back to it every once in a while, and it's good. Don't get me wrong. But it's not consistent enough for me to praise this thing and say, yeah, just like consistently use it. That being said, though, the times that it does map, I am often surprised. I'm like, oh, dang, this thing does keep up. But it's often where it's like, I'll shoot it and I'll expect him to be gone, and he'll just be looking right back at me with a shotgun. And it's like, all right, bro, I'm going to put this thing back up. He's like, I don't know, I bought a Vulpecula because I thought I was going to be Vulcan. You thought you was, huh? Oh, man. Let's see, we got another Burden of Guilt. This one right here, though, has some synergy. So I like to use this one with Vex because there's a build I love to run. We love to use Rain of Fire, Vex Mythoclast on Void subclass, right? So I can get the Devour benefits when I'm getting kills with my abilities, right? But fun fact, you can run Rain of Fires on any class and you can still get Radiant as long as you get Fusion Rifle kills. So I would pair that with Void, Rain of Fire, and then I would pair this Burden and Guilt, because if I get a kill with Vex and I do need to swap, we have Harmony, right? And so we have Radiant and Harmony procced as well with our next shot. It's definitely good, but I do wish that I would have had a better perk here, which would lead to me using it more. But same thing though, it's still on the inconsistent end. It's a fun setup to run though, nonetheless. This new purpose right here, fell in love with this thing when it first came out. Haven't really revisited recently, but well, still good memories of it. It's the sight though that is give and take. I really like how they made the sight, but I feel like when you're shooting it, and sometimes it feels a little bit off. Mr. said, I am grinding for Graviton forfeit helmet for the Warlock Hunters. Okay, you got a build in mind that you're thinking of with that next season? Or you just grinding for it to, well, yeah, duh. Obviously, you got a build in mind, right? If you're grinding for it, what build do you have in mind, I guess, would have been the better question to ask you. We got well-rounded and headstone on this one right here. I used to love making it, I guess, ever since the stasis, being able to charge yourself, goes off. I haven't really messed with it. Oh, Mister said I got a stealth goes boom. Okay, okay. What kind of setup you thinking about running with it? I know not Vesper, but I know Graviton's really good with pugilist weapons and setups, man. I grinded me a title with pugilist with it. Infinite stealth. Okay, I see you. That's the move to make with that thing. And you get your melee regen back a little bit fast with that too, so it might be a nice little leaning curve to it. New purpose, perpetual motion, and what is this again? Adaptive munitions, that's right. Anytime this kind of perk rolls up in the slot, I'm automatically looking for it because you can deal with the shields easier, right? I know match game isn't as painful as it used to be, but, you know, if you're using an anti-barrier weapon and you have adaptive munitions, why not, right? You know, leans into the synergy a little bit more. I think the bitter spike perk, though, it does leave a little bit to be wanted, though. Off to the DFAs. We got perpetual motion, time payload, and or outlaw. You know, I will say time payload on this thing is on point. Mister said 100 mobility in the helmet. Also, what weapon can one shot at close range? I don't know. It depends on what you're going for. You talking about for PvE or PvP in particular? I know what shotguns one shot at close range, right? And PvP is what you're thinking about, or PvE. It depends on what tech you're leaning into. The DFA, adept. See, this is another instance of being a hoarder pays off once in a while. I'm not recommending it to any of y'all. I'm just saying. Sometimes I get to feed my own copium when stuff like this happens, right? So if some of the information hasn't slept through, right? They did say they were buffing Fragile Focus soon, and so Fragile Focus, opening shot, right, with the range masterwork and everything, you know. Pretty happy I kept this roll. I'll kind of wish now I would have grinded for an accurized round roll, but you know what? I'll take this right here. But I am interested to see after the dust settles, right, where this sits on the meter. And with Fragile Focus getting this change from, I think you have to have your shields broken, right? So you might be able to survive depending on what you're fighting, right? You might be able to get off another shot or two before Fragile Focus breaks. But yeah, just that small little tweak of change made Fragile Focus go from I never even consider it perk to you know what? It actually might be pretty good. But yeah, that's why every time a weapon drops, even if that combination isn't meta, look at that weapon, see what it does unique that's weird, and see if you want to justify keeping it or grinding it or not, right? I mean, what are you going to do anyway if you're chasing the weapon? So, yeah, you know, give it a shot here or there, right? Let's see. Mr. said, for PvP, I know shotgun, but for PvE. He said, but for PvP, I got Dragon Shadow. Okay, so you're using the Dragon Shadow combination going on in there. I will say, I'm wondering if we're going to see a lot more Dragon Shadows or Slick Draw, those new Slick Draw boots now that Stompy's is getting that little adjustment change. But really for PvE, man, it really is up to you, dude. There's a lot of good combinations. Me personally, I like glaives, though. I like the idea of using like a Vanishing Step or a Quick Fall combo with the glaive with Gravitons, man. I know that you can get Pugilist on a couple of glaives so you can get your melee energy that much faster back. But yeah, anything that I can get up close, right? You know, like maybe block with the glaive or cause damage and stuff. That's what I'm thinking about when it comes to Graviton. You also got your fusion rifles too. There's a pretty good amount of combos that you can lean into. And this DFA right here, I think, yeah, I kept this one because overall it just felt good. But maybe I'll get rid of it. I don't know. It depends, right? I'm not the biggest fan of steady hands, but then again, DFA didn't have the best of like, oh, I need to get it perk pool when you compare it all to the other hand cannons. But this all in all felt good though to me that I was using open a shot, steady hands. So we'll see. Maybe give it another spin. Austringer, I know there's better waves, better quote unquote meta waves to craft it. This is the way that felt good to me. Fluted barrel. I had a really, really bad time fighting the freaking barrel on this thing, man. Like I've tried hammer forge, I've tried fluted, not fluted, yeah, well obviously I tried fluted, I tried hammer forge, I tried full bore, I've tried a lot of different barrels, right? But Fluted is the only one that feels good to me personally. That being said, I tried it with rangefinder. I tried it with a lot of different combos, opening shot. But Zen Moment, ever since they changed it again, it just feels like mint, feels butter. When you start hitting it, it sticks. It's one of them things where I can actually just not even think about landing shots and I'm hitting shots. So that's the way and reason why I crafted my my Austringer that way. Mr. Fug said, but for PvP, I got dragons. Oh, he said also call me Mr. I got you, Mr. Let's see, something new. This one right here. Yeah, Headstone, Wellspring. I know we memed on the name a lot, right? Something new. You gotta love Banshee and they puns, right? And even then, right? Not Banshee, Bungie and they puns, right? And even then, Banshee said, it's new to me. And so it's kind of like they leaning into their own little tongue-in-cheek fourth wall thing. That being said, I really like this 120. It felt good. The stats were on point. And it also came with that combination that I love to rant and rave about, Demolitionist and Wellspring. You definitely don't see it a lot, but when you play with it, you notice how much ability regen you're getting. And that was back then in the meta where we were leaning more heavily into ability spam, right? Our tier 8 now used to be tier 10. But, man, now, yeah, it feels really good to use this thing and see how much ability energy you get back. They said that their goal is to allow all weapons to get enhanced perks. If that's the case, you will see a lot of this thing in my hand once that happens. I have another rant that I want to go on about the enhanced Enclave and how they can make that the catalyst to making grind fantastic and all that jazz, but we'll get on that whenever I'm not doing this vault hoarding thing. I got to try to stay on task my best. Mr. Fug said glaives are good because sword versus gun equals that. You brought a sword to a gunfight, right? This one right here, you got another something new. You got Wellspring and Demo on this one. This one right here is my PvP version just because of the reload speed, right? The 50 on the reload speed on a 120 actually, you'd be surprised at how well it does. Mr. also said I use Cantata for my energy weapon because you don't know what to use. Oh, well, yeah, man, just take your time. There's a lot of, that's the beautiful thing about Destiny, right? You got so many options to use that you can really use a lot. See, look, Rapid said use a shotty. You see what I'm saying? So there's a lot of options in the sandbox, man. That's one thing I will say with the amount of options we got, and now that it's not like D1 where it's locked into kinetic and special, right? Experiment, bro. Go out there, test out the funky setup. Don't let no one tell you what's meta and not meta and what not to use, bro. There's so many raid instances I done, so many freaking just LFGs I done, bro, and I done used what I wanted to, and you can still find success. It might not be the most optimal thing, but like as long as you having fun, bro, and you getting activity done the way you want to, who's to tell you it's the wrong way, right? Now, if they looking for that meta stuff, don't get in their way, but at the same time, you know what I'm saying? Like, have fun, experiment with what you want. Which just brings me to this row right here, Thresh and Wellspring. Love the synergistic combo, right? Get the ability energy, get the super energy. And also with, I think on stasis, I think you get a little bit more benefits, right? If they're frozen and you defeat a frozen target. So it's a little bit of synergy to be had there. This one right here, Ensemble and Thresh. I kept this one because my teammate recommended Ensemble, and he was not wrong. The problem is I'm often the flanker of the team. But that being said, even now that I think about it, there is a lot of instances where I am close to an ally, and the benefits from Ensemble is just insane. Triple tap multi-kill clip. Nothing special about this one. Just kept it because multi-kill clip. And this one right here, I believe, is another funky story. Yeah, so this one right here I kept because of a comment that I read on LightGG, I believe. If you go to the comment section and you read just the discussion on something new, one of the guys in there talks about the amount of stats that you can benefit from this combo. And ever since I read it, I was like, I'll keep an eye out for that roll while grinding. I ended up locking it down. So stats for all, right? You get a bonus increase to weapon handling, stability, reload, and range for a moderate duration. With well-rounded, you're going to get a benefit to your stability, handling, and range. And so it pushes the stats into an insane level. Not that it's insanely viable, right? Like, you got to jump through some insane hoops, right? You got to hit 3 targets to get the first benefit. And in that same window bracket, you have to either throw a grenade or hit a target twice, right? but you can feel the whole total difference when you get it going and stuff. And so it's a little fun thing to whip out and use once in a while. And it's the only hand cannon or weapon that has that combination that I'm aware of, right? Stats and well-rounded. But it's just one of those instances is like the gun can do this thing. So why not experiment and test with it, right? And why not see how far you can push it, right? It's also a 120, so you're really just seeing the limits of what that weapon can do. Riptide right here. I just recently locked this roll down because of the whole special craze that we've been on. I've really been wanting more weapons with lead from gold because I want to have the option to fully lean into double specials and spec heavily into my heavy weapon. So luckily we was able to obtain lead from gold chill clip, which I can also deal with champions, right? We got the in your DMs, really underrated SMG. I just think we don't see it that much because it's not that frequently available, but pretty decent overall. Got extended barrel or full bore, so I can hit the max range combo, range masterwork, accurate rounds. Same story with well-rounded. Throw a grenade, which I'm often doing before I get into a gunfight or after a gunfight. You increase the handling, stability, range, and then rampage just for the follow-ups. So it's not the anti-OD, but I mean, it's really close, really good. I have fun with it once in a while. It ain't crushing no Immortal, but there are a couple of duels where I've hung with Immortal once in a while and just done my thing. Another in your DMs, Encore multi-kill clip. I love synergy. Anytime things work together on a combination is another reason for me to consider keeping a gun. With Encore, right, you're going to get the front end boost of the stacks. With multi-kill clip, it's like storing those kills, right? So the immediate that you go to reload, 9 times out of 10, Encore is still going to be up, which will lean into feeding into multi-kill clip's damage buff and also pushing out into your next move. He said, oh yeah, I like that gun, but I scrapped it because I saw a dude saying it's not meta. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like the way I consider it, my teammates crushing me all the time, right, mister? Because I stay like in this window, right, when it comes to vault space. And they like, yo, bro, you don't even use half them guns. And I'm like, yeah, some of the times, you're right, I don't. But some of the times when I'm bored and I want to just slap something on and just run it in Crucible when I'm not sweating, when I'm not trying hard, right, I want to have fun. And so if you have 600 vault spaces, why are you not using at least 598 of them, right? Like, what's the other option rather than just keeping a clean vault versus a full vault, right? At least with a full vault, you have the option to go back and revisit something fun and play with it if you want to. And yeah, some people love and live by the meta. That's the way they want to play. There's nothing wrong with that at all. But there's also so many options that you can experiment with and have fun with that, why not do that as well? Keep room for your ultimate big pick meta stuff. But like, if you're running a raid and this is raid run number 25 or 27, do you really have to run Starfire Protocol? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you already got the loot. You know what I'm saying? You could run it optimally, but at the same time, you could experiment with something funky like Strand or Chaos Reach and get a couple of laughs or something like that. At least that's the way I look at it, right? At least if you're in a good space. But yeah, that's just always what I say, man. Is just use your vault space, man. Explore the game, have fun with it. It's a game, right? So you're supposed to enjoy yourself. The meta is the meta for a reason, but it's held up by everything else below it. So have fun, get out there with a lot of other stuff. We got the Luna Lotta out here with the shoot the loot turnabout, right? Really love this perk turnabout, especially now that you have a lot more shields. Fun fact, those little canisters, those little darkness pyramid canisters that the Cabal, the Shadow Legion are carrying on their back now? When they spawn, when you defeat them and they spawn that little force field wave and they give the ads that little overshield, defeating those ads with a weapon that has turnabout gives you that overshield. And so, you don't have to exactly pop a colored shield. You can actually use that in that sort of tech. So in something like third phase on Ron, you know what I mean? If someone's not shooting the canisters, you can actually get a little bit of survivability on that sort of level. That's the way I like to think about things like turnabout and everything. But that shoot to loot is pretty okay. And you got Smite of Moraine. We have the Demolitionist Firefly roll. Pretty okay overall. Defiance of Yasmin. Snapshot, opening shot. Of course, if I was a better sniper, I would be using this a whole lot more. Blood Feud. We got the Pugilist and Headstone. Mr. said, to be honest, I use a sidearm as my main weapon because I want to be a space a space John Wick. There you go, bro. Pull up with the Mechaneers trick sleeves, right? Just be like, yo, where's my dog? So he said, I don't really like the division because the sidearm are mostly used as a thing to stay in your backpack. True, but like, then again, man, it's play the way you want to play. Who's to say something, you know what I'm saying, if you fragging out with double sidearms, right? Or a sidearm and a bow, or a sidearm and a sniper. It's how you want to play, right? And no one's going to stop you except for you. As long as you ain't cheating, right? You know what I'm saying? So always experiment, have fun, man. And, you know, you'd be surprised, dog. No reprieve. Got the pugilist and the headstone on this one. Definitely gonna tinker with this one and keeping this one in mind when it comes to no backup plans next season, right? We got the enhanced pugilist, so my melee energy be regenerating quicker a little bit. Headstone with the verb perk tech. Whistler's whim right here. Kept it because of Thresh, adrenaline junkie. Yeah, it's a bow, right? The Imperial Decree, of course, everybody's favorite. Threat detector, opening shot. I don't care what nobody say. I like smoothbore on my shotguns. It is what it is. That's the way I run my shotties, yo. If I can get smoothbore, I'm going smoothbore. Most of the time, though, to give you context, I'm often blinting. You know, I'm like I said before, I'm not the best shotty player, so I'm often like cleaning up killing. So with smoothbore, even though it pushes that range out slightly a little bit, you know, I find use out of it. Allied demand, we got the combo of rangefinder, iron reach, right? Of course, wish I would have had a better option there, but we got what we got. Almost max range, not quite though. This right here, auto-loading frenzy. It's okay once in a while. You know, auto-loading frenzy. It's one of those things that I often like to keep in the backpack, right? When you think about it, you whip it out. You don't have to think about it, you know. It's auto-loaded if you're in a fight long enough. Frenzy's proc, so you're more likely to shred your opponent. Braytech Winterwolf. This right here is what I call the budget Monte Carlo, right? Definitely one of the roles I wanted to chase when this came back during the, what was that? The Haunted event? Can't remember the name of that deep haunted forest event. But yeah, pugilist, being able to get your melee energy back right. Swashbuckler, getting melee kills gives you damage buff. You can see how that works together, right? Mr. Fug said, I use the lonesome because a fully auto pistol can be thinking on its own a little bit with the recoil, and I want to be the one in control. Right. He said the gun wants to kill, so I want to kill. So it's a relation. Yeah, so you got a good relationship. You got a tight relationship with it, right? Yeah, there you go. The Braytech Winterwolf right here. This one right here, Subsistence Kill Clip. It's pretty fun once you get it going. It's nothing too off the top. Like I said, 450s feel like they're the best auto rifle archetype now. You just don't see a lot of them because I guess there's not a lot of auto rifle fans like that. But it's still pretty good though. 450s. I do think, segue, that positive outlook will probably make a splash in the meta as well because 450s are sitting in a really good spot, like I just said. But the fact that it's going to have that 12 vendor perk combination, it really just depends on what they slap on it. And with 12 perks in each slot, there's a lot of potential there, right? All you need is 2 or 3 perks that synergize well in each slot, and then boom, let alone 5 to 6, right? So it's a 450. Positive outlook was already good back in the day. It's not going to take much, I don't think. But this one right here, under pressure, tap the trigger. If I had to choose one to keep out of all the ones I just showcased, this would probably be the one because it has more consistency overall. The Boudica seat. My teammate be clowning me every time, bro, I use this thing. He be like, oh, you using your little 22? What does that say right there, right? What is that? That says 9 millimeter. That is not no 22, dog. If you want a 22, look at the red back, dog. Or the Mike Hills. The Mike Hills look like a 22. This is a 9. It's a Glock. Well, it ain't no Glock, but you know what I'm saying, man. This is a 9. But yeah, the Boudica C. Got a Hipfire, Frenzy. I really love these precision frames when it comes to PvP. They just very forgiving, and they feel like they hit harder than they should. They are deceptively strong. They don't look like they should hit that hard, but give them a try if you haven't. They slap, yo. We got the Pizza Cat 22. Nothing special here. Perpetual motion, rangefinder, you know, nice little punching bag. Revision 0, crafted mine this way, just in case you're curious. Vorpal weapon, 4 times the charm. Mainly thinking PvE. I do want to revisit this thing on PvP one day. Disparity. Oh, I fell in love with this thing when it first came out. I haven't used it in a while, actually, though. But moving target headstone, just butter, dog. But yeah, there's nothing else bad to say about this thing, man. Hopefully, when we are able to get shards back, you'll probably see a lot more of this because the headstone tech with the stasis shards and then being able to charge yourself with light and then feed into that loop into something else is gonna make me go revisit that a lot. Luminal Vigil, Pugilist, Desperado. This is an instance of where Desperado had to die on Redrix, right, in order for it to live on other guns. Very decent, very decent. 2-burst sidearm. I do wish the sight was a little better, I guess, because when I'm in combat, I often lose sight. I have to feel where the weapon is firing versus looking at it. But that being said, it's still a really good double burst sidearm, especially when you get Desperado going. The rose, bro. This is one of the things where it's like mind over matter. So we was grinding, not even really grinding the rose, but we was playing PvP recently, the past, I think 2 weeks ago or a week ago, and we was talking about weapons we was looking for. And as we came back to the tower, the homie Mr. Cool Juice, he was like, yeah, man. Shout outs to Mr. Cool Juice. He was like, man, I want that slide shot explosive payload rose. And so I'm going into the are there any more semi pistols? I'll try to remember as I'm going through in the vault when I get to them, Mister. As I was going through my postmaster and cleaning everything out, I ended up coming across this one, and this is the rose that we just got from comp. And he was like, yeah, man, I want slide shot explosive payload. And I looked and I couldn't help but laugh, man. But it's crazy how the universe be working sometimes, right? Like how things be forming in reality. But yeah, man, hopefully you get your roll, Mr. Cool Juice, or it comes back in a way that we can obtain it. That's kind of why I'm torn on the craftable versus non-craftable, right? Because on one hand, craftable, quote unquote, does take away the grind, you know, because once you get your red borders, arguably there is no reason to grind an activity if that's the only thing you need is that weapon, right? So I do understand that aspect of it. But at the same time, it's like, dang, bro, don't you wish that you could craft a rose? Because how many roses have we all gotten that has not been our perfect rolled rose, right? And how many of us are going to have to wait until rose returns before we can get it again? So it definitely is a double-edged sword with crafting. And I think if we take that perspective when we address in our feedback, we can strike a very good middle ground somewhere. This one, however, is close as I've gotten to my perfect rose. As I've talked about consistency perks, right? Moving target, I love it. You know, increase your. I'm a bum. I need my training wheels as much as I can when it comes to aim assist. That being said, rangefinder 2, gonna push it out, help it be a little bit more sticky, but I failed when it came to everything here, bro. Like everything here, I would take. I was about to say I would take anything else, but then again, I mean, they're not bad. I would say they're B, but for me, I would definitely choose other options for sure. Probably hammer forged or small bore, something of that nature, and something, and then accurized here for sure. But not bad all in all. Still just not the one I particularly would have chased to the T. This one right here, got explosive payload, perpetual motion, accurized. On paper, really freaking good. Every time I use it though, it just reminds me of how I do not like perpetual motion on some guns. Some guns, I love perpetual motion. Other guns, it's like when I have to think about the weapon, I feel like it gets in the way of my combat and I get in the way of myself. And then this one right here is a really amazing roll, but I'm not always rocking Void. So yeah, that's why it's like, it's good until it's not, right? You know what I'm saying? Like if I'm on solar, I will go with that moving target rangefinder roll, right? But if I'm on Void, the insane amount of stability that you get from this is pretty okay. So those are all the roses that I'm holding on to for next season. This is my main Stay Frosty. As you can see, Head Seeker, moving target, and or Thresh. Under over, maybe they'll tweak that perk one day and it'll be actually decent to counter some type of overshield gameplay. But apart from that, we ended up going max range. I was upset at first because I got full bore instead of hammer forge. But the fact that I did get full bore and ricochet and range masterwork with the moving target, I was like, you know what? Let me not look a gift in the face. Let me actually use it. I love this thing, man. This is, yeah. I think only when BXR gets his zoom reverted, I may stop using this as much. But like if I'm in a serious duel and I have to lean into something, this has been my go-to for this season when I'm playing anything serious like comp or trials. It's just extremely forgiving because of Head Seeker. It's just extremely consistent because of moving target and Head Seeker, right? Because you got to remember it increases the aim assist as well. And the lightweight frame, the mobility of it, everything, it's in this meta, I really love the way this Stay Frosty works and operates. I will say it's probably my main go-to PvP weapon. Cold Front, funky combo right here. Here's like one of the only instances where you get Unrelenting, being able to stay alive, get kills, right, and proc the healing perk of it, and also can proc Frenzy, a damaging perk. So stats on it, straight up garbage. I don't know why the stats on this seasonal weapon came so abysmal. But that being said, in PvE, where, you know, stats aren't going to matter as much, you know, this actually does pretty good. I've used this to help solo the Avalon mission a little bit. I did this for some of the phases, so that actually helped me out a lot with that combination. Then we get to the Lodbrok Chad, baby. Got a couple of these. You know we had to keep a couple of these. I was actually surprised at how amazing this perk pool was. They did the Lodbrok C justice for it to be a world drop weapon and for it to be a 360. I was like, man, they just gonna neglect this thing. This thing made some waves, yo. I actually wish I would have focused more Umbral engrams to some particular roles, but it is what it is, right? But Demo Cascade Point is fun, you know. Cascade Point, I think, is a meme-ish. It's closer to meme than it is viable on the PvP scale, I think. That being said, you can definitely make some plays with it. All it takes is the right setup. You know, if you're slaying out with your energy weapon, you swap over to Cascade Point. It's the OG Desperado, is the way I feel. It's like a mix between Harmony and Desperado. So there are plays to be made with it, for sure. This is probably my main one, though. Perpetual Motion, Target Lock, Ricochet Rounds, Hammerforge Rifling. I will complain about my masterwork, but honestly, with it being reload in an intense situation, reload masterwork is not that bad, you know. And how much more range would I need? Perpetual Motion keeps the stability in check. I guess handling would probably be the masterwork that I would really want, but then again, Perpetual Motion takes care of that too. But long story short, though, Target Lock, I can see it may getting nerfed. I'm not justifying or wanting to get nerfed in any means, because I love auto rifles to the death. I think auto rifles are my most used weapon, but I can recognize when it's powerful. And like, it's weird for me, man, right? Because like, I recognize that it is strong on certain weapons. That being said, the reward for it, I feel, is borderline worth it. And if it is OP, it's only just borderline OP, right? Because, yeah, it reduces the TTK, but look at, like, what you have to do, right? You have to remain on target, so it rewards you for being consistent. That being said, I understand that it doesn't demand much to stay on target or need a kill. But, I mean, what other perk would we be actually getting on fully automatic weapons, right? You know, as far as SMGs and auto rifles go, there's not a lot of, like, main go-to staple perks to pick, other than those damage and kill clip, multi-kill clip, stuff like that. So when I see a perk like Target Lock, and then when I see its viability and stuff like that, it's like I got to recognize its strengths, but at the same time, I can't just outright justifiably ask for a nerf. But I can understand how powerful it is at the same time. So if it does get adjusted, please, Bungie, just tweak it lightly, man. I mean, it's only been out a little bit longer, but shout outs to the dev who made it, though. I love you, man. Appreciate you, dog. You putting auto rifles and everything on the map. You making them talk about it. But yeah, this Lodbrok actually came with this combo, right? Demolitionist Wellspring. I ain't even got to tell you how I feel about that, but you already know, right? The amount of ability regen is woof. Oh man, but yeah. This may be one of my main go-to weapons, seeing as to anti-barrier auto rifles will be in the play next season, so I can justify bringing it into more in-game content. And if they allow us to enhance our world drop weapons, well, you already know what route I'm going to take, right? Enhanced Demo, Enhanced Wellspring? Yeah, so that may be the weapon that dethrones my last breath, if not very close. This one right here is the PvP perspective. He said I did a Lost Sector Mars and only got a cape. Hot dang, mister. Well, you know, not all heroes wear capes, right? Oh, man. But, yeah, this is the PvP version. Demolitionist. Dynamic Sway. Tap the trigger, right? Super consistent for a 360 overall and all. You know, front end perk working. Back end perk working. Got high cal hitting in for the staggering part. 4 times target lock on this one. More for the PvE type of space. But the more and more I've used and leaned into it, the more and more I recognize that it's nice to have for PvE, but at the end of the day, you're probably going to be swapping off using your special weapon and everything. So it's just nice to use once in a while. maybe slapping in a build or two with Actium War Rig and dealing with an anti-barrier champion. And this one is Osmosis target lock for your usual synergy, right? Just in case I wanted to lean into something particular like Strand or Stasis, right? And get the benefits of target lock. This one right here, Demolitionist target lock, right? I ain't got much to say on that one. And then last but not least, Demolitionist Adrenaline Junkie pairs really well with something like Ashen Wakes or Ahamkar Spawn, right? Handheld Supernova, things like that. Excuse me. The Arvindale Reconstruction Chill Clip, one of a really good set of fusion rifles that can deal with a lot of champions. The cool thing about this one with Reconstruction and Chill Clip is that all of the ammo down to the last 2 bullets will freeze. So as long as you have anything other than 2 ammo in this weapon, you can freeze. He said, also, do you got any semi-automatic pistols? I will highlight you as soon as I roll to the pistol. I think the main one that I passed was the Budakasi. This one right here, this 9mm. The Allied Demands that I got. What else did I see, mister? And yeah, that's about it. Oh, and these peace bonds. Yeah, that's about it in my kinetic slot. Yeah, and the Enigma's Draw, which we talked about picking up from Zer, and then the good old Lonesome, which we recently picked up from Zer as well. That's all my kinetic ones that I've been over so far. Where are we at? Oh yeah, the Jerica. The Jerica is right here. Perpetual Motion Headstone. I played with it at the beginning of the season. It was pretty fun when I got it in Season of the Seraph. Okay, nothing amazing, but maybe we'll revisit it, right? Seraph Carbine. This is one of them sleepers, I think. Rasputin's AK-47. Yeah, target lock. This is how I can recognize that target lock is on point, right? Because of how powerful it is on the right weapon. You know, so that, like, when I say hopefully they touch it, if they touch it lightly or tweak it, because I can see it kill, just murdering certain archetypes, and then on the other end I can see it where if you don't tweak it, it can become a problem. But I think the reason we don't see it like that also is because no one really thinks about the 7 Seraph Carbine like that, right? You know, this is one of the weapons where it has been returned to us a couple times. The allure or the special effect of it has worn off, right? And so, all in all, you don't see it like that. But I promise you, this combo right here, target lock, reconstruction on the 7 Seraph Carbine will do wonders. So if you get one to drop, at least with target lock, just give it a shot. Just give it a shot, because 450s are in a really good space right now. Oh, you said that suppressor got you thirsty, huh? Thirsty enough to cheat? No, don't cheat on your lonesome with it, bro. That's too funny right there, man. We got the prolonged engagement. Really love this SMG. Has a pretty good fun feel to it. I need to actually go to Zavala and see if I can get a better roll with a better combination. But subsistence and surrounded, pretty fun, all in all. Killing Wind multi-kill clip. Also got the choice between Headstone. And then this one right here, we got Feeding Frenzy Thresh. I don't need to tell you how I feel about Thresh. We got Perpetualis. I crafted it this way because I wanted to give it a run compared to the Coronac. And I don't know what it is, but it's the feel of the It's my personal affinity with the Galliard look and the archetype. But I don't know, man. Even with the Zen moment on this thing, I still felt as though the Coronac 22 was a better auto rifle. So maybe Surplus was putting in some extra oomph to it that I hadn't considered before. But that being said, the Perpetualis is still a really good, what's the name? He said, also, how do you unlock the Allied Demand? I'm just questioning. It's an old Sunset, not Sunset weapon, but the Allied Demand came from Iron Banner. So you're either going to have to wait until Bungie decides to bring it back one day, because I don't think it's in the loot pool now. So I think it's just now an option to just wait until it rolls back around one day, maybe. The Immortal Adept, of course. We got a Rangefinder, Hatchling, demo option as well. You got the Autumn Wind. Yeah, Autumn Wind's a nice weapon as well. I was chasing the life out of that one. And this is my other Immortal. We got the Target Lock. Not Target Lock. I'm thinking of the Target Lock roll. We got the dynamic sway, tap the trigger roll. You know, kept it just in case the other version gets nerfed, right? I don't even think I got a target lock roll, to be honest. Yeah, I don't have a target lock roll. We got the under pressure target lock on the synchronic roulette. We got the under pressure E-cap roll on the synchronic roulette. Back when I was farming them, when they hit us with the PSA that you couldn't craft them, I was like, wait, what? I've been deleting so many good rolls. So I kind of kept some ever since then. I was like, all right, let me make sure I keep the good rolls. The buzzard, really good combo. They said, oh, that's sad. Yeah, this is what I would recommend, mister, is next season getting you in a couple of Nightfalls in and getting you hands on the buzzard if you like sidearms. This comes from the Nightfall. You have to figure out what week it's available, but I will say this is a really good sidearm all in all. This one surprised me. I would say it's up there in the top tier discussion for sure. But overflow kinetic tremors, fell in love with this thing. I love pairing it with the glaive. This season, I got some mileage out of it, especially with anti-barrier. Kinetic tremors, really love that perk. Really, really fun perk. Whenever they give us another utility perk in this slot, like Demolitionist, or just anything that's fun pairing, yeah, kinetic tremors is on point. Oh, Lonesome was your first legendary? Dang, I know you're gonna remember that. I think my first legendary freaking from D1 was the Devil You Know. I remember that hand cannon. It's like a carbon copy of Better Devils. I don't know why we get in contact in Destiny servers, bro. They must be all on that McDonald's Wi-Fi today. All right, so this Buzzard of Depth was the one that we ended up getting during the last few weeks we was able to farm the Nightfalls. This is the best one I got from the GMs. Overflow Rangefinder. Probably going to get in there and get a better roll soon, but I'm able to live with this one. I'm happy with this one so far, right? I ain't got no choice. This Hung Jury, though, we did luck out. We got the Shoot to Loot and Kinetic Tremors roll right there. He said, I had the Buzzard, but scrapped it for the Dragon Shadow from Xur. Ah, man, yeah, you should have held on just a little bit longer. But I feel you, it'll be back around, though. So, yeah, just hop in there and get you a good roll. I recommend, man, if you're new, looking on the website D2 Foundry and just taking your time looking up weapons that you're interested in, seeing what perks that can come out and seeing what you may like to play with and what may interest you. That and Light GG are really good resources for figuring out perk rolls on guns and the stats and etc. stuff like that, man. And there's a plethora of other YouTubers out there that got way insane deep build crafting videos. I know you can find them because you didn't found this channel, so it ain't no question about that, man. This one right here was pretty good. I'm glad I locked that one down. Here's a sidearm for you that you should keep your eyes peeled for if you like them. This is one of the triple burst archetypes right here. Love this one in particular. I got this one I think last week, and I've been using this right here. He said, are you going to do some grinding? Or you can do some grinding, man. Today is just going to be on the what I like to do at the end of every season. I like to go through my vault, talk about the weapons I got, the reasons why I got them, why I keep them, right? And then look towards the future. That way it's just a nice little memorabilia piece to look at. And then at the end of each season or the end of the Destiny life cycle, right, we can just see how far we've come or see where we graduated right now. You going to go grab some Nightfalls right now? Good luck, brother. Good luck, man. Get the materials up and everything ready for tomorrow, man. But yeah, the Sununa SI6, man, this thing is nice. Like I said, sometimes it's just the frame of the weapon or how it feels. But these triple burst Omelons, they've always felt good in general, right? Do you guys remember the Last Dance? It wasn't Last Dance. What was that name of that sidearm, bro? You said scrapped? Yeah, always give it a try before you scrap it if you got the vault space is my rule of thumb. The Last Dance, bro. That's what a carbon copy facelift is, it look like. But the Last Dance. Anyway, this one feels really good with E-cap on void and under pressure, you know, and you got the Omelon fluid dynamics. Is it overkill? Maybe. Do I like the way it feels? Yes, definitely. And I just lucked out because I ended up getting high cal, range masterwork. And normally I don't recommend full bore, but since we have everything spec'd into stability, why not lean all the way into range, right? And so it's one of those instances where it's like, you know what? I would have preferred something else, but I'm glad I got that. I'm actually happy, right? I'm grateful. This is my PvP Autumn Wind. Yeah. Moving target, rangefinder, ricochet rounds, polygonal. Pretty okay all in all. Reminds me a lot of not Stars and Shadow, man. What is the name of that weapon, bro? It's the one from that from the MC Escher dungeon that I'm thinking of. Well, Darkest Before. It reminds me of Kinetic Darkest Before. Doesn't feel as good. It does feel like it bounces all over the place, but considering where you get it from, it's a good B tier option. The Taraxipos got our Zen moment, explosive payload, and we got our gunshot straight. So of course we had to lock that down. I was saying the other day on, I think it was Rick Cactus' video, that I love when they come up with weird combinations like this that work, and I hope they don't patch them out simply because like having options like that give you reasons to grind for weapons, and they're weird little combos that don't break the meta, but like in an RPG sandbox, I'm glad they exist, right? How many of you guys remember when armor piercing rounds used to work with mulligan weapons, right? Back on the back in the Garden of Salvation kit, right? That was a fun interaction, you know, and they patched it out. You know, maybe they did patch it out for balance, but the thing is, it's fun when unique situations happen like that, and they lean more into the RPG of the sandbox, I feel. This Taraxipos right here, had to keep it. We seen your boy Lego LaFlash talking about how good Cascade Point was. Luckily, we got it with moving target as well, so interested to give that one a shot when we have time. This one right here came with Hatchling. Had to keep it for the Warlock synergy at the moment. There may be better options in the future. Fighting Lion. Y'all already know, if y'all seen me use this thing, I only pull it out on rare occasion because I like to respect the power of this thing, and I don't want nobody talking about no nerfs. But if you know, if you in the Fighting Lion club, you in the Fighting Lion club. That's pretty much it. You either in the club or you hate the club looking at it from the outside. If you are, I recommend slapping on Fighting Lion, give it a shot for a few games, and then welcome to the club. Welcome to the family, son. That's how you gonna feel after playing with Fighting Lion, bro. I'm telling you, everybody that hates it, just give it a few games, you'll be converted in no time. Sunshot, the Hot Pocket. I love this bad baby, man. This plays to the power fantasy of like what is Destiny, right? You know what I'm saying? This one right here leans into the whole vibe of like never turn your back on family. You ain't lying, Mr. Cool Juice. Yeah, you on that fourth wall. You on that fourth wall breaking right there. Chill out. You already know what I thought about. Oh man, you foolish, dog. You foolish. But yeah, Sunshot plays to the fantasy of he running the title, Mister. Family shot. I'm about to say golly, bro. You see, look what you're doing, Kool-Aid. Sunshot plays into the fantasy of what is Destiny to me. You know what I mean? Like, I know we got Zalui's Bane now, but Sunshot has always been like the iconicness of what Destiny is, right? It's like boom, explosions, bro, and it's always so fun to use and lean into this thing. Hopefully, and I'll probably keep saying this a lot, but when our range and zoom gets adjusted, right, Sunshot will be able to hang and lean in there, man. More than anything, this is more of a way out there fantasy dream. But if the Enclave worked for family, if the Enclave worked the way I had dreamed or envisioned it to work right, family. Say you could take your exotic weapons to the Enclave, and for some material, you could change, maybe not the intrinsic perk, right? So I wouldn't be able to alter Sunblast, but give me the option to change my grip to something that suits my playstyle. Give me the option to change Accurize rounds to maybe steady rounds or extended mag if I want inner accuracy to play from the air. Give me the option to change Chamber Compensator to something like Full Bore or Hammerforged Rifling, because every time I shoot this weapon, it feels like it's hitting pillows, and every time I lose my sight. But, you know, if I could tweak things here or there, right, maybe, just maybe, you would see a lot of people branch out instead of using the most... everybody collapsing into using the same thing all the time, right? But I think the Enclave is the perfect opportunity for that. But like I said, that's another segue we'll dive into. But basically, long story short is I love Sunshot, but every time I use it competitively, I feel like it's hitting marshmallows. I can't hit my shots the way it used to. So yeah, Trust. This is the OG one. I'm not deleting this one because I grinded so hard in the Menagerie for it, and I got it the last week before the Menagerie got sunset. Dragonfly Rampage. I know Trust is available now too, but you cannot get this roll as well. So sometimes when you grind for something, man, you just want to keep it because you want to keep it. Mr. said, am I the only one in the fire team on Vanguard? Probably, bro. On this tail end of the season, woo! I would imagine it would be a couple more people in there, but yeah, that's a little dang, dog. Nation of Beasts. It's the curated role. This is what I mean, man. Give us some curated roles. They can't be craftable, so I want to go chase it. I remember specifically that I did not and still don't know how to run Last Wish. Almost all the other raids, I know like the back of my hand, but the lack of incentive for me, since I kind of got spoiled, right? In that era, I played a lot of PvP, and the only thing I wanted from Last Wish in the Forsaken era was the exotics. None of the weapons really bedazzled me because Luna is what I wanted to chase. But long story short, I ended up getting the 1,000 voices on like my second run, so I was like, cool, I never need to hop back in here. And then eventually, when I did want to hop back in there, the only thing I wanted was Nation of Beasts, and I wanted the curated role. And so I did farm Morgith for a few times, but that's just an instance of showing you like sometimes curated role can just be enough carrot on the stick to get us into farming different activities and whatnot. But I say all that to say, hopefully, Last Wish weapons are craftable this coming season. The way they hinted at it a little bit, they hinted in one of the TWABs saying that they need to adjust Tyranny of Heaven stats, and the way they worded it, they said since we're adjusting those weapons anyway, we opted to bump up his stats. And so to me, that says that, hey, since we're in this department of the weapons, since we're jumbling around in this side of the attic, why not just clean up this kit, right? Boom, drop this as well. And maybe it's a coincidence, maybe it's not, but Last Wish is the raid rotator next week. So if it is tomorrow, well, next week, tomorrow, I'm still thinking in freaking last week's terms. If it is the rotator, I do think Nation of Beasts can make an impact in the meta with it being a 140 craftable arc hand cannon, depending on what perks they hit it with, right? It was always decent, but it was often overshadowed by other options in the sandbox. Waking Vigil, we got our rapid hit snapshot roll, you know, pretty okay all in all. One of those weapons where I love to use it for the model, but at the same time, I recognize that it's nowhere near as competitive as other options, but it's a fun option to choose. Retold Tail, one of my most reliable shotguns that I often gravitate to whenever I need to actually like focus on trying to shotgun right. This is one that I'll lean into. Quick draw snapshot. I actually like it over the Matador. I've tried the Matador multiple times. I probably need a better roll. I recognize that, but with this retold tail existing, I'm not pressured to go get one, and this is what I'll lean into more than anything. Mr. said also, am I the single dude who thinks that Destiny is a combination between Fallout and Doom? You know, I think you're the first person that's ever said that comparison that I recognized before, but Fallout and Doom, I could see that to a point. Yeah. What Fallout you thinking about? You thinking about like Fallout 3 or like New Vegas or just the Fallout universe in general? I can definitely see the Doom factor though. Oh man, yeah, I can see the Doom perspective. Thin Line, one of my I remember grinding this thing. I think, yeah, it was a Cool Guy video who was going over where the world drops were, and I guess that would be a pretty cool point, man. Give us some of the world drops that we could go consistently farm like we could back in the Forsaken era. You know, like those certain bosses, certain Lost Sector bosses would drop certain loot. But Thin Line, really good 120 back then. Still good 120 now. Just it's sunset and it's power crap. But I like explosions. Moving target kept it consistent. It was fun back in the day. Back in the day, this was really good to use. Fallout 4 and Icarus hand. Yeah, I can see that with Fallout 4. Yeah, I can see that. Arsenic Bite. Leaned into this thing so much whenever I needed to do anti-champion stuff, specifically Overload. Apparently we contacting servers again. Main ingredient, you gotta stir the sauce. Under pressure, tap the trigger. Zer's ingredient, right? And I went with the Vanguard theme. I had to keep it plain, right? You can't take that one. The Last Dance, I will swear by this sidearm. This is these sidearms are deadly, man. These sidearms are deadly. In the right range, they will melt your face off. Only bad thing is I have full auto on it from a long time past. But apart from that, Zen moment on this thing, high cal. If you end up getting one to drop when you're running Dares of Eternity, take a look at it. If you like it, give it a spin. You never know. It might be your new favorite sidearm. Mindbender's Ambition, the Sunset Forsaken version. This is, I think, the only old school aggressive frame shotgun that can roll a quick draw. As you can see, I almost looked out, but my range left me wanting. But we did get smoothbore. So I may give this a shot here or there in the new Crucible coming next season, right? But threat detector, quick draw, Accuraz, full choke. Perks of being a hoarder. I'm not proud of it. Hey, I'm just happy I held on to it. one of my oldest favorite auto rifles back then, man. He said, what legendary perk hires the rate of fire? That would be Cascade Point and Desperado are the only 2 perks that increases the rate of fire is what I can think of, mister. Galliard 42, got Outlaw Kill Clip. Used to love this thing. Haven't really revisited it like that since 600s got nerfed. But yeah, there's something about the weapon model and everything. This right here speaks Space Magic, Carbon, Stormtrooper Destiny to me. Always jobbed with it. And this was just one of the other only ones I've kept too. I really love the fact that you could change the sights on these things. Yeah, the sights were all pretty cool on this. But auto-loading, moving target. I love this one for my dueling capabilities and everything. Didn't have to think about reloading when I needed to store it. These 2 Kindled Orchids, I probably told this story a million times, and I'm probably going to tell it every time I come across it. So, grinding Niobe Labs. Grinding for a Kindled Orchid. Got a Kindled Orchid to drop. There are no mods that increase fire rate unless you're talking about a bow and a fusion rifle, and those are only charge time mods and the bow mod, I think, draw time mod. But yeah, so I was grinding the Niobe Labs, ended up getting a Kindled Orchid to drop. My inventory was full. Went back to the postmaster. I seen 2 sitting in my post. Wouldn't you believe it that the first time I got this roll of Kill Clip Rampage to drop, right? This quote-unquote curated Kindled Orchid to drop. This one was the one that dropped right beside it. I actually got the clip of it because it was so unbelievable. I was like, man, I got to save it, right? But I got a clip of it on the 4 somewhere. If I find it, I'll post it one of these random days. Probably won't, but if I do, I'll remember it and I'll post it. But yeah. It just goes to show you that sometimes, man, you just can't make up reality. Sometimes you just end up rolling snake eyes. And I was like, dang, bro, it's just meant to be that I finally get the random roll version with the curated roll, right? And so I was like, yeah, they definitely deserve a space in the vault. But apart from that, I just love, as much as I love to experiment in Destiny, right, it's nice to compare the different rolls, right? So it's like this one came with corkscrew drop mag, so it's fully optimal when you get that kill and you need to reload, and especially since you can't get drop mag anymore. But the overall feel and everything of the weapon, sometimes I do like using it with fluted barrel or Acheron's round and whatnot. But yeah, just fun little story to that. Sometimes my RNG, man, is woof. My RNG's my RNG, dog. Gnawing Hunger, Zen Moment Kill Clip. I've been meaning to give this a run ever since Zen Moment got his buff again, but I can imagine that this thing rips. I think it actually pushes out a little bit more range than the Coronac. But yeah, Zen Mo Kill Clip on that. This one right here, got auto-loading, demo, rampage, you know. I'll keep so many of these because I'm often thinking about Nezarec Sin and borderline broken synergy that I could obtain with Nezarec Sin, right? Since it's void, and you can really lean into the abysmal extractors. But yeah, that's the main reason why I kept this with demolitionist, right? Demolitionist and void stacks with that. Subsistence, demolitionist. This is more on the PvE low tier ad control. And this one right here is the other flip side, right? Subsistence demo. I guess I probably could clean these up one day if I'm not procrastinating, or push come to shove, maybe I will, right? This was recently sold at Banshee. I gave it the Hawksaw camo as close as I could anyway. Sorry, Marlon, can't do it right now, brother. Rangefinder, Head Seeker, still need to give it a spin, but I heard everybody raving about it, and so I was like, you know what, sure, why not? Let's pick her up. We never know, right? That's the whole reason we do the whole Hoarding series. Ancient Gospel. Like I said, when these Garden of Salvation weapons get retuned, man, I think we're going to realize like how good these weapons really are. I love the weapon models of these weapons, man. Like they're like unique in their own way. When you're using it though, it reminds me of like a Fisher Price weapon, right? Like it's just so small. It looks like a toy pistol, even in the way it shoots and everything. But that being said, their perk pool was pretty amazing though. I think they just got overlooked because we had a lot of very good competing things in the sandbox too. But Outlaw, Rangefinder, steady rounds. This thing is stable, as you can see, right? I don't think the only way you could even push out stability even more would have to be in a dep roll, which is unobtainable, right? So, you know, this one right here, Rapid Hit Dragonfly. I love Things Go Boom. Is an alternative version of the other one, right? The other one leaned all the way into stability. This one right here has a pretty decent spec into range, you know. Let's see, what's this right here? Prophet of Doom. We got the Slideways opening shot, accurized rounds, small bore, Love the weapon model once again. Although every time I use this shotgun, I remember why it just sits in the vault. Is because I don't know if it's stat wise. I don't know what it is on this weapon, but it just doesn't feel. It don't feel as good as it looks. Pretty much, you know. Oh, you got this. You got a good Secunda with 19 bullets. That's what's up right there, man. Luck is shining on you. Got another Prophet of Doom right here. Slideways Rampage. I kept this one because this one is literally a beast of a stat package, right? This is what you would want theoretically on a shotgun. Accurized rounds, range masterwork, full choke at the time was the best. Bell Shroud. I've always liked Bell Shroud because it gave you more handling, but now it has more viability ever since the shotgun changes. And then Slideways instead of slide shot. So better stat package wise, but same story, you know, same story. Looks good, looks amazing, wanted to be amazing, but so many other shotguns that are just better without even trying to be. Reckless Oracle, really good 720. That being said, 720s have never been in like the most amazing spot. Rufus has really put them on the map. Rufus and Quicksilver have really putting 720s on the map, and I'm glad, especially since they've gotten their recent adjustments to auto rifles now. But that being said, Reckless Oracle has been one of my favorite Void ones. And same thing, man, with the Garden of Salvation look, right? You know, one of the best looking weapons. Love the drum mag, love the unique aesthetic, love the rate of fire, the sound. Everything about it is pretty amazing. Void, so it works with Nezarec Sin, come with Demolitionist as well. Can't wait until we can, till Garden of Salvation gets that recraftable love. This one right here is a swashbuckler for my melee brawler setups. More stability on that one. You'll just have to test it out, mister, and see how fast it is for you, right? It is fast on some weapons and it is slow on others. Reckless Oracle, this one right here, the Outlaw Kill Clip roll. So this is my damaging version, mostly for PvP. Zealous Reward. This is one of the instances where it's like, yeah, bro, you be pushing it, but it actually comes in handy in once in every while niche situation. So this combination right here, right, I mainly kept it because of the PvP wave that hit fusion rifles when Likely Suspect came into the scene. And so at the time, we was grinding Garden of Salvation, ended up get this rotor drop, had pretty good range. Yeah, actually had max range, right, because of full bore, right? So it had max range, and I was like, cool, I'll keep it for PvP. And it had high impact reserves. Didn't think anything about shield disorient. Ironically, though, in certain scenarios, the higher the in-game content goes and it has void shield, Shield Disorient is actually a really good perk, especially on Zealots. It being a fusion rifle means that you can fire it really fast and break the shield really easy, looking at Minotaurs. And when you hit that shield, right, they get disoriented, kind of like you're firing a blinding aid. So it's a damaging version of a blinding aid that has a small little AoE burst. And in something like the Avalon mission or the Duality Master version, right, when they have those void shields, it is a perfect tool in order to just be both viable for utility as far as causing disruption and blind in an area, and good for doing damage and actually dealing with ads. And so, yeah, if you find something with shield disorient, think of an activity that's hardcore, got some shields in it, give it a try. But I do stand by that Zealots, man. It is a really good one in the right setting with void shields. So, for example, we have void shields in the upcoming dungeon, which, you know what? Until just now, I did not even consider what type of enemy we will be facing in the dungeon. Probably Hive and Taken, since it's on Titan, I guess. So probably no void shields, but if they do have void shields, you can guarantee you can see that Zealots. Dang, I can't believe I didn't think about that till now. This Zealous reward was the main one that I leaned into, which is on the opposite scale, right? This one leans heavy into stability, auto-loading Rampage, nothing special, too much there, but this is just the other version of it. The Omniscient Eye, aka the mosquito. Blish. You can't tell me that don't look like a needle-nosed mosquito right there, right? It's Sniper got that mosquito nose, yo. But Mulligan, yes, and Snapshot. Being the sniper that I am, Mulligan actually comes in handy when I miss and whiff a shot. Doesn't come in handy all the time, but I mean, when you do get a free bullet back, who's gonna say no to free ammo, right? And so, just one of those instances where it's straight up good. He said that gun is straight up a skull with a barrel. Oh, man. We got the Arc Logic right here. Surplus Frenzy. Pretty decent auto rifle overall. Bounces a little bit too much for me, but feels good. It's not bad for what it is. Often come back to it once in a while when I need an arc weapon. Seven Seraph sidearm. Demolitionist Dragonfly. Okay sidearm. Pretty fun and funky. I'll tell you what's a nasty sidearm, though. that almost everybody who played Forsaken God, the Vestian Dynasty. You don't believe me? Give it a shot. Pull the Vestian Dynasty from your collections and go give it a shot in Crucible. That thing slaps. I don't care what nobody say. 7 Seraph CQC. This one right here is probably, it used to be my main lightweight shotty, and probably still is if push come to shove. This one is the most consistent one that I can think of. It's just something about the slide shot, snapshot, the snappiness of the snapshot, it being lightweight, assault mag for when I don't get that one hit body, I can just follow up nicely. Range masterwork, yeah, solid. And I mean, look at the just the drip on it, right? Either one, I often go back and forth over the drip because both of them just look amazing. This one right here serves my PvE purposes. Auto loading trench barrel for those running gun, don't even think about it, punch them in the face, load off some, dump some rounds type of play style, right? Trench barrel and or Vorpal. So all in all, compare that with were you saying no backup plans with those other kinetic shotties that I was talking about? And this one right here is just the flip side, right? I kept it just because it quote unquote competes with the other one. This one, instead of assault mag, is the legitimate max range one because you got slide shot or slide shot, accurized, range masterwork, full choke, and or rifle barrel. So just in case something gets tweaked or changed, right? And you like say you may want to lean all the way into range now, and because it pushes it out a meter or so, at least have that option to pick from. The summoner, Zen moment, ECAP. It's okay. I gave it a shot recently. I don't know what it is about these things. Maybe it's the range on all the rifles or whatnot, but it just don't feel as good as they used to. Moving target, rangefinder. I gave this one a shot too. Same story. I actually still like the core neck better. I don't know if I'm just on a core neck vibe or what, but I will say that one did feel better overall to me. Zenmo rangefinder on this one. I'd imagine if and when they do bring the summoner back, it will come back with incandescent probably. This one right here, Overflow Golden Tricorn. I used to love using this thing with something like Path of Burning Steps. Perpetual Motion ECAP on this one. As you can see, I love my auto rifles. And then Overflow Dragonfly because things go boom. Right? So, pretty sure there's some fun synergy to be had, especially with our stasis fragments now. Maybe we'll revisit it in the upcoming seasons. Exile's Curse on this one right here. Hipfire grip, high impact reserves, and just mad charge time on it. You know, I know they say charge time reduces the damage or whatever. I like the way it feels. You know, it feels good to me, and the fact that I got high impact reserves, I feel like I can afford to go charge time. Yeah, I better be glad I ain't got no adept version though. I have a charge time charge time mod here. You can believe that. But yeah, often go back to this once in a while, and pleasantly surprised by how consistently it claps. It's not the best, but it does feel really good overall in all. This one is probably better in a serious competitive setting, right? But I just don't like how unforgiving this combination feels with kickstart, right? It's like you have to be on point with your time in a kickstart. When you're on point, it feels so rewarding. When you're off point, it just makes you just want to take it off, right? But that being said, man, when you do get them kills, it feels illegal, bro. I'm telling you. For PvE purposes, because back then, I think that was the highest damage buff you could get was multi-kill clip, right? Pair that with the, not Arc Surge, the Font of Might on the Arc setup was really high damage that you could get into. So that was the thought process behind that one. And then this one right here, you got the Firmly Planet, and you got an Elemental Cap on that right there. What's up, TFDC? He said, did you get the new, did you see the new God of War Horizon Zero Dawn and Ghost of Tsushima armor? For what, Destiny? Bro, you lying. Mister said for the next season, I'm going to be a little bit of a stealth little son of a gun. What you got in mind, mister? What kind of stealth setup is you going? He said God of War, Horizon Zero Dawn, and Ghost of Tsushima. I'm going to have to check that out, fam. Yo, good looks right there. So, so I'm guessing they did it like, the Assassin's Creed theme they did that one time when they had the Titan with the whole banner shield on the back and the Warlock with the Altair. Bungie showed it today. Okay, yeah, I definitely didn't see it. Yeah, I'm gonna give it a flip through. Let me see if it's on the TWAB real quick. I can actually give it a peep if it's on the TWAB, not the TWAB, but the Bungie app. But yeah, how you cooking, TFDC, man? You doing all right today? No, I don't see it on there real quick. I'll check around for it in a while. I'll just open up the Bungie app and I don't see it. But I'll give it a spot. If it's about, I'm pretty sure to cross my path soon. Oh man, that's what's up. I love the collabs they doing. He said Titan is God of War. I could definitely see the Titan being God of War. Hunter's Horizon Zero Dawn. That makes sense in the world. Oh, they gave the Warlock Ghost of Tsushima. Oh, oh. My Warlock gonna be a warrior monk out here, boy. Stop lying. All right, bet. I'm gonna have to check that drip out. Yes, sir. We got to check that out. Okay, bet. You done got me hyped now. I can't wait. I love the little cosplays, bro. That's gonna be nice. Cool Juice said you saw it too. I bet. Yeah, I can't wait to see that right there. I can definitely see the Titan being God of War for sure. Like it'd have been a meme. It'd have been a meme if they had gave it to. Could you imagine the boy? All the Titans gonna be holding their crayons talking about some boy. Oh snap! But yeah, that's nice. I'm gonna have to see the Horizon Zero Dawn and the Ghost of Tsushima. That got me hyped about the Ghost, dog. I love any and all things samurai. And boy. Oh my god, I'm even rolling about that every time I see that. Oh man. But yeah, anything samurai, ninja-esque, all that. Oh, I love it, bro. Yeah, I gotta peep that out. I'm super hyped this summer too. There's another random segue, bro. The random tangents be getting me, y'all. Cause we got a lot of game shows this season, so I'm super hyped looking for the potential of the game shows. I think we got one this week. I think we got a PlayStation reveal Wednesday or something like that. So yeah, I'm hyped to see what Sony's gonna bring. Final Fantasy is looking good, yo. What was it? Armored Core is looking good. It's looking like a good year for gaming, bro. So Destiny actually might take a little bit of the back burner. I might see a couple of other things on the channel. If I get up to it, man, I might have to whip out Elden Ring too, because the closer we get to that DLC, the more and more I'm willing to try it. But yeah, Exile's Curse, got firmly playing it, ECAP, yeah, leaning into the synergy, right? On Void, stupid stable. So pretty fun, Relic of the Past. We got Talon's Vertex with the auto-loading, Demolitionist, Solar synergy going on right there. Yeah, I'm gonna have to peep that armor, bro. I'm gonna have my Warlock looking like a warrior. I'm gonna have all type of anime logic drip going on. The Geon 7 rifle. We got the Disruption Break and Rampage combo. I like the idea of this one, right? Because Disruption Break allows your kinetic weapon to do more damage, so things like Wither Hoarder stuff. But the more and more every season goes on, and I keep looking at it, remember this is in the vault, it just reminds me that, like, unless I'm using a sidearm or something kinetic, actually, because unfortunately stasis and strand weapons don't work with a Disruption Break, it has to be kinetic, right? It just reminds me that sometimes feels like it's taking up a waste of space, but at the end of the day, if I am using like my Boudica with this combo, right, that could be a pretty fun and very forgiving combo once the shield breaks. Or if my teammates are using something like a kinetic hand cannon or something, right, that works in conjunction with it too. So that's my mindset when I'm keeping a something like that weird, a Disruption Break. My good old Deafening Whisper right here, put on a lot of bodies with this. Really like this when this came out in Season of the Hunt. This is one of the highlights, I think, of a very not underrated, because underrated is the wrong word. It was not slept on either. Season of the Hunt was a lackluster season, it felt like. But I think that's because the overall expansion was front loaded, right? I think that's what it was. But it's not a knock onto Season of the Hunt itself, but it definitely was one of the lowest ones in my opinion that I enjoyed. This was a highlight though that I was like, oh, cool, Waveframe GL. Very good with what's volatile flow. And volatile rounds, being able to apply volatile with this thing, ambitious assassin and auto loading. You would think that that's not synergistic, but what it does allow you to do is that if you do have the downtime to reload, especially since we got the reload masterwork, right, you can fire up the shot, and if you're not going to switch weapons, you might as well reload. And if you want to stow it, you have two weapons to pull it out, or if you don't feel like reloading, you can just fire it, don't think about it, and then boom, go back to the flow of it as soon as you get it done. So yeah, that and its void, love it. This is a legacy posterity, you can't get this particular roll anymore, but you guys know how I feel about Unrelenting. This actually is one of the better weapons with Unrelenting that you can go on, you can start a spree with, and you can actually see the benefits of Unrelenting once you get it going, right? Because the mag is in a perfect size, so you don't have to reload and make it janky. You can pair it with something like Killing Wind, and then 180s are, they do leave a lot to be desired, but like people who use 180s, they're like the fighting lion cult, right? Like once you get into the swing of things, it's like, yeah, I could be using something better, but I'm slaying you with a 180, right? How do you feel? So it's like, it's pretty okay. But yeah, this is a definition of a decent combo. Killing Wind and Unrelenting paired together on that. Good old Trusty, right? Very good combo right here. Pugilist, Incandescent, Braytech Inheritance. Really love this Origin Trait perk. Talk about that whenever I get into another segue. Stars and Shadow. I think every single Stars and Shadow I have has, but this one, Surplus Headseeker. I probably should revisit this one, right? With Headseeker on it, it probably slaps. It probably does. This one, Surplus Thresh. This was right when Thresh had came out. I use this thing relentlessly, as you can see. Lots of bodies on it. I don't think I've actually revisited it since that season, though. Surplus Vorpal. I probably can get rid of this one, which is why I actually unlocked it. As you can see, still has the full auto mod on it. You know what? Yeah, let's go ahead and get rid of that one. Sure. Surplus Eye of the Storm. On paper, everybody's going to tell you, of course, Eye of the Storm is the better, bestest perk in that slot. Not disagreeing with that. Just saying that I like to use other weird stuff, but I can recognize the efficacy of Eye of the Storm, and it's probably pretty good with it. Surplus Moving Target. If I had to keep one, this probably will be the one I keep. I love Moving Target, especially when it's on something like a high impact pulse, right? You know what I mean? All in all, I think the sight though is what is why you don't see a lot more Stars and Shadows. It kind of like you got blinders on. And then my final Stars and Shadows. This one right here has Surplus and ECAP. So. Mr. said, what's the worst boss? Off the top of my head, I would say it is the Ogre boss from Shattered Throne. I do not like fighting the Ogre boss in Shattered Throne. That's probably the reason why I don't run the Shattered Throne to this day. Yeah, I do not like doing the Ogre boss whatsoever in Shattered Throne. I have such a bad time with it. Xenoclast. Really good energy shotgun. Really good energy shotgun. There's something about this thing. Maybe it's the weapon model. Maybe it's how the barrel is or something. It just feels really consistent. Of course, I know you're looking at Surrounding. You're like, really? But this was the best roll that I've gotten with it, right? As far as like max range goes, you know, slide shot, range masterwork, accurate, smooth, or full choke. Obviously, I chose smooth war. That being said, I haven't gotten another roll that competes with this with a better perk here. And so you hate Garage from EDZ. Which one is that one exactly? What is it, in a strike, or what strike are you running? I don't recognize the name there. But that being said, minus the Surrounded, this is a really good feeling lightweight shotty though. I will put it neck and neck with that with the 7th Seraph one if you get a good roll. This one is for my PvE build testing capabilities and stuff, right? You can see how this one may be really good with something like point contact cannon brace. This coming season, right? Since you have a Grave Robber 1-2 punch, so I can go either way, right? I can use the striker punch, right? Proc Grave Robber, or I can fire up a shot and then hopefully in enough time frame proc 1-2 punch, or just tap the you know what I'm saying? I got to get my sounds right again for when we get the thunderclapping fools. But yeah, and the fact that it's arc, so I'm pretty sure I got to relook at the arc subclass, but I'm pretty sure there's synergy to be had there when paired with the arc subclass and amplified. And then we got this one right here, this Xenoclast with Unrelenting. My idea was to give it a shot in Crucible, but just never really have gotten around to it, right? Pretty good overall, though. Handling, accurized rounds, or assault mag, right? Unrelenting. So maybe has the potential to slay out, I think. And then this one right here is perfect to pair with that Astral Horizon with auto-loading and Swashbuckler, just so I don't have to reload anything. And I can't remember if Swashbuckler procs when it's stowed. I know Adrenaline Junkie does proc when the weapon's stowed, but Swashbuckler I am not 100% familiar with. But yeah, a good combo to pair together with it, right? Both of these paired with Acarius too, maybe. Maybe there's some potential there. God, every time I look at this thing, I get upset, bro. Because the only 2 summoners I got, both of them came with compulsive reloader, dude. The adept ones. Um, let's see. So this one right here, you know, golden tricorn, focus fury. I guess I kept it because it was adept, right? And then this one right here, compulsive reloader and rampage. Not the worst of rolls, but I mean, compulsive reloader, man. I was so upset. I was like, really? I got only 2, and I don't be going flawless like that. And no cover and 500 fallen dudes. Dang, bro. Sounds like they take you for a ride. The Arctic Haze right here, killing wind, elemental capacitor. I be wanting my 720s to do good, man, but they just be coming out with them piss poor stats, dog. But yeah. Arctic Haze back then, 720, wanted to grind it. Glad I got that roll. This one right here, triple tap Thresh. You know, nothing too spectacular or special. Fun to pair with something like what's the chest piece on the Mantle of Battle Harmony on Solar, right? Just pushing it to its full limit. Mulligan and Vorpal. This is probably the best actual Arctic Haze I got, simply because I got one with high range. But Mulligan, I mean, I don't plan on missing shots with an auto rifle anyway. So, but with Vorpal and it being in an artifact mod, I think I can get some usage out of it coming up. So we'll see how that works. And auto rifles did get that buff recently too, so it may be okay. We will see though. And then this Arctic Haze is fun because things go boom, right? Subsistence Dragonfly. It's pretty fun, but like I said, 720 with piss poor stats. Hopefully, since they're looking at those type of weapons, man. Hopefully they get some better treatment sometime soon. Cloud Strike, been practicing with this thing. I say practicing with it, only got 3 kills. I've been using it in PvE a lot, but yeah, I've been practicing with it. Pretty alright. Glacial Chasm, you know, everybody's favorite role right here. Subsistence, Reservoir Burst, Under Pressure, or Swashbuckler instead, you know. We got this Glacial Chasm here. Kept it because it was the highest damaging one at the time, right? Field prep, surrounded. Thought process was to lean in the Font of Might. Void, cause big, thick damage, you know. This Glacial Chasm right here. We got Surplus, High Impact Reserves, and or Demolitionist. Thinking of pairing it with something like Nezarec Sin. You know. Hollow Words, budget main ingredient. Quick Draw, Unrelenting. This one actually does pretty okay. It's not the best of things, but when I want to have fun and experiment, and when I don't want to lean into hardcore meta, I do whip it out, and I am pleasantly surprised by it. Slightly inconsistent at times, but about, I'd say 80 to 85% of the times it gets the kill when I want it to. But then again, fusion rifles are inconsistent themselves in general, right? But that being said, when you compare it with something like main ingredient, yeah, that's what I'm using as a metric. Truth Teller. I know you remember this one, Cool Juice. I know you remember this one, bro, when we was grinding it out, dog. In Season of Arrivals, man, it has been a long time. And I've not used this thing in a long time either, but I'll never forget it, bro. When the homies be wanting something to grind and you just don't give up on it, man, it'll drop. It might not drop when you want it to drop. It may not drop at the exact time you want it to drop or exactly how you want it to drop. But there you go, still sitting in my vault, right? Yes, sir. But I'm telling you, you put it out there. You know what I'm saying? Like I say, like the homie told me, put your mom first, right? The acronym MOM, M-O-M, mind over matter, right? You put that in your mental space, right? You throw it out there in the universe and you let it go and accept it, bro. The boomerang effect, it'll come right back to you, I promise. But yeah, man, I remember we was chasing this mug for the longest, man. And I remember I took a picture of the day I got it. And I was like, all right, this thing about to get some bodies. And yeah, for the longest, it was the best kept secret. And yeah, they slowly but surely caught on the tech behind blinding grenades and everything. But man, yeah, now Chill Clip is the new truth teller, to be honest, when you really think about it. But this thing has seen me through some GMs, some Nightfalls, some raids. Like this thing has earned its spot, bro. If I start deleting things out my vault randomly, this thing will still be there. And then this one is more on the PvE side that I've let go of my devilish ways of using grenade launchers. ever since they nerfed them back then when it was like the ammo economy, right? I kind of haven't been in the grenade launcher vibe for a long time. But if I was to, this with the last word is a menace. Okay, disruption break really with anything, but this with last word, you don't even have to think about it, bro. You fire it off, pop shield, swap, boom, boom, boom. They done. they done. But yeah, really fun combination. Nature of the Beast, really good feeling 180. Something about it. Its stats and its look on paper does not portray how it feels. If you have a Nature of the Beast and you've given it a shot, you know what I mean. Just really good all in all. Yeah. This here goes a sidearm for you, Mister. The Fool's Remedy. Well, you actually can't obtain it no more, but this is one that I got my vault. This is one of those full auto deep firing sidearms. Hipfire grip, rangefinder. Kind of like an oxymoron role, right? Does one thing that you would think it's not to be, but the way I like to think of it is the best of both worlds, right? If I need to hip fire, I can hip fire. If I need the ADS, then I got the option of rangefinder. So very fun over all in all. I just definitely not better than Mike Hales. Mike Hales puts into perspective how like good stats and good target adjusting, aim assist, all that stuff can really, what's good with you, cuzzo, can really break a gun. And Mike Hales isn't, I don't want to say it's broken because I don't want it to be nerfed, but like once you use one of these and then you go to Mike Hales and then you can see how the stats and just how raid weapons push the potential and push the bar of certain weapons, and why alternatively you don't see some weapons at a period of time, even though on paper they may be good, but you get a weapon to drop with good stats and you like, dang bro, this thing is a problem, this thing slaps. Kind of like the borrowed time scenario in Immortal, right? Borrowed time has been in the game for the longest, right? But no one ever used it. The Immortal comes out, everyone uses it. Now, is it a combination of its stats and it being adept and it being trials? Yes, but I refuse to believe that the Immortal cannot make the same level of splash. You see what I'm saying? And so it's like the availability does also have to be considered when it leans into the meta sometimes too. Death Adder, I grind that MC Escher Cube Room. I'm not deleting this thing, even though the stats on this falls into the same category as like Power Crept. But yeah, fun little mini SMG. Things go boom. The problem with this weapon though has always been its range. It has never been able to reach out farther than it needs, than like sidearm range, right? And because of that, it always felt weak, but it's just really fun, man. Like, how can you turn down Dragonfly on an SMG like that, right? That's spitting out 900 rounds, bro. Like, it's just hard. It's hard. Ikilos, I could have crafted me one Ikilos, right? But I just wasn't on the Ikilos wave, right? You know, I recognize and respect his power and his crafted potential, but me having all this vault space and hoarding and everything, I just didn't have the space or the time to use Ikilos like that, and I know I wasn't really gonna. He said that's a P90 with a Thompson. That's so true, bro. It does look like a P90. The Death Adder, you ain't lying. The magazine and everything in the back. But yeah, I got this Ikilos back in Arrivals. Came with double perks. I just can't bring myself to delete it because every time I do end up using it, I'm often swapping between them, right? I'm either sometimes using it for demo, or if I'm in game, I am using it for surrounded. So I find that being able to switch the perks, it justifies keeping this one over going to go craft one that I'm only going to use in PvP once in a while. And, you know, they nerfed the Ikilos anyway. It's still really good, but like, you know, to me, it kind of justifies why I didn't need to craft one. First in, last out. Back when the hot swapping slug meta was a thing. I'm waiting on the day that we need to whip it back out again. But just in case we do, I have the, I got this one in conjunction with the Fortissimo. And we also have the, what's the one? The Heritage as well. So, yeah, I'm ready for that meta, baby. Ruinous Effigy. As you guys can see, I really love trace rifles. Almost every single one trace that I got has a lot of kills in it. I am going to be using a lot of Cold Heart in our builds next season. So if you're going to be sticking around on the build channel, words. Go ahead and get your Cold Heart ready, baby. Because with these arc builds, I'm going to be using that a lot. Going to the helm for the first time. Hey, man. All right. Getting your waves in. We got the Imperial Needle. We got the Killing Wind Frenzy. Nothing too amazing about this. Just used when we need a Void Bow for seasonal content. Far Future. One of the first snipers I got in that season. It's okay to mess around with once in a while. I keep it just because it has a unique design. There's nothing really else to it. It's definitely not the best. It's not the worst either, though. Here go my Igneous Hammers. We got Encore with Elemental Capacitor. Stability Masterwork. This one right here has Rapid Hit, one for all. Maybe I'll pull it out next season. I actually use this one in PvE, to be honest with you. It being unstoppable next season, may see this get some function. Rapid hit, you get it to tops 2 in PvE, and you can bear with the reload. So, and one for all is surprisingly very fun in PvE. Subsistence Rampage, fun combo. I may delete it. I got it unlocked just in case, you know. This one right here, Subsistence, one for all. I don't like reloading 120s. But once you get that perk going, man, like, it's just so fun with that combo right there. Yeah, there's an engram tracker. It tells you how much, that way you don't have to, like, be in limbo with how many engrams you got. This one right here, Overflow, one for all. If we ever get a kinetic glaive, I would definitely pair this with that. Most likely pair this with something like Aegir Scepter. This one right here, Overflow Snapshot, nothing too amazing. Just Snapshot really is why I'm keeping it. Overflow, I guess, because I don't have to think about it. My Adept Igneuses, Celerity on this one, Rapid Hit, you know, probably one of my better ones with Celerity. Rapid Hit, Moving Target, probably like one of my main favorite ones to use because the Moving Target back when Rapid Hit was better. And he said, and Prodigal Return seems pretty nice. Yeah, I would definitely say Prodigal Return is one of the better ones. I really enjoyed chasing that one this season. And look forward to using it next season because of the Volt Shot tech that can go into our builds, mister. We got the Igneous Hammer with this one right here. It has Rapid Hit, Moving Target, and or Celerity. Celerity is one of those perks where it's like, yeah, it was trash when it first came out, but the changes to it over time. See, that's why I think feedback's important. I know it's like a meme, right? But if we consolidate and give the proper feedback that they can actually adjust on, right, you can see how things do change for the better. And there's plenty of instances that we can talk about with feedback and stuff, right? But like, my main thing is like, even if they ain't listening, what's the worst thing that's gonna happen if you give a great suggestion, right? Versus just giving a trash suggestion like, this is trash, fix it. You know what I mean? Like, go into depth. This is trash because XYZ. For a fix, I would like to see ABC 1, 2, 3, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, that adds a little bit more breadth and brevity to it. And if you can, just be cordial, you know? There's no need to be aggressive with it, right? You know, when you're trying to have a conversation, like a teacher once told me, right? When you're trying to give off a letter or someone to someone, right? Even if you're writing a regrettable letter, when you want it to be in nice handwriting, when you want the envelope to be in a nice envelope, right? Versus writing the evil, mean, hateful letter, right? Balling it up, stepping on it, and then throwing it at somebody. You know what I mean? Like, you can get your point across by still using good words and stuff. So yeah, just be conscious when you communicating is all, and with everything. This brass attacks, Surplus, Frenzy, Wellspring. Want to love it, want to like it, because on paper they have some of the best TTK. This gun just gets away from me when I'm firing it, to be honest. You know, I'm just keeping it just because it's unique. Rapid Hit, Dragonfly. This one, though, on the other hand, is actually pretty fun with Dragonfly, I will say. For a sidearm to have Dragonfly, this one is actually really good, and it does some pretty decent damage. The Shadow Price. Excuse me. Surplus, Disruption Break. It's okay. Pretty good. Pretty fun. Decent. I may see some use out of it this season coming, actually, now that auto rifles are back in the artifact mod. Could see this pairing, maybe talk about maybe Disruption Break with Wither Horde, maybe, or maybe with Izanagi's. Mr. said, are we going to play the game and talk about guns? I don't know what you going to do, but I'm going to do what I want to do, seeing as it's on my channel. So I'm going to rave, be consistent, be inconsistent. I'm going to be all around, man. I can't help it, dog, because if I wasn't me, then I wouldn't be me, you know? But I ain't got no choice to be me because everybody else is already taken, so, you know what I'm saying? This one right here, we got the Bottomless Grief roll with our Thresh. Y'all already know how I feel about Thresh, you know what I'm saying? Overflow for that tech when I want to lean into a nice special weapon in a kinetic slot. This one right here, we got Surplus with Dragonfly. You know, things go boom. It's all right. The good old Pally. I wish I could communicate with my past self now, because I would tell the old me to keep grinding the perfect palindrome. This is as close as I got, though. Quick draw, rangefinder, and I was content with this one. You know what I mean? He said, but I wanted to be John Cena. Well, I can't help you there, man. Maybe you can. You know what I mean? Maybe you can look up to John Cena, I guess, is the best advice I got, and then you can maybe take after his traits. But John Cena is John Cena, right? We can't You can't see him now, right? Oh man. But yeah, this the old me, I would tell the old me to make sure I get one with hammer forged rifling, man, in a ranged masterwork, and don't stop until I could. But this right here, I was happy and content with it at the time because I think max range didn't really matter like that. But yeah, knowing me now, I would have strove for perfection if I could tell myself that. But this is still a really good pally, and I love going back to it. I will say, man, something about the makeup and pally, the reset and recoil animation, the way you're firing it, the way it sounds, still one of the best 140s to this day. Still to this day, man. I know Exalted Truth exists, but you cannot get me to use pally over Exalted Truth. I'll play with Exalted Truth, but when it push come to shove, I'm putting on the pally, right? This one right here is another one of my favorites. I would say this one is slightly below, if not neck and neck with my other one. Really depends on my mood, but the forgiveness of high impact reserves with me, because I know my playstyle, right? I'm not a crit magnet. I'm not going to be hitting every single crit. I love the forgiveness potential with high impact reserves in it, and I'm glad I kept this one with quick draw. Flared magway helps with my stability, and then, you know, small bore is just small bore, right? All right. This one right here got subsistence, unrelenting. Pretty fun for whenever I want to use it once in a while. Doesn't have the slaying potential that I wish it had, right? Like it doesn't kill quickly and fast as I want it to. But at the same time, you know what I'm saying? That fact that it pairs with unrelenting is really fun. So, yeah, hand cannon artifact mods. You might see it this season. You said we hit the 2.5 hour mark. I'm glad, man. I'm surprised we hit it without us being kicked off. I think everybody got off of the McDonald's Wi-Fi for a while, so we might be out a little bit longer. This pally right here, same thing. Synergistic perks is why I keep this, right? You got nice little synergy going. You got Killing Wind, which is going to proc after every kill. You got Rampage, which is going to proc after every kill. Nothing more to ask for, right? Well, maybe I could ask for a better barrel, but all in all, one of my favorite ones to go to mess with once in a while. Subsistence and Thresh, using in PvP once in a while too, whenever I just want to be a little frisky and testing out a super regen build, you know? Don't have to think about it as much. This one right here, Bottomless Grief and Thresh. Back when Bottomless Grief actually did something unique. You know, I actually wish we seen Bottomless Grief as another quote-unquote throwaway perk on a lot of our like just world drop weapons, because sometimes when this column is trash, I wouldn't mind Bottomless Grief, right? Because most of the times, the way I'm looking at it is in this column, I'm either trying to spec into stability or range, right? Most of the time, unless it's PvE. And if it's PvE, then 9 times out of 10 is going to be tactical mag, because I want the stability bump, and between tactical, appended, and extended, I'm never going extended. If extended mag had like some Gears of War animation thing, right? Like if I could press the reload button perfectly, then the risk and reward is there to where if I mess up, then it reloads slower, like extended mag, or if I press it at the right time, it reloads quickly, right? Like give me the ability, but the fact that it reloads too slow every time, I'm never choosing extended mag. So it's a tie between appended and tactical mag in my mind. That being said, if this column is trash, I would love to take Bottomless Grief to overall increase my magazine capacity. That way I could choose something else here, right? Or just double down and use appended mag here too, right? You know? But yeah, Bottomless Grief, if it did come back, I wouldn't mind seeing it on other perks, right? Just give me the option to pick it. I think that's a pretty okay perk, depending on what it's on, right? And that's the thing with a lot of our guns and weapons. Like, guns live and die by their perk combination / stats. Sometimes a stat, you know what I'm saying, can push the weapon up to pinnacle performance. And then other times it's just a weapon combination that makes a weapon elite. You know, and then sometimes there's a perfect storm where we just have a combination of everything like that. This palindrome right here is more of the PvE line, overflow, one for all, right? And then this one right here is the overflow rampage roll. I really cannot wait until this shader becomes available for PvP. I think it's going to be available in Season 23, or I think, yeah, Season 23 in Trials. So when this becomes available, I'm definitely going to be running Trials until I acquire that shader for sure. The Keening, really like this sidearm here. It's okay. I had one before that had surplus and Thresh, but I recently acquired this one with multiple perks. So the choice between Rapid Hit, Under Pressure, and Zen Moment and Thresh, you know, obviously you can see why I deleted my old one. But yeah, pretty good sidearm from Shaxx. Not the best in the world, but it's reliable, man. Just like the frame. Frozen Orbit, really good sniper. Back in the day, this is the Power Crept Tatar Gaze. That Tatar Gaze was, I think, the only sniper back in the day that could one shot when you get kill clip. I think this can still one shot with kill clip. I'm not sure because I haven't tested it ever since they adjusted the damages from Empowering Rift and all that things, etc. But I cannot see why kill clip and a external buff, so Empowering Rift or Radiant, shouldn't be able to one tap. I know that should for a fact. Well, I don't know for sure, but I would imagine that it would. But yeah, just all in all, really good sniper for PvE, totally. This is what I used to use to one tap people because Lumina and high impact reserves, and or you said you think you find the quality of the silenced pistols. Nice, man. Frozen Orbit had Frozen Orbit has high impact reserves. You pair that with Lumina with the noble rounds, and you could one shot body. I think I actually still got the video on my channel. I titled it the one shot, the body shot bandit or something like that. And yeah, I demonstrated just that. Right, you get the Lumina buff, and then you just literally just dragging the scope, and as soon as I see body, I just tapping the trigger, and you just seeing the damage numbers. It hits for like 196, and then when you hit the bottom mag, it was 201. So as long as you had, if you was at the bottom round of the bullet, there was no stopping it, which was pretty fun, man. Bottom dollar, still a really phenomenal hand cannon. As you can see, lovely perks in this one right here: rapid hit, rangefinder, thresh, multi-kill clip, explosive payload, stability masterwork. I just recently got this one, and it is really good. Let me see. Mr. said, is Keening an Iron Banner weapon? No, you can actually get it from Big Daddy Shaxx. You can actually go and focus it from the Crucible vendor, Shaxx, right now. This bottom dollar right here has rapid hit, explosive payload, killing wind, multi-kill clip. This one right here has subsistence, unrelenting, and or opening shot. This one right here, slide shot demo, really fun, you know. Slide shot being able to just allows you to bypass the reload at certain points, and then, you know, if you're slaying out enough, you can even throw the grenade and reload that way as well. Rapid hit, high impact reserves. Yeah, it used to 2-tap. I don't think it does anymore because the damage numbers do not add up high enough. So just something I would have to go and test, but I do think it's still forgiven. I think it's, wait a minute, I think 120s are already 1 crit 2 body, right? So I don't think it does matter anymore in that capacity. Still holding on to it for a while. Trinary system, really good combination of perks right here, right? Firmly planted, tap the trigger, stability masterwork, particle repeater, and polygonal. When I get a drop like that, I have to keep it and give it a shot just to see how good it is. And it is decently consistent. It's not 100% consistent all the time, better than main ingredient, but when I do whip it out, I am pleasantly surprised. And it reminds me how like some of those niche weapons can actually hang with some of the best weapons. And then this one right here, you keep for something like Battle Harmony or any type of solar synergy, right? Killing Wind, and then you got Thresh as well. You got the third axiom sitting with surplus, ECAP, stability masterwork. Nice little set of stability. You slap on Void, you're gonna have about 85 stability going on and stuff. TQ's Divination, one of my favorite of the elemental bows. Yeah, nothing else major to say about it except for I'm hoping that eventually they'll add some sort of solar verb perk to it. If they don't, I'll live, but man, would it be hard for me to take it off if they didn't. The Retrofuturists, you know, Void has that Thresh combination, has a Feed and Frenzy on it, Accurized rounds. On paper, it's pretty decent. I still need to give it a little bit of usage before I come to my final verdict on it, but not too impressed by it so far from what I've used. I actually like this one a little bit better, and it may be because of the combination of these three right here. But with Quick Draw on this lightweight, it actually feels really good. I have a clanmate that swears by Trench Barrel. I suck when it comes to melee fights, man. Like every time I get in a melee fight, I just freaking just cave, bro, and I just can't. I cannot win my melee duels, but I can see why he loves it with Trench Barrel. He do be pulling off some crazy plays with it for sure. Eternal Blazing, pretty decent scout. Overflow Thresh, probably power crept by now, but all in all, it still feels really good whenever it's time to use it. Good old Grid Skipper. Said gotta grind some Crucible now. See ya. Hey man, just take some fun loadouts out there. Take some fun and funky you want to experiment, right? You know, if you gotta make it hell, at least make it an enjoyable one, right? This one right here has Heating Up, Frenzy on it, and or Thresh. Good to pair with that Void synergy of Nezarec as always, right? Wish I could have had better barrels and everything. I really love the they did their thing when it came to the look and vibe of this weapon, right? Like it is very unique looking. Everything they hit the I love the design of those weapons that season. So join his tail, got the quick draw opening shot. Probably could have got a better set of barrels here, but this is the best one I got. Good old Vision of Confluence, nice little combination right there. Wellspring and Thresh, pretty fun. Getting your ability energy back as well as your class ability when you're getting final blows. Found Verdict, Rewind Rounds, and Vorpal Weapon. May make a splash with my with those no backup plans. I'm thinking of things I can use or utilize with them, but I often like to go back to this shotgun whenever shotguns are in the artifact mod, right? Because I think this is a really good combo. I think, of course, this shotgun is probably arguably better for PvP, but this combo right here is actually like what you would want out of a top tier shotgun, right? Rewind rounds, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, once you dump the mag, you know, you're going to be able to get a little bit more bullets back. So essentially the magazine should be somewhere around 8, maybe 9, I think. And then with Vorpal Weapon, you know, you're going to be using it on a champion. Hey, using a Fuse, Darkened, Kate, that's exactly what it is, right? And on the champions is probably what you'll be using it on, right? So Vorpal Weapon, you know, it comes in handy. So whenever shotguns come back in the artifact mod, I often gravitate towards that one. That's one of the first ones I love to use. This one was my PvP main one until I got an adept role, and I still come back to this one too, because if Frenzy gets procced in PvP, it just makes this shotgun oh so forgiving, yo. And it's like really not that hard to get, it's really not that hard to get Frenzy procced if you're like in the thicket of a 6v6 combat, right? And so with the stat package and everything I got with this combo, I wanted to keep it. I'm definitely not disappointed every time I give it a shot. And if you do want to lean into that whole Frenzy staying into combat playstyle, give it a shot with Lumina. Give it a shot with Lumina. Give it a shot with Noble Rounds. And with Lumina, Noble Rounds, and Frenzy procced, yeah, you want to talk about some consistent one taps. That does the trick. This one right here for the arc build crafting, right? Auto loading demolition is something like the skip nades on the Hunter, something like the pulse nades on the Titan, right? It has the arc synergy, so you'll be able to lean into some of your arc fragments, right? Where it's like special weapons, blind targets. So there's definitely some build craft potential to be there. And then this one right here, y'all already know how I feel about Unrelenting. I love it, right? But that paired with opening shot on a shotgun. Now this is a prime example of like, okay, how can you not at least want to use something like this, right? Potential wise. And so on paper, if you're going on a spree, this is a really good combo. I think the only thing that holds this particular shotgun back is the fact that scavengers don't work in Crucible. I think if scavengers worked in Crucible, this shotgun combination itself would be talked about a little bit more. But it's like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Even in 6s, you're not going to be sitting on like 7, 8 bullets to go on some sort of a spree. But if you were, think about it. You floor your first guardian, you pepper the second one, swap to the shotty again, get the unrelenting blow. Now you're healing, and you're not really sacrificing anything in this perk column because you have the potential of opening shot to carry you. So you got Vision of Confluence, this right here, damaging perk in Wellspring, like the regen and abilities as well as the damage from Wellspring. This one right here is the best time loss version I've been able to obtain. Slide shot, opening shot, handle and masterwork. Everything else definitely could be better. The good old Hubble telescope, occluded finality. Got the roll of rolls except for the masterwork here. Got ricochet rounds, fluted barrel, snapshot, opening shot. Yep, longest sniper, stare into your soul. Shakir's WAP. You got the heating up, golden tricorn. Still probably one of the best SMGs. Definitely looking forward to experimenting with this now that we're getting the reticle changes. That's another thing I'm looking forward to across the board. But starting with Shakira's Wrath, so it's nice that we're actually getting to experiment with it firsthand. This is my other Shakira's, Celerity, Quick Draw. Tap the trigger option as well. This one right here had the choice between the good old combination of dynamic sway and tap the trigger, you know, working on the front end, helping you on the back end. Also got the option of kill clip too once we go on our nice little sprees. This right here, moving target celerity. Main reason I kept it was because of moving target celerity is just a nice icing on the cake, right? And its stat packages really well. So I think when Immortal gets his leg chopped off, I'm going to lean on it, as Shax would say with Shakira's, with this role in particular. The Izumi, snapshot, explosive payload, you know, pretty okay. I love this frame of sniper. I don't know what it is, but like those of you who snipe probably know how it feels to use this particular frame of sniper, right? Like this one, the Galu. I think it's another type of sniper, but certain snipers have certain like very airy, lightweight feels to them, and this definitely is one of them. This one right here has a snapshot Vorpal on it. You know, the explosive payload on the other one was just for the light little flex. You know, maybe there's a small snag of a kill you can get off, right? He said, I don't like snipers in PvE, to be honest. That's fair. That's fair. They're fun once in a while to give a shot here and there. I often like my exotic or weird snipers or anything with Dragonfly on it. Plug one, often a good one to go to once in a while. Got a good old Thresh heating up. Wish I would have got a better adept roll, but I wasn't. I think I didn't care too much back then because main ingredient was the move. So I was like, why do I need a better plug one, right? And then this one right here is good for the sixes, right? Maximum charge time. You know what I'm saying? Accelerated coils all the way. Maximum charge time. Maximum. I know it probably hurts. I don't care. I just want to see how fast we can get them boops out. You know what I'm saying? Everything is charge time. Good old borrowed time. I got this one recently this season. But yeah, Thresh, Rangefinder, High Cal, Hammerforge, Range Masterwork. Really good overall. Keening is going to remain in the next season. Am I right? Yes, the Keening is not going anywhere from what I understand. It is still going to be available. This is my original borrowed time that I got a while back. Rangefinder, Wellspring. This is one I used to use. It's still pretty good. Still feels pretty amazing, which is how I felt like I knew the Immortal was going to slap. But yeah, you can't put adept mods on it either though. So, and then this one right here, Feeding Frenzy and Frenzy. Mr. said I scrapped the borrowed time. Yeah, it is pretty hard. I will say, without resetting the vendor multiple times, it is hard to get a roll that you're looking for. But I will say I love that the option is there that we can reset the vendor and then we can go grind a weapon, right? Because it's good on, like, I think the tail end of a season when there's nothing for you to do. You're going to go into that activity anyway, right? So the chances of you getting a roll or a weapon to drop with a couple of perks that you might want to experiment with, I think I really like that being a thing, you know? And who's to say you might find a combination that otherwise you may have never wanted to test before. But since it comes packed with 6 perks, hey, you know, you have the option to. Empty Vessel, Auto-Loading, Demolitionist, Lead from Gold is the main, you know what I'm saying? Shebang, pretty much Truth Teller 2.0 solar version, right? You know, shout outs to the Marty's Retribution. I've been deleted that thing, but this has just reminded me of it. And if we ever get Marty's back, you know it's coming back with Incandescent, baby. And then this one with Thresh, you know, we got to keep any and all things Thresh, baby. He said, to make a Crucible party, I'm going to put, don't worry, be happy on repeat. You ain't lying, dog. That's how you got to frame it when you go into Crucible, man. You got to look at it like a happy, I'm just trying to have fun experiment mindset. I think a lot of us take it way too serious, and we actually rob ourselves from the fun because of that, you know? Like, winning is one thing, you know what I'm saying? But going in there and winning with a fun loadout is a totally different experience, and I try to embody that every time I even think about going into Crucible, you know? Killing win, multi-kill clip. Y'all know how I feel about 450s. They're pretty good. And I think the zoom on this one, I think, is farther than other 450s, although I'm not sure entirely. The number itself feels really good. We got the stochastic variable, one of the few weapons that can come with phase mag, if not the only one, I think. But Zen Moment E-Cap, pretty cool, sticky combination on Void as well. But with phase mag, you keep the lightweight frame, but you alter the fire rate, so it turns into a 600. So it's essentially a lightweight 600 SMG. Pleiades corrector. Main reason I kept it was because of Demolitionist. yeah, might be one of the last times you see it. It's not a bad weapon, but we've definitely gotten some more weapons that now I feel like I can let this thing go right here. Mister said, I learned an important lesson from you right now. Well, that's what's up, man. It makes me feel good when people can take away from certain perspectives. That's really just what I look at things, man, is I just look at things from a lot of different perspectives and then consider my own. But I'm glad you was able to, glean some insight from that. That's what's up. The D aside led from Gold Demolitionist. I ain't even got to say it, but y'all already know no backup plans, baby. Especially with lead from gold, I can spec into something like my Acreus, right? Lean all into heavy ammo, and I ain't got to worry about it here. You know what I'm saying? It's a void weapon. Maybe I can spec into volatile rounds or something. The compass rose. If I was praising the retold tale, then this is twin brother from another mother. Compass rose, quick draw, snapshot, accurize, full choke. The only bad thing is the masterwork, and it's not even bad depending on your perspective. I got handling masterwork as well. But yeah, I will say between retold, Matador, and Compass Rose, I will take this and retold almost every day over Matador. Love it, bro. It's really good, really fun and funky. Every time this weapon comes around, take a look at the perks, see what you can get to drop on yours, give it a shot. Might not be the best thing in the world, but it may surprise you. I know it did for me, and anytime I seriously want a shotgun, I do consider that being one of my top options. It's either between that and Retold Tale. This is a nice PvE version. We talked about earlier how those Shadow Legion Cabal, when they drop those little defensive pods, how they give the Cabal overshields. You can actually benefit from that with Turnabout. So the same thing applies here. Yeah, cool. Maybe I can do something with backup plan with this one, maybe with Turnabout and Incandescent, But yeah, pretty good combination as well. Got the Verb perk going on. And then this one right here, lead from gold, golden tricorn, really high on the damage scale, right? Golden tricorn, I think, pushes your damage up to 50% if you can pull off the insane level of buffs, right? So, and then lead from gold, same thing we was talking about earlier with using Acreus and specking all the way into it. You got Wolf Tone Draw, Impulse Amplifier, and Adagio. To be honest, I don't think I've used this thing since I put it in the vault, but I know there has to be some sort of play to be made with a buff and Adagio, right? And Impulse Amplifier. There has to be. There's a dude with his risk runner, well running with risk. You on them plans today, ain't you, mister? You been throwing them out there all day. We got the Chrysura Mellow out here with the heating up and demolitionist combo right here. Really, really love the look and the vibe of this weapon, man. It's actually the Perpetualis when you think about it now. I'm glad they reused the model now that I recognize it, but really love the model of this weapon when it came out. Dynamic Sway, Thrash, 4 times a charm, multi-kill clip. Nothing spectacular. I'm just an auto rifle fanatic. Forge's Pledge was a really unique and interesting role. Look at the stability. That alone was enough to justify me keeping it. Heating up, iron grip, steady rounds, stability masterwork. And I know it's like, yeah, Dread, you don't need all that stability. True. But I can get all that stability, and it's the reason why I kept it. You know what I mean? It's nice to experiment and mess around with weapons like that. Not to mention, when the upcoming changes happen to range, who knows where this is going to land and sit, right? And so when I see interesting or unique or funky combinations to drop like that, I consider them more than anything. So, yes, the Comedian. So glad I grinded this thing out. They brought it back, and when they brought it back, it did not have subsistence or thresh on it. Maybe it had one of the other. I'm pretty sure it did not have thresh. But long story short, Nezarec Sin being able to apply the Abyssal Extractors combination, volatile rounds now as we can see it. Pretty fun combo, but like I said, pairing that with the kinetic shotgun, not Pardon Our Dust, Wastelander with subsistence, you essentially don't have to reload as long as you're getting final blows. And back then, when heavy-handed did something different than what it does today, when you were able to get a shotgun final blow, and I think if you're charged with light, it fed ammo into your shotgun reserves. Insanely busted, by the way, but so fun. That was a beautiful combo to run. It was like Tractor Cannon, Comedian, and the Wastelander, and it was just like shoot, swap, shoot, swap, shoot, swap, and it was like you just didn't have to worry about reloading or ever running out of ammo, to be honest. Very fun. Punching Out, Overflow Frenzy, you know, it's pretty decent. Yeah, again, another sidearm which makes me really it makes me really appreciate how powerful the Michaels is, because something about these sidearms in particular, every single one I've used up until the Michaels, it just gets away from you when you're firing it, and the Michaels it makes me grateful. Sorrow's Verse, really want these to be good, but I think it is a lack of stats that allows this to hang. The Coronac easily feels better than this to me, in my opinion. But the Sorrow's Verse can roll with a lot of good perks though. So maybe there's something that you can like. I often find that this gun does bounce a lot to me. It's a mix between the bouncing a lot and the sight itself is hard to track. Like, it's a clean sight, but I think it's so clean that it's to its detriment, because when you're trying to track targets, it's just like the recoil direction really is just bouncing all over the place and stuff. And so, like, this is the definition of a decent world loot weapon that is never going to be fantastic, because it's going to bump its head on its own ceiling. It's always going to hold it back. But, yeah, tap the trigger, Thresh, multi-kill clip, Rampage. This one right here, got Killing Wind, Unrelenting, you know, pretty good range. This one here, Dynamic Sway, E-Cap, so on Void, pretty good stability. And as you can see, I've gotten a couple of different rolls to test and see how they can hang and whatnot. And like I said, they're okay, but like after using the Coronac, it just makes me realize that some guns are just better. And I think on paper, this is actually better than the Coronac, to be honest. But it just goes to show you, sometimes you do got to get out there and experiment with them. And then maybe for you, it's better for you than it is for me. Swift Verdict. Of course, I wish full auto was different here, but as far as sidearms go, this is a really lethal one. Rangefinder pushes this thing out pretty far. Only problem is when you're firing this little thing, you often lose sight or track of your target, because like it is one of them things that just hops and gets away from you. But still, with the precision frame TTK on it, is very nice though overall. Another Swift Verdict. This one right here is Disruption Break. You already know the tech behind that. Maybe if I'm in a situation where I pop a shield, my teammate can get the cleanup if they're using a kinetic hand cannon or an auto rifle or just really anything kinetic, right? Or vice versa, pop the shield, and while they're running, instead of reloading, I swap to my kinetic and just try to get the easy cleanup, you know. Just really haven't justified being able to delete it because it's useful. And if I was to delete one, I probably would delete that one, right? But it's still a really good sidearm, though. Long Walk, really good sniper. I think we don't see this one a lot because no one really is farming the first phase of the Prophecy Dungeon like that. And if you are, you're probably looking for Judgment. But then again, who is really looking for Judgment, right? So it's like, this feels like one of them weapons that falls to the wayside. But I think this is one of them weapons too that when you see someone using it, you better respect them. You better be like, all right, bro, this dude can snipe, because it's something about this one, man. It got some sticky vibes to it. If you use it, you know. Darkest Before. This is the best PvP weapon roll I've gotten, and man, this goes to show you sometimes RNG ain't in your favor. 32 runs, man. 32 runs it took to get this one, and the 30 runs before that was nothing but armor. Maybe it was about 27 armor, but I know it was more than 20. But man, after I got this one, I was like, all right, I'm out. And the funny thing is, we was farming it on rotation, so like we do about like 5-10 runs, right? Somebody hop out, somebody else hop in. Every time somebody would hop in, they would get the Darkest Before, and I'm just sitting here like, yo, so y'all just gonna take my RNG like that? And so when I got this one to drop, I was like, all right, I'm done. But I wanted the one that Mr. Cool Juice, he ended up getting lucky. He was farming with me, and he ended up getting the surplus elemental capacitor roll, and he was good. The homie Buggy hopped in 2 farms. It was like 2 to 3 farms, right? I know it was less than 5. He was in, got it, he was out. The homeboy Cost, be in trials all the time. He was in, helped us do a few runs, got it, he was out. And so I'm sitting up here in like the 30s, and I'm like, yo, the next time I get one, I'm done, son. But yeah, I was farming for this and sudden death. I never got my sudden death, which is why you won't see one in this vault. But between that one and this Darkest Before, I was just like, all right, bro, I'm just gonna leave this one alone. You say you just want a game with a shotgun and an underpowered Vulpecula, and see, that's what I'm saying, man. It feels way better than winning with the top of the cream of the crop, right? Like, you can do that and you can win it, but it's like that it's not as surprising because you know it's efficient and you know you're gonna slay out with it, right? Test yourself, play with something funky and fun. You know what I'm saying? What's really on the line? You know what I mean? There's nothing really there to risk. So get out there and experiment and have fun with the loadouts, bro. Use that vault space, man. That's how I be feeling. But yeah, pretty good dark as before right here. Overflow, unrelenting, right? I feel like it doesn't have enough kill potential for unrelenting to kick in and proc, but that's where overflow comes in and supplements it. But yeah, nice with the max range though. Pretty good range. Contingency plan, got the good old surplus frenzy. You know what I mean? It's okay, pretty decent. Got an annual skate, time payload, surplus, accurized rounds. All in all, pretty decent hand cannon. Wouldn't be my first pick, but perfect example of when I just want to experiment and use something different. You know, this is often when I lean into. Surplus and time payload together, though, it's a nice hand cannon for sure. Very nice. And then this one is just super synergistic, right? Surplus and Wellspring. Wellspring's helping Surplus get proc. Surplus is working when I have my abilities, right? So, the good old Matadors. This was the best one I've been able to obtain. Pulse monitor, killing wind, accurized full choke. Definitely not bad by any means, right? Still could have been better, but definitely not bad by any means. And then this one right here. We have threat detector, killing wind, and assault mag. Full choke. Barrel shroud, right? Could have used range mess work, could have used opening shot. So you can see why I probably prefer my Rito tail and my compass rose over my Matador. It's just every time I try to go back to these, after I get clapped like 4 or 5 times by somebody's Matador, and I'm like, all right, let me give my Matador a try. It's like every time I go back to these, I remember why I slap it back in the vault, and I'm like, all right, that's why I just stick with the Rito tail. It's just easier that way. It's just easier that way. BXR Battler. Definitely get some mileage out of this thing. Love utilizing it, right? Just has amazing synergy, amazing all around, Halo vibes from back in the day. They're going to rebuff the zoom, thank God. So I'm actually going to lean into it more on the PvP side of things soon. But yeah, just all in all, really good, down-to-earth, consistent weapon, period, right? Demo and Incandescent, one of the best in-game weapon combinations when it comes to solar build crafting, I think. Very phenomenal. And then this one right here, I'm not sure if you can get this combo anymore, but good for the Ahamkar spawn pairing, right? You know, I wish I would have kept my snapshot rangefinder roll since you can't get that roll anymore either. Retrace paths, killing wind, golden tricorn, right? Get the final blow, you know, extend it a little bit, increase your damage, what some. This retrace path right here. Now this one actually with Disruption Break, I actually do use with Last Word, and it is actually very funky. I think a lot of people don't expect it either, and you cannot get Disruption Break on Retrace anymore. But this combo right here, I got just for the memes initially, and I am super happy that I did end up getting it because it is reliable when I need to make it work. Fun combo once in a while to use. Once, like I said, it works really well because since trace rifles are essentially auto rifles, it doesn't take much to pop a shield, and because the way the ammo economy with trace rifles work, sometimes you're not even getting a kill with a trace rifle, right? Because if they're breaking cover with you. So on something like Endless Veil, if I like hit them enough to break a shield and they break cover with me and are not paying attention to their debuffs, they're actually going to take more damage if they repeak and I choose to swap to something like a Messenger or Last Word, you know what I mean? And this combination is often one of my favorite slept on go-to setups to do when I just want to have a fun loadout once in a while. Edge of Intent glaive. These glaives are definitely not the best. They would benefit from some type of verb synergy mixed in with the class. That being said, they are fun to use once in a while. You have to put in the extra effort to make them work, but they do unique things. And the fact that we got those artifact mods for our chest piece that help the viability of glaives and swords, expect to see maybe a build or two in the next coming season, right? Yeah, especially since glaives are in the artifact mod again with Unstoppable. I think it's a perfect time to do one. I should have did a build this season, especially since we had a sword in the mix as well. Come to pass, crafted it, had high hopes for it. Just wasn't doing his thing, man. I just can't bring myself to delete it because I put so much effort into crafting and keeping it, right? So we're gonna hold on just a little bit longer. Maybe I'll go back and revisit or tweak it, but it just feels untamely to use. Love the origin trait perk though. Love it, and I really wish we could like have the ability to put origin trait perks on other weapons at the Enclave, right? Like earn the origin trait perk and then maybe apply it to certain weapons here or there, because Psycho Hack is a perfect example of coming on a lot of good weapons, right? But like you never see those weapons being utilized nowadays, you know? And if I had the option to put them on something else that maybe had something like Vice Stinger or Ambush or Field Tested, I would do just that. So, but that's another conversation for another day. Explosive Personality. Explosive Personality. I think about that song every time I read Explosive Personality. But yeah, auto-loading Golden Tricorn. Really amazing weapon. Auto-loading carries its weight enhanced version-wise. Yeah, and Golden Tricorn, once you get it rolling, this thing will melt anything. And the fact that you can keep Golden Tricorn up while it's stowed. So what I mean by that is you can proc Golden Tricorn ×2, swap to it, let it auto-load, pull it back out, and the buff will still be active in enough time. Really good combo. I think until we get a Marty's Retribution incandescent roll, this will be probably my go-to Solar Geo. Under Your Skin, Unrelenting Turnabout. We've already talked about the synergy behind that. Good for whenever bows are in the artifact mod. Sweet Sorrow. I recently just gave this thing another visit this season. Really good in PvP. Not the best, right? But I forgot this thing was that good. Love the weapon model as well. Love it. Reminds me of, I don't know, it kind of reminds me of a Thompson. And then it kind of reminds me of like a Space Marine Carbine. It's really the Breakneck. I guess, yeah, this backhandle reminds me of the Breakneck. That's what I'm thinking of, like a Thompson and a Breakneck. I don't know. Crisis Inverted. I won't say slept on hand cannon, but it is an okay hand cannon that doesn't get enough love, I feel. Has a lot of amazing and really good perks. The combinations on this thing is really good, and it doesn't feel bad to shoot. Probably going to see this because of the artifact mods, maybe. Got demo kill clip on this one right here. And then this one right here has Demolitionist and Adrenaline Junkie. If I could maybe get the perks to drop on the same weapon, I would collapse it into one. And then this one has Demolitionist and Adaptive Munitions. And he said, I'm having an inverted crisis, an inverted one. Yeah, you got the jokes, dog. Oh, man. But yeah, it's been a good hand cannon all around. Has a lot of viability that a lot of other hand cannons I don't think just have or is talked about a lot, to be honest. Lubray's Ruin. Amazing looking glaive design. Soul Drinker perk is so phenomenal on it. I actually might take this to the Enclave and revisit this next season to see what other things can get on it. I've basically put this to the back burner, though, ever since I've gotten Kel'Garath, because Kel'Garath to me is just better in every way except for the origin trait perk. Soul Drinker is definitely better by far, but Kel'Garath having Overflow and Incandescent just speaks volumes. This is my Forbearance. I know, right? Shocker, right? I don't use it as often as I don't use it as much just because yeah, it is great and it's amazing, it's good, fantastic, but there's other options that I like leaning into. That being said, I guess I should get on to using it more and finishing the craft weapon on it. Where is we at? I knocked it out. There we go. But that's the one I've kept so far, the Unrelenting Wellspring Roll. I guess we should have used it during this week since we could have gotten the extra XP for it. We got an Insidious, Demolitionist, One for All. Same thing. I don't like how unruly this weapon feels when shooting it. It feels like I have to fight too much to control it. Kind of like Vigilant Swing, like it flies out of my hands. But apart from that, it's a really good pulse rifle. Very powerful indeed. And the Soul Drinker perk is really good perk for those Val weapons. This is my old school title. I probably can justify being deleted now, right? I just really kept it for the synergy. Stats for all, One for All. You know, pretty sure we have a lot of better options nowadays. And then same thing with this one for the synergy, Grave Robber and Swashbuckler, right? For my melee builds. I don't think I've even used it ever since I obtained it. The Aisha's Grip. We got triple tap, 4 times a charm. Super unique and funky, fun combo. Would serve us well during this upcoming season with Overload, right? having to just plink away at targets from a distance. And then this one right here, we got we got Aisha's Embrace right here with Adagio. I think it was a True Vanguard video who showed the synergy with Adagio and Battle Harmony, but I do not think that will be possible anymore ever if they adjust the when they hit us with that adjustment that they're gonna do with the Battle Scar. So, not Battle Scar, Mantle of Battle Harmony. So we'll see how viable that is in the coming weeks. The Ogma D's PR6. Demolitionist Wellspring. Love this combo. This was, I believe, the progenitor to that combo being available. This was like, when I first seen that on this weapon in Witch Queen, I was like, yes, they're easing up. The combinations are coming, boys. So it's like, once you see weapons like this, that's what I mean. Like, you can sit there and be like, all right, it's only a matter of time until we start seeing this combination on other weapons. And like, this is an example of being able to just fully lean into the Demolitionist and Wellspring role. But I'll tell you what, Ogmaron's with. I thought the same thing too, mister. But I'll tell you what, you can use this, right, with that combo I was saying way early in the, I guess the other stream by now since they didn't cut us off. But you can use this with Carefree Sting and get an insane amount of ability regen. Very viable, very good. And just recommend picking one of these up whenever you see one to drop. I actually gave it a shot in PvP the other day and it was doing okay. It's actually had some pretty decent fun with it. The reason I was interested because I was like, oh dang, well, Ogma's a lightweight and so is Stay Frosty. It's not the best as far as like range and stats and everything goes, but it's pretty fun. This one right here, you have Unrelenting and One for All. And I love how they experimented with, you know, being able to give you a health regen perk paired with a damage perk. So this is a really good PvE version of a weapon. And then this is some good synergy here too, right? Adaptive munitions, being able to pop the shields easier, and then turnabout. Whenever you break a shield, you're going to be able to basically strip that shield from them and apply it to yourself. So you can use this really in any content that has an overwhelming amount of shields that are just annoying, and just constantly give yourself a baby overshield or a turnabout version of it, right? We got the Snorri, really decent fusion rifle. It's no main ingredient by any means, but it's definitely good. Surplus and successful warm-up. Then we got our good old funnel webs, perpetual motion, rangefinder, almost max range roll, just missing the accurized rounds there. Got the auto-loading Thresh on the funnel web, good for my super suit builds and anything I want to lean into. Nezarec, of course. Anytime you see Void, just think Nezarec, especially if you got Thresh on it. Subsistence Frenzy, of course, you know, amazing roll, right? Ikilos is surprisingly good PvP hand cannon. Oh, I'm surprised you like it. I might have to go revisit the perks and give it a shot. It's the gun model for me. It's too bulky for me, but I can see why you may job with it. You got the funnel web. This one right here has subsistence, adrenaline junkie. I have this one unlocked, so this one may be on a chopping block, but you can see how the synergy would be there. You don't even have to worry about getting the damage amped up immediately. You can just frag out with your nades, right, and then just go straight to town with it. So you can see why I kept it, but it's unlocked, so it may get deleted in the near future. The Kantata, this one right here, rapid hit, moving target. It's okay. Always be wanting this gun to be way better than it is, but Palindrome exists, right? Every time I start using it, it just reminds me of why Pally is the king of hand cannons in the energy slot anyway. We got heating up and Tom Payload on this one. It doesn't mean that you can't have fun with other weapons, though. You know, like I said, you have 600 spaces in your vault. Use 598 of them. You know, that one is good though. Heating up Tom Payload. I think this is probably like my favorite fun one to use. This is the like really good one on paper, but with Tom Payload, it's just something about watching your opponent flinch and try to combat you when you're dueling is pretty amazing experience. This one right here, heating up, moving target, right? I think I kept this one because of the range potential on it, right? Accurized rounds, hammer forge, masterwork on the range, moving target with the stickiness, yada yada. And this one right with not range masterwork, rangefinder, right, with rapid hit. So got a couple of to experiment with here and there. And then everybody's favorite, Eye of the Storm rangefinder combination. Acura's, Poly, Stability Masterwork. All in all, decent all around. We got the Fugu, the Fubu 55, auto-loading fire line. Looking forward to this one when snipers get their little 10% buff. I'm gonna whip this bad baby out, see how she hangs with the competition. We got the good old Nezarac's Whisper, lead from gold. Y'all know how I feel about that. Adaptive munitions, really funky and weird on the glaive, but I mean, you know, if you're leaning into a lead from gold glaive and you're dealing with an activity that has multiple shields, right, it's a really good choice. Not to mention the perk itself, which I can never even tell if it procs, right? But I would imagine it does. Final blows near multiple combatants or near nightmares restore health. But on this one right here, Demolitionist, Unstoppable Force, kind of heavily leaning into arc builds with this one, right? Yeah, kind of leaning really heavy into it. Without Remorse, leaning all the way into our PvE aspect, field prep, incandescent, all about verb perks and spreading solar damage. Gonna revisit that though with no backup plans. Gonna go check it out, the Enclave. Our Unforgiven, Demolitionist, Frenzy. Pretty good, pretty fun. Pretty turn your brain off and put in work. Helped me out a lot during Spire to watch it when I didn't want to think. One of my favorite ones, Demolitionist and Repulsor Brace. Great for being, especially if you have a build that can apply debuffs on the regular. Good for applying the debuffs and giving yourself an overshield and everything. Yeah, definitely a top tier in-game PvE weapon. I love everything about it except for the the origin trait perk. That's one of the things where it's like it comes from the dungeon. On paper, it sounds amazing, but you don't really notice it. And if there were better options, then yeah, right? This Unforgiven right here, Demolitionist, Adrenaline Junkie, good for something like the handheld Supernova build or the Controverse hold setup, right? Maybe a Titan that's leaning heavily into the Overshield nade spam tech, right? Things Go Boom, Unforgiven, Dragonfly, Demolitionist. Maybe paired with Nezarac's, you know, get a little bit more on the investment on it when things are exploding. And then I wanted Demo Golden Tricorn to end off the combination, but this is the best that I've gotten. So well-rounded Golden Tricorn. At least it had some sort of synergy. But I just can't bring myself to delete it just yet. I probably will eventually. Because all the other ones I use, and my justification for keeping this one is, well, it has Golden Tricorn. Yeah, it does, but it's like, it don't have Demo Golden Tri, right? And at the end of the day, if I'm using the other ones over this one, then yeah. He said, oh yeah, Keenan time. Oh, you running to Keenan now, huh? Wisdom Rebuke. One of those ambitious chases, right? I seen it on paper. I was like, all right, we got to go see how this is adding up. It added up pretty okay. So I had one before that didn't have accelerated calls. And I told myself once I get one with accelerated calls, I'm going to keep that one. And this is the product of that. So accelerated calls, so the charge time is just slightly faster because it's really hard for me to work with these high-impact fusion rifles. They map consistently, but you have to get the timing down perfectly. They're so unforgiving, it feels like. Accelerated calls helps a lot on that end. And then we have Under Pressure, which is going to help it be more consistent with Iron Grip. And so, like, the bolts are just laser-like. And, you know, I would have preferred a Charge Time Masterwork still even, but the handling definitely is not bad for, like, the quick swap twos and all that good jazz. But all in all, I can't remember if Wisdom Rebuke is out of the rotation anymore, but fun one to grind for. Glad I did obtain it. Horror's Lease, got the synergy of high-impact reserves under pressure, right? Hit to the bottom of the mag. Keep doing damage, you know what I'm saying? This one right here is Zen Moment. Frenzy. Zen Moment is insane now on almost any and every weapon, especially on this high impact pulse. Really good in-game weapon for sure. And then this Horror's Lease right here had Kill Clip. Kill Clip was just doing just fine. So just kept one just cause. Might be on the chopping block. I don't really know. The Drain Baroque. Nothing too special about that. Wellspring Incandescent. Callous Mini Tool. Nice little combination right here. Unrelenting Incandescent. Helps stay alive. Helps spread the scorch. You know, really good. And I don't think I got to tell anybody about the Mini Tool, right? Beloved was on my whole verb perk vibe back then, right? You know, 4th time's a charm. Incandescent. Sniper's getting that nice little buff. Strident whistle. Shoot to loot. Incandescent. Really fun bow. Really fun bow. Highly advise getting one of these if you don't from Zavala. Well, I guess there is no rush now since bows aren't going to be in the artifact mod this season, but yeah, it's pretty decent. He said, I beloved the beloved. I beloved the beloved. I always find it funny how people choose to say either or, right? I've been saying it so much that I either say beloved or beloved, but potato, potato, right? We got Archer's Tempo on this one with explosive payload, which is a pretty fun fact, right? Or explosive head. Pretty fun fact, when you switch the mod between explosive head and not explosive head, it actually changes the arrow quiver, which is pretty awesome, I think. Nice attention to detail there. The staccato, incandescent, well-rounded. Nice incandescent spread from afar. We got another staccato with explosive payload and shoot to loot. Back when shoot to loot and explosive payload has some insane synergy. I think they patched that now, right? So this may can get going. You ain't lying, bro. You ain't lying. The Galu got that overflow, snapshot sights. Same thing with the weapon model. Something about that weapon model that just feels so insanely snappy that the stats don't tell the overall picture. It's one of them things where once you get it in your hands and you use it, you just know what I'm talking about. But yeah, overflow, snapshot, fluted barrel, really good, really fun. When I would just want to play with an off-meta sniper, this is one that I gravitate to once in a while. Doom and Chelches. Yeah, they set the bar with these weapons, and I'm hoping that every time they come out with raid weapons, I mean, I was pleasantly surprised with Ron, so hopefully they can keep that flow going into the end of this life cycle of this game. But yeah, Doom and Chelches has some amazing roles to pick from. Yeah, needless to say, there's so many to even begin to think of, but I like this safe combo of Vorpal Weapon and Frenzy. Probably going to keep it like this because Overload Scout next season too, right? And if I am going to use it on some champions, that right there, the double damaging is good. I just recently recrafted me another Zalouy's Bane because the idea behind this is to use that combo I was telling you guys about with Kefri's Sting and then pair that with the Zalouy's Bane, right? So since it's a solar weapon, I'm going to be getting my class abilities back faster, and I'm going to be getting Demolitionist with every final blow, and I'm going to get Pugilist with every final blow. Fast forward to the point when I'm not broke and I actually have enough Ascendant alloys, these two will be enhanced. So I will be getting the most amount of energy back per kill on a weapon. And you can do that with any subclass because Carefree Sting doesn't lock you down to a specific subclass. So that right there is going to be pretty fun, dude. The Midas Reckoning, really good fusion rifle. Surprised and also glad I don't see more of this because this is a not best kept secret, but this is lethal and it has a lethal combination. The fact that it's crafted, I'm actually surprised I don't see more of it. But if high impact fusions ever get adjusted to be any type of like forgiving, better off, charge time, and just for the conversation, I am pretty confident in it. Tarnished Metal, one of the best scout rifles that season and probably still one of the best scout rifles to this day. I'm hoping that when they adjust Volt Shot, they don't neuter it to the point where this scout isn't viable. But then again, yeah, I shouldn't be surprised because it's a lightweight scout, right? And look at the splash that Taraxipode just did. But Demolitionist and Volt Shot, this thing carried me in that season of the not Splicer. Plunder. I always picture season of the Splicer when I'm thinking of season of the Plunder. But yeah, really good, really good, right? The Volt Shot tech. This pair with Sunstar is actually amazing, but the fact that it was one of the first weapons to drop with Volt Shot, and they paired it with Demolitionist. It was an easy no-brainer. Really easy, amazing weapon combination. And this is on the flip side. Amazing little sidearm, and if I had to choose one to use in the energy slot, this one probably would be the one. Even though the model is bulky when you're actually using it in game, it is very consistent and it tracks really well actually. So Brigand's Law, yeah. If you love using melee builds, with Volt Shot, Pugilist, very good, dude, very good. And then this comes with the right hook perk. So not the best in the world, but still, if you're leaning into that type of tech, it's just more icing on the cake. Mr. said, when I got the Keening GTSN Andreas theme started playing from Spot. Oh, the mission accomplished. Oh, nice, nice. See, man, that universal synergy coming to pop off, right? Mindbender's ambition. You already know. Backup plans all day, baby. Glad I got this one too, because it came with Pugilist, so I was wanting the tech with Pugilist and Incandescent. Lead from Gold is just extra icing on the cake, right? So that feeds back into me using something like Acreus, or really just any heavy weapon, and just specking all into heavy and just ignoring my ammo economy when it comes to the energy. But yeah, that with Pugilist, Incandescent. Can't wait to get to build crafting with this one. This one right here, really good range. I kept it just for the lulz. Mindbenders was memed on at the time, right? Now everybody that didn't keep a fragile focus roll, I bet right now is balling out, me included. But everyone who did keep a fragile focus roll with max range, y'all swimming right now. I know y'all is. But yeah, this is the thing that I wanted after that, right? When I looked at the roll, I was like, okay, that seems cool. So my thought process was get one with max range, so smooth bore, accurized rounds, range masterwork, maybe slap a range on there. If I put handling, it's because handling feels better, I guess. Threat detector is pretty amazing here, right? So I increase my handling, and then well-rounded will give me all the other benefits, right? The stability, which you don't need on shotties, handling, and range bump. When I throw my grenade, which is so often when we're in a gunfight, right? Think of it like I'm either pre-gaming the opponent with a nade, or I'm throwing a heal nade in my feet or something like that, right? Something of that essence. Well-rounded with proc, and it would give me extra handling and range, right? And so that was the thought process behind that. Get one with the most amount of range intrinsically I could, and then just try to tack on more with something like well-rounded. I want to go back now and see if Fragile Focus can land in this slot, because if that could happen, holy, I'll be killing myself that I didn't get that roll. And then this was probably the first Mindbenders I got, so I didn't have to think about it, right? Auto-loading, incandescent, slot waves for just a constant movement tech. But yeah, I guess we can probably get rid of one of those if push comes to shove. Yesteryear, nothing special, but at the time it was something to chase, right? Under Pressure, Pugilist was new back then. Desperado can do what Redrix used to do, but it's a gimmick more than anything else, it feels. This one right here, got Golden Tricorn, Subsistence. Nice little synergy right there. Good for PvE, I think. We got the Macabre, however you want to say it. Potato. Tomato. Really good. They did their thing with, this is when I really started to notice that they were really putting in a lot of effort into those seasonal weapons, because, the something new and the compass rolls, I was like, all right, they're good, but, they're 120 in a decent shotgun, right? And the compass rolls already came out popping, but I was like, okay, those weapons are pretty good. But then this dropped, and just how it felt, how it sounded, everything about this transcended what the old standard for those seasonal event weapons was. And it's they've been on a roll ever since, and I'm hoping they keep that same level of consistency. But woof, the Macabre, bro, really good, really fun sniper rifle. Volt shot auto loading might seem like it's a little bit counterintuitive, and actually it doesn't have that much synergy. But all in all, if you fire off a shot and you don't want to reload it, you can stow it and don't even have to think about it. Whip it out, fire it, reload, then Volt shot. But I love this thing with Volt shot. I love that sniper in general. It's one of my favorite ones to use. This one is my PvP one that I lean into. Fragile Focus, Slick Draw, Accurized Rounds, and Full Bore, right? It's a sniper, so Fragile Focus I don't think really is going to get that much of a amount, right? You're probably, if you're getting shot and Fragile Focus is coming off, you probably wasn't going to notice it anyway, because if you're getting shot while you're trying to snipe them, you're probably going to miss the shot 9 times out of 10. But with that new change, the Fragile Focus, maybe I'll hit more shots. But this is what really made me realize, Slick Draw and Fragile Focus, it seemed like a meme when I got it to drop, and I was like, all right, let's test this out. Let's see how funky it is. I was actually surprised, and I am committed to keeping that roll from now on, for sure. I'm looking for every sniper that drops with something like that. And then Snapshot, opening shot. We kept it because it was the first one they gave to us, just in case we never got a better roll. But to be honest, I've never even fired this particular version of it, I don't think. Okay, I was going to say, let me check to make sure I ain't a liar. But yeah, I ain't never fired that version. I kept it because Grandma gave it to us, and I want to play it safe. But yeah, after using that fragile focus and slick draw roll, it's just been my main. And then the other one's obviously a PvE roll. Jurassic Green, Subsistence, Incandescent. Got the Verb perk tech going on there. Very weak on the stat end, but you know, keeping it because it's one of it's setting the road pace, right? Like it was one of the first weapons with Incandescent. So at the moment I didn't want to delete it, but in the near future I can definitely see it losing its vault space privileges. This one right here, Subsistence, Golden Tricorn. You can do some funky things with it in PvP from what I understand. You just got to get Golden Tricorn times 2 procced. Depending on how many hoops you're trying to jump through, it's not that many or that hard. Depending on what character you are, it is that many and it is that hard. So, you know, it rises and falls depending on the tech involved in it. Out of Bounds, another really decent SMG. I'm surprised I haven't seen that one before the Peacekeeper SMG wave hit the block. But then again, I think it's one of those things where it's like, comes from Crucible. There's better SMGs. Why would I really mess with this one? That being said, it has some amazing perk potential in combination, right? As you can see, Demolitionist and Golden Tricorn right there alone. So, yeah, he said, I have harsh language grenade launcher. Didn't know grenade language is harsh. Hey, man, you be on the opposite end of one. You'll see. And then, like I said, really good perks, man. Demolitionist, rangefinder on it. Like I said, I love when these Vanguard weapons come with a multitude of perks because then you get an instance like this where it's like there's no one role that stands out phenomenally, but at the same time, there's a lot of ways where you can make it work depending on what activity you're in, and like it covers a spot of holding up multiple perk slots while also being able to do multiple things. So, you know, I love the freedom of choice on it, you know. The Amit, Turnabout, Incandescent, a weird combo for sure, but I love it. You know, my thought process is if I'm using it to add clear, 9 times out of 10 there's a shield I can break, and if I can break that shield, I would love to obtain the shield myself. So, and Incandescent is just amazing. Path of Least Resistance, y'all know how I feel about trace rifles. Really love this combo itself. I'm hoping the same thing I said earlier with Volt Shot, is that I'm hoping it's still a real viable high in-game contender perk. But that being said, that with adaptive munitions, man, it just eats through PvE. I think the weakest thing about this weapon is its ammo economy. You just burn through ammo so fast. If you're not speccing into special, you just don't get to use that much. Judgment of Kelgaroth. This is my PvP version. Fun fact: this glaive can one-shot, and the way it one-shots is if you're using Lumina and you get a kill with Lumina, right? Then Harmony's gonna proc. Once Harmony procs, you need to take that Lumina shot and you need to buff an ally so you get Blessing of the Sky buff. So what happens is you have Blessings of the Sky and you have Harmony procced at the same time, which is enough damage to hit for exactly 202 damage. Now, the average Guardian is going to be sitting below 200 health, but just in case you run into a Guardian that has, I don't know, max resilience, you can still one-hit body him, simply due to the fact that it's a glaive, so you don't have to worry about hitting crits, but also due to the fact that max tier resilience Guardians health is only going to be 201. So as long as they don't have an overshield and sitting at max resilience, with that particular combo, you can one-shot body with the glaive. And yeah, maybe I'll slap together a short or something like that, post it on the channel to demonstrate that. But very fun tech, very fun, funky setup to run. The long arm, man. When this thing first came out, you know, I had my ideal roll on paper. Ended up getting this roll. This, I think, was the most recent roll I've gotten anyway. But very fun with compulsive reload and explosive payload. I love the uniqueness of it. It reminds me of a 30-30. Being able to have the ability to fire from the hip if you want to and aim down sights. It just allows for a lot more movement, paying attention to the radar, a whole lot of things. I understand why the hip fire accuracy isn't as good, because then it would be like, why would I ever use DMT? At the same time, I wish it could be tweaked to be a little bit better and consistent. But like I said, I understand why it's not. So I can live with it. My thing is, though, I'm curious to see what the kinetic version of this is going to be, because apparently we're getting a ritual weapon of this in the kinetic slot coming tomorrow. And I'm just curious to see what perks is going to come with, right? Like when I think of ritual weapons, I think of the Pinnacle, which is going to be something like Salvager's Salvo, right? And then I think of them kind of like playing it safe when it comes to Pinnacle perks. You know what I mean? So, or ritual weapons. So I'm hoping that it has something interesting in it, you know, something maybe like Reconstruction, or I think Offhand Strike would actually be cool, because Offhand Strike's one of those perks where it's like you don't really want it on a weapon until it rolls on something unique and can work good with it, right? So I think Offhand Strike on a weapon that's supposed to be fired from the hip would be pretty fun, especially if it's paired with something like Cascade Point too. You know, get a kill with a weapon, get a kill with an offhand weapon. You can swap it. You got Cascade Point active. You firing rapidly, right? Maybe get a final blow, and then you can actually proc. You can proc Offhand Strike as well. That way you don't have to swap off of it. But regardless, I am looking forward to see what this variant is going to come out with. I think they called it, the Last Right is the name of it, if I remember the name. And then this one right here, Hip Fire Explosive Payload, just leaning even more into the explosive tech. But like I said, the Hip Fire does leave more to be desired after using it in a serious setting. And then we got the Wilder Flight, Demolitionist, Pugilist, the ultimate Nezarec synergistic weapon. I got lucky enough to pair it with Disorienting and Spike Grenades too. So I have my choice between whether I want to have utility to either stun or utility to cause damage. But like I said, you pair that with something like Nezarec Sin, I mean, you're going to get Abyssal Extractors, right? You're going to get the melee ability back. You're going to get your Demolitionist, your grenade energy back. Really good build, crafting tech all in all. And then this one right here was the first one I got, mostly for blinding tech, right? Keeping in-game content. Blinding, Demolitionist, Frenzy. Oh, we almost at the end of the road. Y'all, I see heavy weapons. Oh, my God. Let me blaze through this one. Blinding Grenades on this one. Repulsor Brace, Frenzy, right? Back when Repulsor Brace was the new hotness. I think there's a better roll that I could have obtained, but Spire the Watcher didn't really do it for me, you know? So I wasn't really motivated to get in there and farm. I think if the weapons would have been different than the 7 Seraph weapons to chase, and I think on top of that, if we had something to craft, to chase craftable-wise, I think I would have farmed Spire's weapons more. And that's unfortunate too, because the weapons were unique. The ones that were in there, they just didn't keep me motivated to farm that activity all in all. And I really like that dungeon though. It reminds me of Chernobyl so much. The whole mechanics and everything. It was so fun figuring out those mechanics out and everything. Mr. said this gun is amazing. All out mag plus under pressure, one quiet moment plus invis and chamber compensator for low recoil. Oh yeah, that's that Keening, right? Yeah, so you liking how it's popping off, huh? Yeah, I will say it feels good all the way, all around and around. The Velis X. This is an example of like on the potential of being an amazing pinnacle weapon or ritual weapon, but it's, I don't know. I can't even say they played it safe. I think this is a good B+/A tier ritual weapon. You just don't see it like that, right? Really good potential here, for real, for real. Repulsor Brace, Golden Tricorn, and or Kill Clip. I had a really fun time slaying out with it at the beginning of the season that it dropped, and then I just put it away and never revisited it again. So maybe we'll give it a spin on the block sometime in a future season. Exalted, Truth Adept. Got super lucky when I could farm it, right? Shout outs to the homie that helped me get to the lighthouse. But we got lucky. We got the range masterwork, rangefinder, everybody's favorite, right? Eye of the Storm, accurized rounds, corkscrew. So not the maximum range, but enough for me to live with. And then we got the outlaw kill clip version, rampage instead if I wanted to go that route. This one right here, got the Killing Wind, Frenzy, and or Gut Shot straight. So, pretty okay. And then this one right here, Perfect Float Frenzy. Back when they used to proc at the same time. Excuse me. It would be cool if we had certain perks that like benefited from each other or helped amplify each other's potential if they lived within the same realm. I really like the interaction between Perfect Float and Frenzy and wish it would have stayed. Although it was a bug, I wish they would have found a way to incorporate it into like a motivation to be like, you know, these aren't the best of perks, right? Perfect Float and Frenzy. But, you know, if you do get this combination together, you can make it do something funky, right? Like, I like that idea instead of just playing it safe and going with something like rangefinder and moving target, right? I think you need combinations or incentives like that to help push the bar so everyone isn't running the same carbon copy setup, right? Because, I mean, what's the point of playing or chasing loot in a looter shooter if everyone still ends up with the same role at the end of the day, you know? Like 3 or 4 options in a rock, paper, scissor type of game rule sense feels okay to me, right? You know, like that's the way I look at it. Dark Decider, Dynamic Sway, Volt Shot. It's okay. This one right here, well-rounded Golden Tricore, and this one pretty much was a copium roll. I love my auto rifles, but they really did this thing dirty when it comes to the stats. It just doesn't feel, from it to come from Iron Banner. What? Whew, excuse me. I sneezed, my bad. From it to come from Iron Banner, I feel like it could have gotten a lot more love in the stat department, right? You know, like just from the fact that it's coming from Iron Banner, it should by default be bare minimum. You know what I mean? Like I shouldn't have to fight insanely hard in order to invest into any Iron Banner weapon. But it is what it is. So yeah, this was more of a copium roll, right? Well-rounded and Golden Tricorn. Just try to push the stats out, try to get a little bit more damage, make it work and do its thing. It is by no means efficient or good at all, though. Glacial Chasm, this one right here, came with Repulsor Brace and Harmony. I know there's some synergy to be had somewhere in there. I'm just too lazy to look for it. Maybe applying volatile rounds and getting a kill with your offhand weapon or something like that, right? You know. The Fioratura, Zen Moment, Moving Target. On paper, this is supposed to be really good. Using it, though, and like I said, this is like one of those sidearms that just gets away from you. And every time I even look at these weapons, I think of how nasty the Michaels is, bro. Yo, I don't know who it is at Bungie, but you did your thing when it came to them raid weapons, man. The Michaels reference, oh my God, bro. Like I was slapping with it over the weekend. I was surprised that I just didn't believe it. The first thing I thought of after the third game, I was like, yeah, they're gonna nerf this. Like that's how good it was. But it just speaks on, like, I don't know how inconsistent, I guess, yeah, that's the best word I'm gonna use, how inconsistent these other rapid fire sidearms are, which honestly I think it's a good thing to a point because they're lethal. They are really lethal in the right range, I'm telling you. But this one right here, Threat Detector, Repulsor Brace, I want to get around to making a Mechanier's Trick Sleeve build with like all sidearms and verb synergy. I just haven't really leaned into it. Is the Vision good? You know what? Yeah, the Vision is pretty decent. It comes from that Omelon family. So yeah, it's pretty good. Here goes the Prodigal Return. I had to craft mine this way, obviously. Don't you love the shader? The synergy with the way the shader just melds all the way with that Amethyst Dreaming City vibe. I found that to be pretty cool. Went with Thresh and Volt Shot. Really going to be leaning into this with Sunstar and things like Crown of Tempest in the coming season, 100%. But yeah, really fun combo setup there. The Basio Ostinato. Okay, so this one actually might be okay to run with backup plans too. Envious Assassin, so you can overflow the magazine if you're going on a nice little spree or whatnot. And then destabilizing rounds, being able to spread volatile. Hopefully with the communication or the talk around destabilizing rounds, it gets some sort of little buff. I can't see what people are saying and understand why it doesn't make a splash like Incandescent or Volt Shot. I think they played it safe with destabilizing rounds. I do think, however, that the strength from destabilizing rounds is going to come when we have weapons that work synergistically in perk pairings, right? So like destabilizing rounds and repulsor brace, I think the moment that a weapon comes with that combo, yeah, we'll see how efficient that really works. The Jerome's Claw, not the exact role I wanted, but really there wasn't a lot to pick from, but still really good and really fun. A nice alternative to BXR. You know, sometimes I feel like BXR, even though it's a phenomenal weapon and the combination is better with Demolitionist and Incandescent, sometimes I just feel like BXR isn't just hitting that hard, right? And like this is where Jorums come in. I was using this in a raid once in a while, and it actually feels pretty good. Actually hits pretty hard, and the cool thing is with the Incandescent final blows, you can actually proc Encore off of that sometimes too. And so, yeah, Jorum's Claw actually surprised me. I wish the combination and perks would have been better because, you know, here I am thinking Iron Banner weapon, higher, you know, it comes from Iron Banner, so give it the oomph, give it the sauce, right? But you know, it's not bad, right? It's not bad. It's just I could see it being somewhat better, but it leaves room for better options, I guess. This one right here, Moving Target, Head Seeker. Maybe one day in PvP, see how good the 390s are slapping. This one right here, outlaw golden tricorn. I need to do my research to see if there's some sort of damage buff potential, right? Some break the mold damage scaling to 2-tap or something with it. And then moving target frenzy. Just consistent, reliable, don't think about it damage, right? You know, if you're in the thicket or if you're in the fray, you're just easily going to be able to spray and not even have to worry about it. 2 more enhancement cores and you got a max kenning. Nice. Wisdom Rebuke. Had to lock one of these things down just because bolt shot, right? And offhand strike. And I didn't know offhand strike I really didn't care about, honestly. It was really bolt shot. But I think at the time I didn't know if, I knew at the time for sure I didn't have my iterative loop. And so it was just a matter of fact of getting a fusion rifle with Volt Shot, really. That being said, after using it a few times, I do remember I did not like the charge time, the sluggish factor of the charge time. Yeah, we'll have to check and see if the damage is worth keeping it, though, in a future season. Hero's Burden, you know, the one everybody was raving about. Destabilizing rounds, Feeding Frenzy, right? Pretty good tech right there. Like I said, if it comes with something like Repulsor Brace in the perk pairings, I think that's when destabilizing rounds are really shine. But I do think it pales in comparison to something like Incandescent. The Trust, they finally brought it back, right? Envious Assassin, Incandescent, and or Golden Tricorn. Of course, we had to keep the we had to pair it with we had to get the Verb perk on it, right? Then we got this trust right here, triple tap Vorpal. So was really thinking about using this with something like Lucky Pants, right? Triple tap, getting the Vorpal weapon synergy going on, see how much you get hit for. Just never really got around to experimenting with that in itself. But in theory, it should do pretty good, right? You know, since the 7th Seraph hand cannon does good. Then we got the Harsh Language, Field Prep, Disruption Break. Field Prep and Repulsor Brace. All right. Nice little combo synergy going. What camo is that? I'm glad I ended up looking into that. Amethyst Veil. I like how that actually wraps around the cloth right there. It makes it look metallic. Reminds me of Terminator 2. But yeah, Field Prep, Repulsor Brace, pretty good. I know this made some waves when it first dropped. Too bad the Stabilizer rounds is in the same column, right? Because that's a perfect example if it had been on the flip side. But yeah, it has its niche purposes here and there, right? Threat detector, destabilizer rounds. It could stay, it could go. Either way. The title. This was the title I was chasing, and I wanted to make a video on it, man. I just ran out of time before I could get everything together. But luckily, Lady Luck shone her love on me, and I was able to get this role right here. Oh, you almost hit rank 4 in PvP? Good deal, bruh. Good deal. The title. So this is the only weapon that I'm aware of that can roll with Repulsor Brace and Pugilist. And so what that allows you to do is to spec into something like a Graviton Forfeit build or Severance Enclosure setup or maybe a Fellwinter's Lie helmet setup, right? To where you're getting kills, you're getting melee energy. It's not a lot, right? But it's more than a weapon that doesn't have it, you know. And if you're on Void, your melee 9 times out of 10 has some type of debuff or void debuffing tech to it, right? Like think about the Titan. With the right aspects, your shield throw or your suppressor shield badge can apply suppression, right? Or volatile. With the Hunter, your smoke nades weaken, right? With the Warlock, it's intrinsically volatile. And so you see how the synergy is there where you're getting kills, you're getting your melee energy back, you use your melee energy, you debuff the target, you get Repulsor Brace. Pretty amazing synergy there. And then on top of that, it comes with the Classic Contender perk, which is one of my favorite origin trait perks in the game. You know, you get a class ability energy just by getting final blows. So it's like, it's dedicated wellspring for your class ability, and it's an origin trait perk. Like, man, and it's void. So I don't even have to tell you, but you already know. Nezarec Scene. And that's my final energy weapon. Wow, I can't believe we burned through them that fast. And then we have the 7th Seraph Saw. Just keeping it for nostalgia purposes, really. I'm honestly at the point where I might just get rid of this thing. It keeps it's on the brink of like dismantle and keep, right? But yeah, auto loading, fire line, it's just there, right? It's just there. You got the interference here. Just your average GL that I kept. Arc, that's it. Auto loading, demo, spike nades, nothing spectacular. We got the thermal erosion. Just demolitionist synergy, and the only solar rapid fire LMG that I'm aware of. So that is literally the only reason that this thing is here, is because of demolitionist, and it's the only rapid fire LMG. So if I just want to spray and pray, that's it. Oh, you maxed out the keening? Nice. What are you pairing with it so far, mister? We got the Sub-Zero salvo, ambitious assassin, chain reaction. Back when all the rockets did the exact same type of damage, this was my favorite one to go to. Now that they've been power crept, unless I just need to, auto track, I don't use this thing as much. But I will say chain reaction in the lower tier setting is actually really fun to fire off a rocket in the mist and watch things just nuke and explode, right? And then, of course, ambitious assassin just pairs really well with it. Alloy mag and under pressure. What's your kinetic weapon you're pairing with it? Temptation's hook. Oh man, see, I'm the type of dude that when you ask me what weapon did you like better, what was it, Raise Lighter, or see, I can't even remember the name of the other sword, man. I think it was Void Fang, or Raise Lighter. Oh, you using Lonesome with it? Nice. So you double side arming, huh? Yeah, I'm the type of dude. When you ask me which one of the 3 exotic swords in D1 did you like, I was always a bolt caster fan, man. Is something about the idea of using a close up melee weapon as a projectile based exotic that I always loved. And when they introduced the Temptation's hook, I was sold, especially since it was a legendary weapon. I'm probably gonna have to give this thing another shot because we got those artifact mods now. Not artifact mods, those armor mods now that you can put in the chest piece that increases your weapons charge time on swords. And so I could imagine that you could cast these out rapidly, pretty much back to back. But energy transfer, I'm most likely going to pair that with my Vesper of Radius build that I got in mind, my Super Suit Vesper of Radius build. But yeah, that with Vorpal, Whirlwind Blade, pretty fun. Looking forward to the day they ever revisit a caster frame sword, because I know it's only a matter of time. And the moment that they do give us a revisit on the caster frame swords, we got these verb perks now, so it's no telling what they're going to do with them. Looking forward to it. We got the Fallen Guillotine. Had it ever since Season of Arrivals. Relentless Strikes, Whirlwind Blade was the best combo. Probably Surrounded may be the pick now, depending on what the situation is. But yeah, that thing was busted when it first came out, man. Y'all remember? Code Duello, auto loading, lasting impression. It's what I often used to use whenever I needed to use Solar Surge, and I was the beam bro, right? When fire the beam, swap over to auto loading, last impression, fire the rocket, swap back, use div beam, swap off, swap back. So pretty fun when I need to lean into solar. Nowadays, I got the hothead with that combo, and now the arc surges are kind of collapsed. That's the way I use it, but I still revisit this thing every time I need something hard hitting. The Swarm. This what made me first realize that Unrelenting was good. You cannot get this combo on the Swarm now. That's why I don't have an adept roll loaded. But Unrelenting, Vorpal, right? I figure if I'm going to use the LMG in in-game content, it is the perfect weapon with Unrelenting that I would be chopping down low-tier ads anyway, right? And so chopping those down, I would be able to replenish my health. And so, Unrelenting version of Swarm. Corrective Rep Measure, probably my favorite LMG in the game, as you can tell with all those bodies. But this combo right here, Demo Thresh. And you already know, Nezarec, right? Void, gonna get mad regen about it. But just a really good, amazing combo that has consistently got me through any annoying Void Shield activity, bro. Whether it be Minotaurs or those freaking Centurions. Just anything that I picture and I'm like, oh man, these things I got mad Void and ads. I'm automatically, all right, Corrective Measure, here we go. And the synergy that you can lean into with Demolitionist and Thresh as well is really good. Oh, you said you also got Memory Interdict? Nice. Oh yeah, there goes mine right there. So there goes Memory Interdict, auto loading, Unrelenting on this one, Spike Nades. Anytime that I need to use a Void GL, there we go. That's what we're gonna swap out. Quick Fang for the Hunter. Apparently, this is the highest DPSing sword once you get everything going. I think you got to do aerial attacks. You got to jump through some hoops. You got to do some really weird tech, but I think they said the Hunter sword is the highest when it comes to DPS because of like its swings per minute or something like that. This is the hothead I normally use when I'm the beam bro, the div. Field prep, auto loading, right? Lasting impression, impact casing, right? This is my Reed's Regret surplus firing line. I guess I can probably get rid of one of them. I just haven't brought myself to do it recently. But this is the flip side. So instead of auto loading, this is the one where, like, if I'm in a situation where I need to reload and it will help my DPS overall, then I guess this will be the one I'll bring over the auto loading version. Hero of Ages, another reason why Unrelenting is good. Very good sword. Don't see it at all. Unrelenting, one for all, pretty good combo there. And then this one right here, Demolitionist on a sword, right? I mean, it's actually pretty good. One for all too. The Zephyr, pretty fun weapon right here. Thresh, Cold Steel, being able to freeze now has a lot of tech going on, right? So that's actually really good against unstoppable and overload champions nowadays. And then this one right here, I had to keep it because of the energy transfer benefits that it provides, right? You know, but same thing with Cold Steel as well. We have a Red Herring. Just haven't brought myself to delete it yet. It's okay, but you know, we have better rockets now for sure. Tarnation. Oh, it's like 1:41 in the AM. Woo! Yeah, it's about getting my lunch / dinner time in a minute, man. We got the Tarnation, Field Prep, Thresh. I appreciate you for joining and sticking with the homie though, mister. We got Razor's Edge right here. Void, so you already know. Got Wellspring and Thresh Tech combo going on. Always like how it looks like a lightsaber. I love the take on that one. Palmyra, one of the first craftable weapons I got way back when and used way back when. It's pretty cool that they tell you the date that you crafted, man, so you can really, if you can go back, you can go back, right? The Typhon. So this is the final piece to that Demolitionist Wellspring loadout that I'm often going on and clamoring about. But yeah, leaning into just getting your abilities back as quick as you can. You pair that with something like the Ogma and the Lodbrok or the Fortissimo, you know what I mean? Every time you just swap to it, you know? And then this one right here, I guess is for in-game content if I ever need to bring one. Demolitionist and Explosive Light. Pretty fun or good to pair with something like Star Eater Scales. Heart Shadow, y'all know how I feel about that. We talked about that. Storm Chaser, auto-loading firing line, probably be one that I keep mainly. I don't know, man. Ever since they nerfed like I know it was a bug, but I really like that fire rate of it, right? Like how you could charge it up and just, if you was real consistent with your charge times, you could let off a lot of rounds with it. It was really fun and entertaining. And then this one right here, we got auto-loading adaptive munitions. Good for just shield break tech when we don't have the shield to cover, right? If someone wants that shield covered and we need it, that would be something good to bring. The Quillam's Terminus, Unrelenting, Headstone. Fun with Stasis. That's about all. Just pretty much fun. I would probably say slap it on Behemoth with anything since he can take advantage of the shards the most. I mean, you could use it on Warlock and Hunter, but it's just like with the Behemoth, right? You just make the Stasis shards and he infinitely gets better use out of it by far, I think. Terminus, Horizon, Demolitionist, Volt Shot. I think this needs a reload masterwork though. Yeah, sounds good on paper, but because it procs with Volt Shot, it is really hard to get it up and going. Everybody's favorite Wendigo that we grinded for and didn't use at all. Auto-loading Cascade Point. My idea, though, would be to get a full Cascade Point loadout and then just see how weird and wonky we could get with it. But, yeah, we got it just in case it ever becomes meta. Caraxis' Distress. I actually like this thing. I just need to finish my raids and end up crafting this thing. But, yeah, Demolitionist Hatchling. It has some pretty good synergy with the Strand subclass for sure. I just don't think that the rapid fire frames are doing anything amazing at this particular moment. You got the Regnant, Envious Assassin, Explosive Light. And last but not least, we got the Marcelon C with Field Prep and Explosive Light. And everything else in my vault is armor. So you really, I'm pretty sure no one wants to just look at the armor. You know, and I really don't have reasons for why. If it's in my vault, it's because that it goes for a build, right? But like any exotic that I have, it's not like unique or anything else. But yeah, man, that is the vault stream for the day. That is it, man. That is the The Vault Hoarder stream for Season of Defiance. I appreciate everybody for joining by, stopping by, chilling with the boy, having the communications, man. I'm hoping everybody has fun this coming season, man, with Season of the Deep. I'm looking forward to it, man. They've told us a lot of things, but a lot of other things are close to the chest as far as like what the content's gonna be. Are we gonna get all of Titan back? You know what I mean? So, oh, thank you, mister. It goes both ways, bro. Shoot. That's a double-sided coin. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for y'all, and I'm just glad I'm entertaining enough for y'all to stick around. I appreciate it. Yeah, next season, man, I'm looking forward to it. I always look forward to the new season. I did my little bounty prepping as usual, of course, right? So I stacked up multiple of my bounties, sitting pretty good. There's a couple that I didn't do, but it'll be all good. I got a couple of builds in mind. I still need to actually get down and craft them, save them to them. This will probably be one of the first ones I go to. Let's see. So initially, Vesper Radius is getting a buff. Not that I even think it needs it, but I'm welcoming it. But with that buff, I'm hoping it doesn't get nerfed because it is really good if you can lean into its tech. And that tech being using your class ability regeneration to provide you with super ability energy. And I made a video about it a while back called the Super Quick Super Build. But when you lean into the tech of Vesper Radius, you can see why it is so good. And another thing, it works on any subclass. So the whole spilling of the tech, right? The whole loop of it is you want to lean into at least 2 dynamos and at least 2 distributions. You don't have to do 2, but like I found that's the sweet spot because most people like to use other things like Reaper, right? Or utility kickstart, but that's the main starting of the build. So you want to use these 2. That way, whenever you use your class ability around an enemy about threat detector range, you're gonna get a nice little chunk of super energy. It's about like a good about 10 to 15%, right? But the tech of Vesper Radius is while you're surrounded by enemies, that rift starts kick-starting real good. See you, Warlock, man. Good luck at making locks in war. Thanks for the puns, man. It's nice seeing you too, mister. Appreciate you chilling with the homie too, dog. I really enjoyed it. Good luck with your grind, man. You want to lean into the tech of getting your rift ability energy fast. And the moment that you do, you want to cast your rift so you can get super energy. All of that, and you start leaning into more tools such as bolstering detonation, which you can get your class ability by using your grenade, or focus and strike. You get more class ability by using your melee energy, right? And then you have your boots too, which give you stuff like insulation. So it's a lot of stuff that you can build into off of just the strength of Vesper Radius alone. And then, like I said, it's not tied to any particular subclass. So one that I like to use is the Brood Weaver, or on Strand, and then use it with something like this fragment right here. Threat of Mind. Defeating suspended targets grants class ability energy. And so you can see how that paired with something like the Shackle Grenade, and then maybe using Weaver's Call, right? Not Weaver's Call, using Mind Spun Vocation, right? It just creates this nice synergistic loop to where you just popping your class ability, getting benefits, getting defeats, regenerating class ability energy, popping it, you know what I'm saying? It makes that nice little perpetual loop. And the fact that it works on any subclass, I mean, the limit is your creativity, right? If you can figure out something on the Stormcaller, go for it. If you can figure out something on the Shadebonder, go for it, right? And trust me, there's a lot of things to figure out and mess with. I played with it religiously, day in, day out, and I'm telling you, I think Vesper, coupled with the fact that Starfire Protocol is getting the changes it's getting, I think Vesper is going to get some nice little shine. And they gave you an incentive as well as to run it on Arc because it's going to get some more benefits. So I think once people realize that you can really lean into the Dynamo distribution loop on Vesper Radius, it's going to start getting a lot more respect. But that right there on Voidwalker, you could use it with the Sour Patch Kids. I call this aspect Sour Patch Kids because it's just easier to say for me instead of Child of the Old Gods. But the cool thing is with Child of the Old Gods, one of the benefits you do is that when you defeat a target that's being drained by your Sour Patch Kid, you get class ability energy. And so there's even more tech that you can lean into, right? And so it makes a nice little loop, and it's pretty fun and synergistic. I think I'm going to play like maybe 1 Crucible match, or maybe 2. I say 1. It might end up being more. But I'll play 1 Crucible match real quick. You said you wanted to see the Lonesome, so we'll do that. And let's see. I'm gonna demonstrate what I was talking about real quick on the. Let me go to a PvE load space so I can show you what I'm talking about real quick with this.
The EDZ needs our help, Guardian. Get out there.
I guess I can go to Neptune real quick. Let's go to Neptune. I'll just get my super as quick as I can real quick, and then I'll go into PvP. It really doesn't matter what weapon I use, but the cool thing is, because it doesn't matter what weapon you use, if you figure out a way to lean into it even heavier, then you can. So, I use the glaive, I guess. Yeah, we'll just use the glaive setup. All right, so I'll try to go through the loop real quick. Of course, I'm the only one here, right? And of course, I got this loadout on when I need to. There we go. All right, so just pay attention to the super meter, right? So what you want to do first is pop your class ability, like this far away from enemies. It can be closer if you want it. You get that much super energy, right? And so as you get surrounded, you see how the class ability energy is just regenerating rapidly, and I'm not even in combat. And then boom. And so that loop is all working on itself without me doing anything. I spin at the target, defeat the target, boom, more class ability energy. And so you can see how this can get out of hand really, really fast. And like I said, this works like this on any subclass. So this is like minimum stat investment. And if you can think of another creative solution, you can guarantee that it's going to work. Which is why I lean so heavily into stuff like I was saying, energy transfer, right? Wellspring, demolitionist. On solar, when you scorch targets, you're able to get your class ability regenerating back faster, right? And so like this is me just minimum, just like walking around in the middle of combat, not even really doing too much, you know. But if I was to fully like engage and get into combat each and every time, and boom, there we go, super. Minimum investment. And that's with 2 dynamos, 2 distributions, right? And that's on the subclass that I'm on. So I definitely am going to be investing into that setup, leaning more and more, and probably experiment that. That might be one of the first build videos we try to push out, you guys. It's just showcasing the potential and the power of Vesper Radius. And the thing is, it's not even really tied into Vesper Radius. It's just using the natural interaction that Vesper has itself and leaning into distribution and dynamo. That's really the star of this show. It's just we're using the exotic to do what it does just better, you know? Do what it do more better. And yeah, that's pretty much the whole overall dish. So let's go ahead and get a Crucible match in, and then I think I will call it a day, my gentlemen, gentle guardians. There we go. That's the PvP role I want to do. Yeah, we want to use this. We want to use this Coronac. Yeah, we use the Coronac and the Mike Hills. Yeah, look, all them kills for Mike Hills was nothing but supremacy, yo. Like every kill was supremacy this season. And I had so much fun at supremacy, man. I'm gonna miss it tomorrow, bro. I can't believe it's gonna be gone tomorrow. I'm hoping they hit us with some unique twist and allow it to return sometime in the near future, because I really had fun with that, yeah. But yeah. So those are the plans for next season or tomorrow. Hopefully, if things go well tomorrow, we get our due diligence done and etc. I'll be streaming. Probably won't be first thing at reset. But during the course of this week, you guys should expect to see me a little bit more regular. But yeah, I'm sure. Hope to have a lot of fun in the coming season, man. There's nothing like diving into nothing new and explore men. God, I swear I be thinking so fast, my words be joining up. There's nothing like exploring and experimenting together. Finding out new and niche ways to encounter and engage with the sandbox. Dang. You said that you may appear next stream. You ain't, trust me, man. Just you showing up at all is enough, bro. You ain't got to show up or feel like you obligated to, but I appreciate it, dog. As long as you enjoying the vibes and you bringing good vibes yourself, I can't ask for nothing else, man. For real. That's what it's all about. At least to me anyway. I wouldn't be doing it if I wouldn't be having fun. You can believe that. But yeah, same for you too, man. I wouldn't expect you to hang around and even join if you wasn't enjoying yourself, right? So shoot. But I do appreciate it at the same time. But yeah, hopefully that's my goal, man, is to this week get into some nice little builds. Do it like I always do. Take everything at a casual, chill pace. Enjoy it, right? Experiment, see what other cool, fun, funky setups we can come up with, right? Test what we got test what we theorized. And yeah, man, just look forward to the future. I know I'm always looking forward to the future, but I ain't got no choice but to. But imagine how close we are to the final shape and the final shape reveal, right? Just do if you can, guys. Do a thought experiment. You're gonna go play Brawlhalla? Okay. Good luck, man. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, think about where you were when Beyond Light got revealed, right? And then when Lightfall got revealed, right? And then how you had certain expectations, and then how those expectations were either met or didn't get met. You know what I mean? Like, I like playing that thought experiment of how things were better. Some things were better than they are now, and then how now some things are better than they were before, right? Like, a good example is AE. At one point, AE was trash. It was trash. Now, AE is definitely so tolerable that I don't even hear nobody complaining about it. You know what I mean? Like, sure, could it still be adjusted here and there? Yeah, of course. Everything can still be worked on and adjusted, but I love the fact that, like I said, look at where you are, look at where you came from, and look at where you're gonna go. You know what I mean? And that's about it. Next stream is just gonna be just a casual taking the new content at a daily pace stream. That's normally what I do most of the time, is I kick up a stream, just chill, talk, play how I want to play, and go from there. So with it being new content, I'm probably going to be build testing. I'm probably going to be diving into the new content. Well, of course I'm going to be diving into the new content, but there's a lot of things to really just lean into overall. So honestly, it's just a random hodgepodge of me enjoying what comes, bro, to be real with you. He went in there. I don't know if I can. Oh, Lord! Yeah, we out. No! I went over there to back him up, but I was like, nah, bro. By the time I looked at the radar, I was like, 1, 2, oh no, we in a situation. You gonna be a freelancer living in nothing fancy. That's what I'm saying, man. Nothing fancy. As long as you enjoying yourself, though, right? Look at that, though. That's what I'm saying with this target lock, bro. Oh, God. Nice nade. Nice stuff. Nice. Give it a second. Let me regen here real quick. All right, we good. We got blues on the left there. They're going to be pushing that hard angle. I can push up with the homie right here. Okay, Lag City. It may be me. So I know I was contacting earlier. Is this a jump up here? This is a jump. I never noticed this little divot spot, bro. I swear. That's crazy. Yeah, see how it doesn't move? Like, look at that. Look at that. Yeah, average. Yeah, look at how they got caught all up. Your average freaking rapid fire sidearm be all up there. I be aiming at the moon by now. I be telling you what the constellations look like. Not this, not Mike L's. Mike L's is stable, baby. Dang. I heard him do the wind up too in the left of my ear. I was like, oh God, he's gonna get that headshot with that knife, yo. Alright, see if you can pay attention to the damage numbers with target lock. Nah, so you seen that, right? And that was a hawk moon with the... That's what I be meaning, yo. Like, on paper, man, some weapons be like, nah, dog, I'm trash. And some weapons be like, yo, I'm a god. But you just got to get out there and try, man. You said you want to play some Fallout 76 and don't got the game? Dang, fam. Oh, God. Thank you, Sour Patch. You see it, man? The Sour Patch be saving lives, man. I had to reload right there and everything. All right, I'm probably dead here if I peek. We got 2 people. I can afford to. Dang, I missed a shot there. GG's on him. Quicksilver. Nice landing. Yeah, I'll blink out of here for a second. Yeah, I heard one. I thought I'm gonna run into the second. I got one on my 6 though. I'm trying not to get pinned by this left angle here. Come on, repeat. There we go. Thank you. No! Uncle Rico, why you do me like that, man? Yeah, it's definitely surplus. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, surplus is putting in work on this thing, I will say. Dang! I was hoping that would have gave me enough juice to survive another hit. It would get my fragment proc, my overshield fragment when I'm low health. There's too many people there. I wasn't ready to combat another. Okay, I got one goldie. Anybody coming to the heavy? Yeah, he did get heavy. Blink back here. Oh, nah. Oh, nah! I was like, yo, let me get out of there real quick. Okay, all right. Now I can pop super. I was scared about that goldie. I didn't want to pop it and then get shut down. Oh, nice. I still didn't get it. Oh, okay. That makes sense there. Let's see. We got what on the left or the right? And special sauce, really? Hey, man. Yeah, special sauce. I mean, who else is who else is putting the special sauce in Destiny, right? They the devs, you know. We ain't putting special sauce in there. All we doing is consuming the content, regardless of how much we complain or how much we buy it, right? You know, we ain't the ones putting the juice in there. I don't know how to program. Do you? Do you know how to add the sauce to the spaghetti code? Cause I don't. All I know is when the content drops, I'm playing it. So yeah, they are definitely the special sauce. The way I put it. I'm real heavy on what's it called? Real heavy on metaphors, you know what I mean? And up means down depending on your perspective. I mean, if you want to look at it that way, you know, it all depends on where your mind is at. It's all about perspective, homie. How many times have you heard somebody be like, hey, yo, she bad? You know what I'm saying? Does it really mean she bad or does it mean she bad? You feel me? It's all about where your head at, man. A lot of mentality can be dealt with a state of mind, son. I mean, really, anything can be whatever you want it to be when you put it that way, right? You know what I mean? I think it's funny how we often get caught up on how we get hung up on whether something is or isn't a thing, and we often exclude something off of that same precedent. You just got Uno reverse. I mean, you know, depending on how you look at it, I guess so. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? But sometimes when we put certain things in a box, you know, we often deny what it can be. So I often like to use vague metaphors. Because depending on the person and perspective, you know, some things are to some people, some things aren't. So I don't know. I just have a very open mind and I guess holistic point of view when I'm approaching the situation most of the times, right? But that's just me. Yeah, I definitely don't envy them, and I'm grateful and appreciate the work they put in, man. Because like I said, I doubt they wake up every morning like, all right, I'm gonna make bad content. It's like, nah, dog. They probably, the way I look at it is, they're an artist, and most artists, to me, have passion in their what's the name. You know what I mean? Have passion in their work. To me, when it boils down to an artist and how they invest in their work, right? You got to be passionate about it, or it's lacking the soul and the spirit. And I like to think that the people that work there, at least bare minimum, most of them are passionate about their job, right? You know, you're literally taking an idea and you're creating it for the world to experience, right? That's literally what you're doing. You're making an experience for others to enjoy. And the whole foundation of that in itself screams that you have to be passionate, right? You know what I mean? He said, yeah, there is passion, the single kind of game with no passion, or hyper casual games. Yeah, you know what I mean? And it's like, sometimes that can be the goal, and sometimes, you know, you can make something with no passion. I'm not saying that, but I like to think of it from that perspective of, if someone is an artist and they are creating something, then at bare minimum, they're going to have passion for their work. They're going to want to see it to fruition, right? You know, you get a thought, you get an idea, right? It forms there, and then you keep building on it. You know, even if it doesn't come out the way you think it does, if you're passionate enough, you're going to create something that makes an impact or something. And so that's the way I like to think of it from a dev perspective, right? It's like they don't look at stuff and try to just make it just to make it, right? At least the good things that make an impact, they have passion behind it, right? The BXR, passion behind it. The Redrix, passion. Mountaintop, Recluse, as annoying as they were, passion, right? When you come up with a new exotic that make you go like, oh, yo, what does that do? Passion is behind that, to me. But yeah, that's just the way I frame it, you know what I mean? And the other thing can be said about the community. The reason the community be so vocal, whether it's clear-cut, explicit, or unhinged sometimes, is because of the passion. Now, you can get into a whole debate about it being disciplined or, you know, filtering it or just being kind to each other when you're talking. But the point about it being is that the root of that is passion, to me. You know what I'm saying? And I can see that on both sides of the angles, you know what I'm saying? The reason I be kicking up my stream some of the times, most of the times, all of the time, is because of passion, right? I wouldn't want to kick up the stream when I'm not feeling passionate, because then I feel like that type of energy will be conveyed. I wouldn't want to watch someone that's not passionate, and at the same time, I wouldn't want to experience something that is lacking passion, you know? Not to say that you can't get some experience or glean something from it, but at the same time, you know, you can weigh the impact and you can kind of tell. So that's the way I like to think of it, right? And I'm pretty sure they put a lot of passion into this upcoming season from what they talk about and everything, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why I'm constantly looking forward to the future, because they craft these amazing, fun experiences, man. Like, I'm honestly looking forward to the final shape reveal. Like, what is the subclass going to look like? What is a new game-changing thing that's going to shake up the way we play and what we talk about on the regular, right? I can imagine if I was on the other end creating something that I couldn't wait for other people to get their hands on it, I would be passionate about it. So, yeah, it kind of feeds into the hype, but that's the way I like to look at it and stuff. Planned on doing a video on Waluigi. He became one of Nintendo's most favorite characters. That they hated him and didn't make any games for him or with him or add him into Smash Bros. Dang. Wow. I actually want to see that Mario movie, man. I've been meaning to give it a check next time it comes across my wayside. All right, this will probably be the last game I do, because I do want to get me some hubba grub. Oh god. There we go. See, there was a 27 there in the numbers. So like it takes the TTK down to some extremely forgiving area. But the thing is, and I know people might be like, well, target lock is because target lock's OP, but the thing is, if target lock is proccing, then that opponent was probably gonna die anyway, right? Because for target lock to proc, I have to stay on target. So he said, I don't want it. I heard that the movie is good enough. Woo, that Mike Hales, man. But yeah, I'm actually interested to see just to see the pastimes of it, just to see how I feel. Oh god, just to see how I feel about Mario. I know they're gonna do a Donkey Kong movie after that, dog. Ain't no way they're gonna not. But that opens the doors for more entertainment like that. I wonder if they're ever gonna do a Sonic and Mario movie. Double down. 3 opponents down. Oh nope. I can't reach that far. That's 1. Come on, repeat. Sour oh yeah. That's 2. Okay, he got that out there. Donkey Kong. I did a video with Donkey Kong and title, free views. Yeah, I'm interested to see the whole plot and the storyline and layout on it. I've seen a couple of the teasers, but I wasn't I was like, oh! I was like, let me take a minute before I go watch it. I ain't been to the movies in a minute, man. I think the last movie I went to go see was the Dragon Ball Super movie, the superhero version. Ah! Ah! I seen him on radar, and I was like, "Yo, it's someone on this corner. Let me cautiously approach." Yeah, his homie had his back. Oh man, I would imagine they go crazy with that. I was gonna say, yeah, they did have me anyway. I was gonna say y'all could have had me easy if y'all would have teamed that. Blueberry did the teaming though. Dang, nice shot there. Had no time to explain. Yo, can y'all believe the discrepancy on no time to explain? When it came to consoles and PC, I was like, yeah, no time ain't no problem, because we was talking about meta problems the other day, and I was like, man, no time is good, but it's like not a problem that it used to be and stuff like that. But if you on PC, I can see why. I can see why with them numbers. But yeah, on console, it ain't even like that. I mean, you might see it and you might be like, all right, yeah, he using no time, right? But it ain't to the point where it's like, it's in every game you see, it's annoying. Let's go for the Void Blast. Where y'all at, middle? And you said you starting to see ghosts? Uh-oh, not the Mario ghosts. Whoop! 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 No! Ah, he had heavy. Good deal though. He protected his teammate because I was going right for him. Maybe my last comment. Well, I appreciate you for joining through, Mister Man. I hope you have an amazing night. Appreciate you for joining the homie, dog. Look forward to seeing you around in the chats in the future, bruh. Oh, don't hit me. Oh, nice. I will take that juicy juice bubble. Hey, you should have just left that alone, homie. He's on our right, isn't he? Yeah. That was some. Oh, dang it! I was gonna say there was some free cleanups though. They was super low. Yeah, that man's wild. Nice shot. The Traveler's Chosen. Good God! You deleted my face with that one.
5 minutes left.
But yeah, looking hype for the new season. I'm definitely, like I said, I'm gonna take my time and dip my toes all and everything. The Eververse store for sure. I want to see what all new pieces of gear they're gonna drip on us. The hand cannon from the Neo Muna, I'm interested to see what archetype and what perks roll on that, how to acquire it, if it's going to be any good. I'm hoping it's not a 180, man. It looks like a 180, but I'll honestly take any other archetype. I wouldn't mind a 120. I don't think it'll be better than Round Robin if it is, but I wouldn't mind it. Just as long as it's not a 180. I just personally don't think I would like a 180. The Ritual Weapon, I'm curious to see what rolls on that. The Sniper Rifle from Comp. Very, very interested to see what that's going to be, because it's going to be a comp replacement sniper rifle, and if it is, right, then it's going to have to bang, right? You know what I'm saying? Because we already have some amazing sniper rifles in the sandbox, so that's what I'm thinking from that perspective, anyway. What else? Oh yeah, I said the last, right? The dungeon, of course, on Friday. The dungeon loot, and if anything is craftable. So whatever the craftable weapons are going to be, I'm definitely going to want to chase those, especially if Last Wish is the craftable one too. Because Age-Old Bond is a auto rifle that I would not mind to obtain, and so is Nation of Beasts for sure. And it almost feel like a new experience to me too, going back into playing Last Wish, because like I said, I've only beaten it like maybe a handful of times. I know it's under 5, and if it's not, then it's exactly 5. So it'll be like a new experience, kind of learning everything, the ropes and everything, doing Queen's Walk, hearing people yell at each other about penumbra and left and right and all that stuff. So definitely looking forward to just the whole new season in general and stuff. Seeing the new planet, whatever activity we got. Hopefully it's a nice little 6-man activity. Yeah, it shot up to 29. But yeah, we'll do as we always do. Take our time, experiment with some builds. Oh god. Chat with the community and stuff like that. But yeah. Silk Strike. I can end that if he pushes a little bit lower. As long as I can push from the right. There we go. Yeah, it feels like that super ain't got no its powers in its mobility. It feels like it has no armor resistance. Alright, we'll squeeze one more in just because it'll round us off, right? Yeah, to be right at 4 hours and 30 minutes, a little bit over. So we'll do that. It probably would already be at 5 hours if everybody wasn't on the McDonald's Wi-Fi, but man, when you down in the basement, dog, there's only so many things you can do to connect. Yeah, we'll probably theory craft a couple of setups and everything tomorrow and have fun. Yeah, I did say I was gonna try the lonesome. I said the lonesome is slapped on my kills. Okay, yeah, we got everything on bit. Yeah, good old season of the deep. Can you feel it, Mr. Krabs? Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy. That is crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. I just got done reading her reading the comment. It's funny because like it's some things that it's like, you know, you a fan, and then there's other things where it's like you a fanatic. And I think a true testament is like when you can have a favorite character, right? So like Goku and Vegeta, for example, right? You can have a favorite character, but like what separates a fan from a fanatic is when you keep trying to justify that your character did not lose in a fight, right? when you just use whatever egregious excuse as possible to justify your character, to justify not saying your character was defeated, right? And ain't nothing wrong with that, right? But at the same time, you can't be upset if somebody replies and gets a one-up on you in the replies because you're using egregious accusations. I say all that to say, yeah, you can have a favorite character like Vegeta or Goku, and if they lose, man, it's alright to be like, yeah, that's my favorite character, and they caught an L that fight. Ain't nothing wrong with that, bro. Honestly, I think that's better because that builds character, you know what I'm saying? If you read Sun Tzu, and you know what I'm saying, you read between the lines, you can understand a little bit about battles and how when you lose a battle, you may learn a little bit more about yourself. But I just say all that because it's funny, because it's like every time I hear people talk about Sasuke, every time I hear people talk about Sasuke versus Killer Bee, you can definitely tell who are the true, you can really tell who are the true Sasuke fanatics and who respect Sasuke as a fan, right? Because like there's no way that you can say that Sasuke came out on top versus Killer Bee, right? Technicality, right, says that he didn't lose, and technically he didn't lose, right? But to say that he didn't get bodied or handled in that fight, bro, come on, man. Come on, man. Stop lying to yourself. Matter of fact, you can lie to yourself, just don't lie to me, because I seen the fight. And trust me, I'm a new Uchiha fan. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm always down with the Sharingan crew, you know? But the fact of the matter is, Sasuke wasn't ready for Killer Bee. Sasuke walked up to the Cloud Village like he was about to wrap him up, and that man caught a heavy L, bro. He died like 2 times in that fight. If he ain't had the medics, that's a prime example. If he had the medics, he wouldn't have been there. I honestly think that the Raikage took a harder L than Killer Bee did when you think about it. You know what I mean? But Yeah, I just find that funny to the links that people will go to defend their characters, man. And like I said, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, you do that, but just, you know, you can't deny reality, bro. Like if reality comes and knocking, bro, you just gotta respect it. That's all I got to say, man, on that end. You know what I'm saying? Nah. Oh, and you started talking about anime. Oh well, we may be. I mean, we may be to a point, right? You know what I'm saying? That's how the universe is all connected in my mind. You know what I mean? But someone was just talking about anime to me, and they were talking about Sasuke and Killer Bee, and I just find it funny every time somebody defending Sasuke's armor, like he didn't catch that L against Killer Bee, you know. And like I said, I just find it funny. I just find it funny on that end. But as much as I love Sasuke, yeah, man, he caught that L against Killer Bee, dog. Sasuke might not have caught Killer Bee, right? Sasuke might have used the Amaterasu, right, and technically burned him and escaped, right? But like, nah, dog. Killer Bee clapped Sasuke with that lariat. Ooh, nice throwing knife right there. Yeah, I don't blame you. You need to clip that one. Yeah, that yeah. Sasuke caught an L on that one. Sasuke made him. I mean, yeah, Killer Bee made Sasuke go rethink life and pull up on the 5 Kages. Like, oh man. But I think that's what the writer Kishimoto was trying to portray too, though. Was like, there are still opponents that are stronger than you, right? You know what I'm saying? Like Killer Bee had mastered his control of his not QB. QB is the 9-tailed. His tail beast, right? He had pretty much him and the 8 tails were pretty much in sync, right? So it just showcased how he was able to tap into his powers. And even though someone from a prestigious clan with a very good background in combat still can take the L, right? So watch out, Larry. But yeah, I always find that funny when someone is going to extreme lengths trying to defend Sasuke's armor like that, honor like that. I just always find that hilarious. Cause it's like the same people wouldn't recognize that Sasuke would have easily lost against Itachi if Itachi did not want him to win, right? Like the whole reason that Itachi lost against Sasuke was to prove a point, you know. Itachi was who he was, you know, protecting his little brother the whole time. And so, yeah, I just find that funny, bro. It's okay, little bro. It's alright. It's alright, you know what I'm saying? I just find that funny, dude. So, yeah. Yeah, man, you do your favorite character more justice when you're honest with him, man, because you don't want him living in the echo chamber and be like, nah, boss, you totally took that guy out. And then you gonna have the homie thinking that he can actually handle him. And so next time, what are you gonna do? He ain't gonna train. He gonna think he can handle the homie. Nah, bro. You know what I'm saying? Be honest with the homies, bro. That's what true friends do. And them fake friends, man, you gotta watch out for them. The ones that sugarcoat, the ones that don't tell you the truth when you need to hear it. Yeah, nah, bro. You need to reevaluate your relationship. Oh man, telling you, dog. Know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. The lie only works when you work with it, right? You know what I'm saying? Think about that. Yeah, the lie only works when you give it power. You know what I'm saying? You throw the lie against the truth, that junk gets dashed instantly. People might not believe it. You know what I mean? But the reality of the situation is, you know, gravity is gravity. Try to fly if you want to without some type of wing mechanism, dog. Tell me how far you get. But yeah, I just find that funny every single time. And that Sasuke Killer Bee fight is the perfect instance of it too. I cannot think of another fight where it's like the perfect instance, man. Like I said, I'm a Sasuke fan through and through. I'm the big Uchiha homie. I don't like Toby Rama. You know what I'm saying? Snap. But yeah, that just made me chuckle, dude. The things you read. No. I wasn't talking to you. I was just talking about something else that had graced my attention. Yeah, it's a total random tangent, but it had to do with what I was thinking about at the time. You good? You totally good. But hey, man, it's like Kendrick Lamar. When it hits the fan, are you still a fan? Some people really are fans, dedicated through and through. Oh man. But yeah, it is what it is. Oh yeah, Tommy's matchbook is what we're gonna be using for excuse me, for sure tomorrow. Tommy's getting that nice little buff with it. Being able to scorch, that's gonna be fantastic. He said also, I hope I didn't feed you with Andrew Tate because, you know, going insane is something comfortable to say. Hey, man, hey, you got to live with it. You good. I got a pretty decent, I got a decent enough skin. You all right, man? You know, just as long as everybody come in with good vibes and they ain't trying to intentionally, you know, upset anyone, you can't ask for nothing. And what you're doing is the right thing. Shoot, that's fine. But if people come in here intentionally trying to upset someone, you know, then you get what you asked for. That's like the truth or the reality of the situation, right? The goal was to upset. If that was achieved, then, you know, don't take it back. You know, just embrace it or whatever. But the same thing, like you doing. If you didn't mean to upset someone and you say something that you feel is a certain way, then yeah, you good. But I say all that to say that now. I'm good either way, bro. I got a pretty decent skin. Just, if you coming in here chilling and vibing, just come in here and chill and vibe. That's pretty much it. I just like making a space that everybody can at least not even agree with, but at least everybody can come and enjoy each other's company, you know? I don't want it to be a complete echo chamber whatsoever. I want people to be able to voice different opinions, but at the same time, go at each other's actual cases of points, right? And everybody's perspective, like try to consider that the other person is actually another person, right? You know what I'm saying? And like, yeah, you can say something to hurt them if you want to, but like, what kind of benefit is that going to provide versus actually trying to hear someone else's perspective, right? See where they're coming from, and then see if y'all can just, you know, agree to disagree. It's honestly not that hard, you know. I think a lot of the times nowadays we get so hell bent on letting ego and pride take over that we often sacrifice any amount of progress just for someone to say that we're right or I got one up, you know. And I mean, if that's how people want to take a situation, hey, to each their own, you know, free will and all that stuff. But all I say is, like, in this space, in this area, I'm trying to cultivate a space where even if you disagree, you can agree to disagree and still be cohesive, keep it moving, keep it pushing, right? Because we still connected at the end of the day. We still got to go through with things, right? You know what I'm saying? You got to eat, I got to eat, we all got to sleep, you know? So let's try to meet on some common ground at some point, you know? But that's just mainly where my mindset be at with every and all things, man. Try to keep a nice, open, level head when I'm approaching and dealing with everybody, man. Because I try to understand that, you know. I'm human, you human. You could be having a bad day. I could be having a bad day, right? But it's understanding that and really just reaching each other, you know, that makes all the difference. So, but with that being said, man, I'm going to leave you guys with the wow of wisdom today, a quote that I like to say once in a while. But shadows exist because the light shines brightly. It's a paraphrase quote, one that I say once in a while. But yeah, man, I hope everybody enjoyed their day. Hope everybody's going to enjoy their upcoming week, and I hope everybody has fun with the new engaging content, man. But as always, that's all for me. If you like what you see, triple tap that like button for me. And if you enjoy the vibe, subscribe. It has been me in the present, talking to you from the past. I hope to catch you Guardians in the future. Adios. I'm Ghost. Guardian out.